Hey everyone, and welcome to the Best of May 2026. 10 hours of the very best horror stories from the past month. I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,200 likes on this one. I know that's a little bit high, but if everybody took just a quick second, I think we could get there. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I do post content just like this all the time, and a video exactly like this one once every month. It is also officially June. As a gay and trans person myself, I would like to wish you all a happy Pride Month. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the 10 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads, except for the ad break after this intro. There will not be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Another day, another job. It would be nice to find something more reliable one day, ideally with a low mortality rate and paid time off. Jake and I have made our way through so many career fields that I can barely keep track at this point. We have been crime scene cleaners, construction workers, bartenders, and hell, even one-time amateur exorcists. Don't ask about that one. Though I will say the papacy might forgive our transgressions if they saw our results. Anyway, Jake and I have found ourselves in need of work again. This last job didn't last long, and it was strange, even by our standards. It was another cleaning gig, and we figured that despite the odd description and the admittedly creepy location of an abandoned building near town, it would be alright. At least there would be no blood and bodies to clean up. And hopefully, no cursed dolls hiding around in the basement either. It was a month ago. We were looking around and found an odd listing about a cleaning crew needed for an old flea market close to downtown. Just some cover-up painting. Not a big deal considering what we had done before, and the pay was surprisingly good for such a simple job. We jumped at the chance when we found it, since it would be the first decent payday in a while. Jake and I took the van out to the building to meet the contact for the position. Jake was grinning like he always did when we were going to a new job. At this point, I figured he got some sort of masochistic joy out of the idea that everything might unravel around us like a curse. I was just excited for another paycheck, even if it was another cleaning gig. "Come on, man, I'm sure this one will be on the level," Jake said, trying to cheer me up while frantically switching through songs on his playlist. He finally settled on Battery by Metallica, and before he cranked the volume up, he continued, "After all, what's the worst?" "Don't finish that sentence," I snapped back at him, but he just shrugged and drowned out my concern with the song. We rode on for a while longer, seeing the telltale signs of dilapidated buildings, which assured us we were getting close. Jake checked the directions again. "This is it up ahead. Old Mayhew's Flea Market." "I'm shocked this place closed. Who could pass up on such fine offerings?" He chuckled sarcastically while pointing to an old, defaced sign of an unpleasant-looking man in an ill-fitting suit. Jake had a point. The marketing sucked as much as the location. We parked in a lot just outside the condemned building. Now that we were closer, I saw that the place was fairly large, which made sense if it had been a bigger market in the past. The entire building was in a sorry state now. Many windows were broken. Boards were haphazardly nailed over sections, and the whole place looked like a light breeze could topple it. As I looked on, I saw nearly every square inch of the place was tagged or covered in graffiti. There was also a strange ring of what looked like white paint on the ground that seemed to circle the perimeter. I wondered why someone would want us to clean the place, and not just tear it down and start again somewhere better. But I supposed it didn't matter. We were there and ready to work. Assuming this job really was on the level, I wanted to get down to it as soon as possible. In the next few minutes, another car pulled up. It was a well-maintained, if not a little dated Oldsmobile, still looking sharp despite its best years being behind it. A tall man wearing a cowboy hat stepped out of the car and walked over to us. "Howdy, boys. The name's Earl Mayhew. Good to meet ya." Jake stepped forward and immediately shook the man's hand and gave a sarcastic, "Howdy, Earl. Name's Jake, and this here's my friend." I cringed at the awful accent Jake was attempting, and hoped it would not offend our new client. Instead, Mr. Mayhew just laughed and slapped his knee. I held out my hand, and before I could say anything, Mr. Mayhew walked past me and towards the building. "Well then, now that the introductions are out of the way, please follow me. I can show you the place, and you fellas can decide if y'all are interested in the job." He moved on towards the building. We shrugged and followed. Mayhew rummaged through his pocket for a moment and produced a key that he used to open a large padlock on the front door. Before stepping inside, he peeked in and looked around as if expecting something. Then he finally moved in and gestured for us to follow. I know she doesn't look like much these days, but we had a lot of good times. I just can't bear the idea of selling the place. This used to be one of the most successful flea markets in the county. We had people from all over the state, with hundreds of vendors and clients. But that was then. Mayhew sighed ruefully and looked like he had forgotten we were there for a moment. He snapped back to the present and regarded us. "Sorry, boys. Lots of memories. Anyway, come this way and I'll show you the real meat and potatoes of what I need done." We followed him down a dimly lit hall and into a wide open central plaza that was covered in debris. Almost every surface was plastered with some measure of graffiti. "Definitely a fixer-upper," Jake mumbled. Mayhew must have heard him and his eyes narrowed. Jake caught himself and blurted out apologetically, "But it has good bones, good character. No wonder you wanted to preserve it." Mayhew nodded and continued on. Jake shot me a lame thumbs up and I rolled my eyes. We stopped again, and Mayhew looked around, examining particular walls and parts of the floor with care. I was about to ask what he was looking for, when he held up a hand and then pointed at a spot on the wall. "There, right there. That is what I need you gentlemen to take care of." I looked at the odd spots on the wall and was confused. "What is that?" I asked, unable to hide my confusion. "That is what you will need to clean. This place has been turned over recently, believe it or not. I even have a crew working nights out here. No matter how much we cover it, it comes back. I need you two to cover it up before..." He paused, looking nervous. "Before what?" Jake said. "Before it changes," Mayhew finished, and we both looked at him incredulously. "Changes?" I tried to clarify. "Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but this art, if you can call it that, can change. It spreads all the time, slow and steady-like. If it's not cleaned up, it eventually transforms. When the images start forming..." Mayhew paused, and it looked like he was trying to suppress an involuntary shudder. "Well, it's best not to let it come to that. We have had some incidents before when it did." I didn't like the way he said incident. "But it won't be an issue if you are thorough. I just need you fellas to handle the paint. It has to be paint that covers it, and not any cheap paint. It seems as long as we use decent stuff, it holds it off longer. We tried throwing paint thinner at it, in case it might work to wear it down faster. Unfortunately, it wouldn't stop the spread, so I was left with gallons of the stuff that I had to store in the main hall. Once I get the funds ready, I am going to wallpaper the bejesus out of this place, and replace all the flooring and see how that thing likes it." He slapped his knee and laughed again, but stopped to cough awkwardly. I was confused. What was that thing he was referring to? It felt like there was a detail he was omitting. Mayhew straightened his jacket and continued. "So, fellas, what will it be? Just a few weeks of painting and I'm willing to pay you the whole salary of the last crew of 5 people. He held out a piece of paper and I collected it before Jake could. He looked over my shoulder and mumbled a soft, "Whoa," when he saw the pay. I tried to suppress my own excitement. It was double what we made on our last job for only a couple of weeks of work. "Count us in, sir," we said almost in unison. Excellent, boys. Happy to do business with you. You can start tomorrow. I just have to work out a few things with the other crew, and you guys will be in business. Come by bright and early tomorrow, say 6 a.m., and we can go over the particulars. We arrived early the next day as requested. I was still feeling groggy, and I hammered back an energy drink before stepping out of the van. Jake seemed oddly energized, and leapt out as soon as we arrived, nearly tripping as we went. Mr. Mayhew was there waiting for us. He looked disturbed by something and was kneeling down with a tape measure and shaking his head. There was an odd patch of what looked like dark paint that was on the ground near the white ring. As we approached, I heard him mumbling something in frustration about an artistic B-word. I cleared my throat to get his attention and called out, "Hey, Mr. Mayhew, good morning." He looked up, and the look of concern vanished, replaced by his practiced businessman smile. "Hey boys, thanks for coming. Alright, so down to business. I'm going to go over a few things, so please save your questions for the end. I need y'all to listen and remember these things, alright?" We both agreed, and Mayhew continued. "You'll be spending most of your shift painting, not some normal painting job. Try and think of this as having a moving target. For a little backstory on how we got here, a long time ago we had a vendor here. She claimed she was an artist, but she was really more of a witch. I know it sounds crazy, but it's the God's honest truth. She caused a lot of trouble. Eventually she cursed the whole place when things changed in a way she didn't like. At some point she disappeared. Ever since then, this paint keeps finding its way on the walls, the ceilings, even the floors." He gestured around, and then I noticed the outline of 3 human faces staring down at us from the ceiling. They didn't have features, but the lack of eyes and mouths made them even more unsettling to look at. "Like those?" I pointed up above us, and Mayhew looked up and cried out, "Ah, Jesus H. Christ, yes, like that. Let's step out of here for now, fellas." We followed him as he rushed out, with a look of genuine fear clinging to him as we fled. We moved out into the parking lot, and he let out a wheezing gasp. "Sorry about that, just startled me is all. Anyway, this artist. She has been leaving these paintings, and I've been having folks cover them up every day. They just keep coming back. For a while I decided to leave it, but then bad things started to happen. Sellers started to leave, calling it unsafe." He spat on the grounds and grimaced. "Then people started seeing things and getting hurt. Finally, an incident happened that ended up closing us down. Since then, I hold out hope that something can be done to save the place, but I just can't leave it. That thing, it's not content staying here. Every day the art creeps a bit closer to the outside, and the details become a little bit clearer. When those details are clear, if you see them, well, something bad happens. Something that is better to cover up. That's why I need you boys and the other cleaners." He cleared his throat and looked troubled. I was trying to digest the crazy story, and so was Jake. Mayhew asserted his confidence again and continued. "Whatever this stuff is, it's unsafe. As bad as black mold and just as spreading. Paint over any and all of it that you see. Just be careful it don't spread out beyond this circle. Cover that mess up first." He pointed to a line in the lot snaking out from the building. "And the most important thing, if you see any faces or outlines like back in that room, cover them up right away. Don't wait. If eyes start to form, or worse, the mouths." He paused again, suppressing a shudder. "Well, just cover them up. And don't listen to anyone or anything else besides each other and me. Otherwise, easy as pie, right? You guys do this well, and it looks good after the first day. You can even get a bonus. But I do need y'all to sign this contract. I like to offer my people true employment." He held out some papers and Jake scoffed. "We are independent contractors first and foremost." The indignance in his voice surprised me, and for a moment I thought it might actually be a deal breaker. Then Jake chuckled as Mayhew looked dumbstruck. "Just yanking your chain. Yeah, bring on the paperwork. Do we get health care?" Mayhew smiled again and laughed along. Fill out the paperwork and you can be eligible for health coverage, LTD, and life insurance. Mayhew showed us to a small picnic table set up near the outside of the building, and we filled out the paperwork. I saw something odd in the life insurance policy. It indicated that the placeholder beneficiary was Mayhew Industries. It seemed a bit odd, so I asked him about it. Mr. Mayhew, this paper says that the company holds our life insurance policy first. When does that change? Oh, that? He said dismissively. It's just standard policy. First 2 weeks, we hold the account and securities until it transfers to your beneficiary. It seemed odd, and I was about to tell Jake to hold off. But I looked over and saw he had finished and was already handing his completed papers back to Mr. Mayhew. I laughed and then finished signing my own. After all, how bad could a painting job be? After it was all settled, Mr. Mayhew showed us to a small storage shed that had dozens, if not hundreds of cans of white paint inside. There were also rollers, pans, brushes, anything a painter might need. This should be good to get you started. Use as much as you need. Thicker coats seem to take longer for that stuff to show through. Have fun, guys, and be careful. I would hate to lose you, too. He walked out to his car, moving in an odd pattern, as if avoiding the path we had taken to get in. I noticed the line of paint that had been there before was gone, or rather it had curved off in a new direction, oddly pointing towards the way Mr. Mayhew was leaving. I ignored the eerie sight and asked Jake, "Are we worried about that last thing he said? About losing us, too?" He shrugged. "I don't know, but what I do know is, I call not it for painting over the creepy face ceiling." He nearly doubled over laughing, and I held my face in my palms. I could already tell this would be as exciting as watching paint dry. We started work quickly. All the supplies were conveniently located, and it was not long before we had covered up the oddly snaking trail of dark paint that had been creeping out of the building with the white cover-up. Not sure what that guy was talking about. This is going great. It's not like this stuff is actively moving. Come on, let's go inside and work on the other rooms. Jake was right. Since Mr. Mayhew didn't care about how careful we were, it was coming along nice and quick. We opened the front door and nearly fell back in unison. There, inside the entryway, which had been a fading white just an hour ago, now showed murals of dozens of people and dozens of empty faces in that streaking black paint, all of them looking at us from the walls, ceiling, and even up from the floor. Okay, so that's not ideal. I mumbled as we observed the impossible change. The new paint glistened and seemed to have an eerie aura, like it had only stopped moving because we had arrived to look at it. "Well," Jake exclaimed. "Always has to be something, though at least the old guy was honest with us. Seems we just need to cover this stuff up, or at least do as much as we can, so let's go." Suddenly he rushed forward with a paint roller in hand, and dragged it along the surface of one of the new paintings. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I felt a disturbing sense of pressure build up when he covered the area where the eyes and face of one of the images had been. I was disturbed, but in the moment, I managed the same resolve Jake had. We were there, we had seen crazy stuff before, and we needed the money. I took a deep breath, opened a fresh can of paint, and got to work. At the rate we were going, we could get a lot done by the evening and get that bonus. But we were wrong. So wrong. Nearly 10 hours had passed, and only one room looked complete. Jake and I were reluctant to leave the room unattended, since we both suspected that as soon as we did, the insidious black paint would come washing back in to undo all our work. This is crazy, man. What the hell is going on? Some kind of haunting to wreck this guy's resale value? I mean, at least it's not attacking us, but it just keeps undoing our work. Jake shouted at the wall and kicked a can of paint towards the corner he had just finished. It was already starting to show new black streaks beneath the surface. "I know this feels hopeless. but we get paid by the hour, so even without a bonus, the money is still good. Come on, I think the evening shift should be here soon, I said, trying to reassure him. We left our supplies in the hall and walked out to the parking lot. As we neared the exit, we heard a voice shout from outside. "Nathan, where are you? You need to get out of there. It's not safe." Jake and I looked at each other confused. We exited the building and saw a truck parked near our van and a man shouting at the building, but not moving past the painted perimeter. "Hey, there's no Nathan here. But are you one of the evening crew here to take over?" I asked him, but he seemed surprised at my assertion and looked confused, then horrified. "No. Oh, no. He brought other people here. God, please tell me you saw Nathan in there. We need to get him out. He has been in there since last night." "Whoa, slow down, dude," Jake said, trying to reassure the panic-stricken man. "We have been painting all day here, and your friend's not inside. We would have seen him. Who are you and what's going on? Mayhew said a night shift would be here to take over." The man took a deep breath and spoke in a strained whisper. "My name is Roger. Nathan is my friend and fellow painter. We were hired to paint over the weird art in this building by Mr. Mayhew. That was what we were doing, until something happened last night. Nathan did not get out. Something happened and I can't remember." He looked confused and frightened again as he struggled to recall. "I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was back home. I tried to call Nathan, but he didn't respond. Then I started to remember things, flashing images, faces, and Nathan staring at a wall with his eyes all messed up. I don't know what is going on, but we need to get him out of there now." Before we could ask him another question, Roger forgot his apprehension about the paint perimeter and bolted past us, shouting for his friend. "Shall we?" Jake smiled and ran after the screaming painter, back into the haunted building to look for his friend. I groaned and then followed him. As soon as we made it into the building, something felt off. The smell of fresh paint was stronger, but it also had a bizarre, acrid tinge. Like something else was in the air. I looked with disturbed fascination at the areas we had just painted over, and saw the black tar-like fluid oozing down the walls. Jake ignored the disturbing sight and rushed ahead, trying to catch up with Roger. I caught up with him around a corner, but Roger was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly there was a shaking in the building's walls, and we retreated back to the front door, fearing a structural collapse. After a tenuous moment, I looked at the front door. There was a snaking line of paint emerging from the ground and merging into an inky black canvas that had erased most of the door's features. It was so much worse. Actually seeing the paint move, it was like a living creature, and watching it gave me a terrible headache. Jake was staring at it too, a little too intently. I shoved his shoulder, and he blinked and shrugged off the effect. "Let's prop the door open," I suggested. I didn't like the idea of this image forming on the door, and being stuck here with it. I pulled at the handles, and the door held firm. There was a disturbing squishing sound, and suddenly I fell back, gasping as a living portrait of a face opened its eyes, and looked back at me from where the plain door had been. I was horrified, but oddly mesmerized by the shifting patterns in the faces. I knew I shouldn't be looking at it, but how could I not look at something so miraculous? I started leaning closer to the face. I needed to see more. Suddenly a hand fell on my shoulder and I was pulled backwards and onto the ground, landing hard and snapping out of my daze. "None of that possession stuff, man. Don't look at the ceiling. Come on, let's try a window or something. This place is screwed, and whatever's happening, I don't want to be stuck here," Jake whispered. I staggered to my feet and shook my head. I almost looked back at the undulating face on the door, and I swear I felt some invisible hand reaching out to touch my mind. I shuddered and backed away. We found a window, but it was black on the other side. I had a bad feeling about what that implied. Suddenly Jake was next to me, holding a brick he had scavenged from somewhere and readying it. "Here's hoping," he said, while hurling it at the glass. I was happy to hear the satisfying sound of shattering glass, but horrified when instead of daylight coming in, waves of black paint began pouring from the window. "Are you kidding me?" Jake shouted in disbelief. "Come on, let's get away from this one. Maybe if we find those other guys, they can tell us what the hell is really going on, and how we can get out," I said while moving on. Eventually we heard something near the west wing and followed the dark halls to it. It sounded like low, muffled gasps of pain, and when we emerged into the room, we saw something horrifying. Roger was there, splayed out and cut open by something. His body was positioned like a morbid statue, and a terrible wound was gouged into his torso, which looked like it had almost disemboweled him. Horrifically, he seemed to still be alive. We approached slowly, and he mumbled a weak groan of agony. "Holy, what happened here?" Jake managed to spit out, and I echoed the sentiment. We got closer, and Roger's eyes finally rolled forward out of the back of his head and faced us. He groaned and mumbled, and we could tell he was trying to speak. "Go. Not safe. Nathan is here, but something else." He fell silent, but his eyes remained open. He was dead. "Oh, hell, man, what happened to him?" Jake asked in a panic. I had no idea either and was trying to reconcile just what we had seen. We looked around in paranoid confusion when we heard something that terrified us even more than the silence. Footsteps. "Did you bring the insurance?" I asked Jake in a terrified whisper. There was a long pause while I looked at him and my heart sank. "I did, yeah. It's just in the van," he said while flashing a pained smile. "Of course," I groaned, not really knowing if having a gun like the insurance would help against sentient paint and whatever things were at work in the building. "Well, come on then. We can't stay here. Let's try and find a way out." Jake nodded, and together we crept out of the room, leaving the bloodied body of Roger behind us. We found another window, and I didn't see any shifting, monstrous visage behind us, so I figured that was a start. I found a large piece of rebar nearby, and I hefted it up. "Nice, man. Let's give it a shot. Crack it open," Jake whispered. I held the bar and swung as hard as I could. Glass shattered, and the darkness behind the glass gave way to a more natural glow of twilight. We could get out this way. I used the bar to clear the glass out of the frame. It was a tight fit, but I figured we could both get out of the building and this lot before Mayhew and telling him the bad news. Just as the way was clear and I was pulling myself up and out of the building, I heard footsteps again. I looked down the hall and saw a figure emerging from one of the adjacent rooms. There was a low groaning, creaking sound, like the rusty hinge of a door. The terrible sound echoed as the figure walked along in what looked like pain. "Move, move, move!" Jake shouted at me, and I hoisted myself up just in time to meet a dark wall of human faces. I sat there straddling the wall and looking in disbelief and horror as the tortured faces of dozens of people stared back at me, all as one. They wailed a pained cacophony that nearly ruptured my eardrums. I fell off the windowsill and landed hard, but the pain in my body from landing was secondary to the pain in my ears. The awful sound those monstrous half-faces bellowed stunned me. I stared up dumbly at the broken window, as if expecting them to be gone, but the leering faces looked down at me, and I swear they started to laugh. Before I knew what was happening, I could hear again, and I heard Jake shouting at me and hoisting me back to my feet. "Come on, man, come on!" He pulled me up and we started to sprint away from the wall of faces. When I looked back, I saw the figure slowly moving towards us. A faint glow of inky tendrils trailed behind him, covering the walls, floor, and ceiling with more of the terrible paint. We rushed on, but the path led to a large double door that was padlocked and barred. "What now?" Jake said, struggling for words and as scared and desperate as I was feeling. My mind was finally recovering, and I noticed we passed 2 doors on our attempted flight from the building. "This way," I told him as we moved reluctantly back towards our pursuer. We ducked into one of the rooms and closed the door just as I heard the awful creaking and groaning sound getting closer. The room was small and had old filing cabinets and 2 busted down desks. We took cover under one of them and tried to stifle our strained breathing as we waited to see if the thing would follow us in. For several minutes we sat there in panicked anticipation. As we waited, I saw something in a half-closed drawer. It looked like a small silver locket. I reached into the drawer, and it made a slight noise that Jake nearly freaked out about. I shrugged apologetically and removed the locket. I opened it and saw the portraits of 2 young women. I turned it over in my hand and saw that the locket had likely been a gift. There was an engraving which read, "To Lily, my sister and my muse. Love, Sam." "What's that?" Jake asked. "Not sure what it is or how it got here, but something about the face in this locket feels weirdly familiar." Jake frowned. "Alright, man, just don't put it on or get possessed by some ghost girl. I'm not dealing with that tonight." I agreed and nearly laughed at the absurdity of our situation. For a moment, I thought it might be safe to leave, that maybe we had given our pursuer the slip. I was about to stand up when the door handle rattled. The door opened with a terrible creak, and we both knew that thing was in the room now. The smell of old paper was replaced by the sickly sweet smell of something rotting, as well as the strong fumes of fresh paint following close behind. I couldn't bring myself to look over the desk. It was in here now. Jake sat next to me, shivering, but trying to stay silent too. His eyes bulged suddenly, and I stole a glance at what he was looking at. It was a snaking tendril of paint that moved past the desk we hid behind and slowly climbed up the adjacent wall. We heard shambling steps in the room and a terrible gasping sound like a person struggling to breathe. Eventually the paint on the wall began to take shape and form into the silhouette of a face. Jake shook his head and closed his eyes. I knew we shouldn't look, but if we stayed in place, we would have no choice but to. I had an idea then. It was a bad idea, but we were in trouble if we didn't do something. As the face began to form, I knew whatever it was would see us, so I leapt forward and put my back to the face to try and cover its eyes. My plan would have worked, but I tripped and stumbled, knocking a small stack of papers over in the effort. I held my breath, but I heard the footsteps getting closer again. I knew the thing was too close. I had to do something. I jumped up and shouted, "Nathan, wait!" The figure stopped moving and stood looking at me. In the dim light, I finally saw its features, and it took all my willpower to meet its gaze. It was a person, a middle-aged man, bald and with a thin beard. As for eye color, I couldn't tell. All that showed were fathomless black pits of swirling ink that looked just like the sentient paint we had been trying to cover up. Whatever was happening to this place, it seemed to have possessed one of the cleaners, and I had no idea what I was really looking at just then. There was a terrible pause, and I thought I might have made a mistake. I had a feeling it would rush me and envelop Jake and me in the terrible paint. Instead, I heard a choking, gasping noise, followed by the figure bending over and retching. In the next moment, torrents of the writhing paint left his body. Then the thing that had once been Nathan looked at me again. It cleared its throat and spoke. You two, more people Mayhew brought to destroy my work. You can't be allowed to leave. You can't be allowed to do this. The figure lurched forward, and I held up my hands. Wait, we were just hired to clean the place. The thing reached out its arms, and snakes of paint began to unfurl and reach out. I thought we were dead, but I reached for the trinket I had just found and held it out. Wait, was this you? Please tell us. Who are we really speaking to? The thing stared at me for another moment, then at Jake as he silently rose to look at what was happening. Where did you find that? It rasped. Oddly, the thing's voice softened after seeing the locket. Yes, my name was Samantha Gardner. I used to work here, selling paintings that my sister Lily and I would make. The people loved our work, and for a long time this was a joyful place. Then Mayhew bought it and started extorting all the vendors. He started raising our rent for no reason, kicking vendors out who had been here for years, just because they would not kiss his ass. Worst of all was what he did to the female vendors. The terrible face of the puppet Nathan went slack, and I heard bones crunching as a fist balled up. I shuddered as I considered the entity's anger. After a while, enough of us got together and tried to get him ousted, but he took things to an extreme. He knew I wouldn't let it go. He invited me here to talk it over and try to come to an arrangement. Then he killed me. My sister was horrified. She tried to get the police involved, but they couldn't prove anything. Mayhew ensured it all looked like an accident. I thought it was over. I was dead, but somehow Lily used her paints to bring me back. I don't know how it worked or how I'm here again, but what I do know is I will get Mayhew for what he did to all of us. Hey, ghost man or lady. We only took this as a temp job. Mayhew sucks as far as we are concerned. He didn't tell us any of this, so do you think you could let us go? We could, I don't know, maybe rough him up for you or something. No need to hurt us, right? Jake asked. The figure paused for a moment as if considering. There was a brief glimmer of hope, but my heart sank when the figure shook its head. No, I'm sorry. You two are too valuable to me as vessels. The others couldn't leave. This one is too broken. I don't need to trust someone who works for Mayhew when I can just wear them. Don't move. It's less painful if you don't resist. The creature staggered towards us again, arms outstretched, the terrible paint bleeding from its mouth. I pulled Jake away as a gout of black paint sprayed out from the thing and nearly covered him. We recovered quickly and burst out of the room, running away as fast as we could. I looked around as we fled and saw that the walls were covered in more of the paint. It was dripping from the ceiling now, like blood from a wound. We rushed back through the main hall and witnessed a horrifying sight. The walls were lined with more of the black paint. In each surface, the faces of the dead writhed in different states of decay. The sentient paint surged and writhed over everything like a canvas of lost souls. We had to get out, but we knew that thing was still after us. I had another idea. It was a bad one, but we didn't have many options. Jake, do you have a lighter? I asked him. Yeah, man, why? What's the plan? He handed it to me. I considered just how crazy the idea was, but resolved to go through with it when I realized what might happen if we waited. Well, if this is like one big painting, and the canvas is keeping us in, why not burn our way out? We have gallons of paint thinner in the hall that Mayhew left, and a light source. I trailed off, and Jake's look of concern changed to a manic, hopeful smile. It's crazy, dangerous, and stupid. I love it. Let's go. We sprinted back to the front door, ignoring the terrible wailing coming from the images all around us. We got to the front door and saw the drums of paint thinner nearby. Throw some, I called out to Jake. He doused the door with paint thinner, splashing it over everywhere since his eyes were closed and he didn't want to look at the terrible faces that screamed back at him. "Back up," I shouted to him, and he stumbled a few steps back. I opened the lighter, struck a flame, and crossed my fingers. I threw the lighter, and after a moment, there was a burst of light as a small fireball flared into life. The stench of burning paint and charred wood was horrible. The faces melted away, then the paint, then parts of the door as the fire spread quickly from surface to surface. "Now we just have to get out of the burning building," I laughed as we saw the smoldering door. Suddenly a terrible wail echoed through the hall, and we saw the twisting form of Nathan being carried aloft by a small wave of living paint. The puppet thing spoke in the enraged voice of the slain painter. "You pathetic, monstrous savages! What have you done? My work, my life. You will burn it all down. There will be no justice for us all. No future. No more art." I almost felt bad for the rambling specter, until the horrible face contorted in a rictus of hatred, and the thing shrieked and charged at us. We had to go. I looked to Jake and he nodded. We both leapt at the burning door, feet outstretched in a synchronized kick. The door smashed open and we stumbled out into the cold night air. We gasped at the fresh air and scrambled away from the burning building. The paint monster continued wailing but could not follow us through the veil of flame. As we watched it burn, we saw the outside tendrils of paint begin to wither and dissipate, despite the lack of touching flame. "Should we call 911? Jake asked. I considered it for a moment, then heard the shrieks inside of whatever still lingered. "Nah, let it burn for a bit." We sat and watched the inferno for a while before we heard a car approaching and saw it was Mr. Mayhew. He jumped out of his car and his face was pale. No, my building. What happened?" He stomped over to us angrily, and Jake looked ready to engage. But I held a hand out to stop him and spoke first. "So, I think a few details were omitted about this project, but I'm guessing we were not supposed to find out before we got turned into demonic meat puppets by the ghost of an artist you murdered." Mayhew looked shocked that I had just said it out loud. I followed up and pressed my assertion. "And you thought we would die in there like the others. What was the insurance policy you had for Roger and Nathan? Was it a lot? How much was ours? Hopefully it was on par with whatever you will get for this place burning down." I flashed a sarcastic smile and he fumed. Mayhew looked indignant and started to respond. "No, it's not like that. The job needed to be done to keep me." He stopped and corrected quickly. "I mean to keep the business safe. The money just helped cover the expenses. It's not my fault they couldn't listen and stay safe." At that point, Jake was done with words, and just as Mayhew was looking smug at his own sense of superiority, Jake punched him hard in the face. The big man staggered and fell down. Jake was about to follow up, but I held him back when I saw Mayhew had drawn a gun on us. He looked up at Jake with a bloody nose and hatred burning in his eyes. "I ought to kill you for that, but first responders are probably on the way, and it wouldn't look good for the public. Plus, I think the fire may have contained it. I never thought to try before since I couldn't be sure. Didn't want to let it out, but I think it's gone." He looked around and smiled. "So I will let y'all leave, but if you so much as say anything about this, I swear I will." I interjected, pulling Jake away from jumping at the man again. Yeah, we won't. Go to hell, you greedy son of a..." I pulled Jake away and took a few steps back from Mayhew, who huffed and put his gun away. He mumbled something about lawyers and got back in his car. "We just going to let this murderer get away like that?" Jake said indignantly. I felt an odd tingling in my pocket and removed the silver locket. I looked at it and smiled. "No, it's fine. He can leave, but he won't be escaping justice in time." Jake looked confused as I bent down to collect the small scrap of paper that lay by his feet. I wrapped the paper around the small locket and felt a disturbing sense of energy. I broke into a run and moved quickly up to the Oldsmobile as Mayhew was departing. I slipped the small fragment of paper into the seam of his trunk right before the car sped off. Jake ran up, looking confused. "What was that?" he asked. I held up a hand and pointed to Mayhew as he drove away. I watched with a smile as lines of black paint started emerging from his trunk. Jake saw it too, and his eyes went wide. "Wow, man, that's going to be a fun reunion." I nodded my head silently. Jake and I waited for a bit, then turned back to the van as we heard a crushing sound in the distance, followed by gunshots and a scream. "Do you think we could get proper jobs as painters, just to try it out?" Jake shrugged and chuckled. "Nah, something else next. Painting sucks." The call came in after we had already gone to bed for the night. Our station's blaring loudspeaker alarm forced me to rocket out of a state of half-slumber and sit up in my bunk. The words "fire response" came over the same loudspeaker as I looked at the alert on my phone and saw that only about 30 minutes had passed since I had closed my eyes. My phone read, "Forcible entry, victim trapped inside of building," followed by an address that I didn't think anything of at the time. I wasn't terribly tired. I never really drifted into a deep sleep while doing overnights at the firehouse, and so I was able to step out of my bunk and quickly make my way to the gear room without having to shake off too much grogginess along the way. It was a cold night in the dead of winter, but my usual bunk room always feels like it's about 100 degrees in there, so I had gone to bed that night in my usual attire of black gym shorts and a gray t-shirt. The gear room, on the other hand, tends to mimic the outside temperature, with near-perfect accuracy, so I mentally prepared myself to step out into the frigid winter air in what was barely more than a pair of skivvies. The cold hit me hard, and I couldn't prevent myself from shivering as I walked past Osgood and Fuller, who already had their turnout pants on, and were busy pulling their suspenders over their shoulders. "Feeling a little chilly there, rookie," Osgood said. I had been with the department for more than 3 months at this point, but seeing as I was still the newest guy on the payroll, I had not yet shirked that nickname. "A bit," I admitted, as I made my way to my locker and began stepping into my pants. "Maybe you can cuddle me when we get back, Ozzy." The guys laughed at that. Methods of tickling their funny bones had been some of the first things I had learned while working there. Once we all had our pants on, we grabbed the rest of our gear and began walking into the apparatus bay. Price, our driver, was already in the driver's seat of the rescue, his gear stashed in the cab where Fuller and I would be sitting. It always blew me away how quickly the guys managed to get ready during nighttime calls. The other guys all said that he didn't sleep when he worked overnights, and instead spent all night sitting in the bay, just waiting for the call that may not have even been coming. Fuller and I jumped into the cab, and Osgood climbed into the officer's seat up front. Price had the rescue peeling out of the bay before I even had my seatbelt on. "You got the address, right, Pierce?" Osgood asked our driver. Price nodded. "Yeah." "Do you recognize it?" "Yeah," the driver said again. "How could somebody possibly be trapped in there?" "I don't know," Price said, "but I don't like it." "What's so weird about that address?" I asked, confused by their conversation. "It's the address of that supermarket that shut down a while back," Fuller said. "Not just shut down," Osgood said. 10 months ago it was completely abandoned, out of the blue. It's been closed up ever since. There's no way somebody could be trapped in there." "Maybe some teenagers broke in or something," I said. "What do the notes say?" "Somebody called 911 and said they were stuck," Osgood explained. "They said, 'I can't get out,' a handful of times before they hung up the phone. dispatch couldn't get any other details from the caller before the line got disconnected. Maybe it's somebody pulling a prank, I offered. Fuller shook his head. The notes say the call came from the landline in the office at the back of the store. Whoever made the call definitely made it from inside of the building. Price partially glanced in Osgood's direction while he drove. So what's the plan then, officer? Osgood, evidently not finding anything useful in the digital system while browsing through the tablet sitting in front of him on the dash, flipped through the binder of old pre-plans resting on his lap. When he found the page he was looking for, he took half a minute to skim its details. We'll pull around the back and enter through the door in the rear, he eventually said. You boys back there good to do some forcible entry? Yeah, Fuller said. He looked at me. You take the Halligan, I'll take the axe. I nodded. All right. Our conversation went dormant as we continued our way to the scene of the call. The frigidity from the outside world seeped into the cab as we drove, and I soon found myself shivering once again. Pulling on my turnout coat helped the cold some, but I still found myself wishing desperately that I could be back in that 100-degree bunk room. I silently resented whoever had called us out here on such a brutal winter night. We were almost certainly in the midst of being pranked by some kids. With any luck, we would arrive on scene and find them outside without ever having to enter the building, where we could quickly scold them for wasting emergency resources before returning back to the warmth and comfort of our station. We still had a long, cold night ahead of us, and I prayed to God that this would be our only call before my shift ended at 6 a.m. Osgood looked at Fuller and me in the rearview mirror. Get your packs on now, boys, he said. I want everyone on air. We ain't taking any chances with the air quality in this place, considering how long it's been sealed up. You think it's going to be dangerous in there? Fuller asked. I don't know, Osgood said, but it can't hurt to be safe. I resisted the urge to groan. Going on air meant we'd have to refill the cylinders when we got back. Of course, we could have just slapped fresh tanks into the SCBAs and left the used ones in the engine bay until morning, but if Osgood didn't insist on refilling them right away, then Price most certainly would. Our long night just got a few minutes longer. Osgood, Fuller, and I pulled our SCBAs over our shoulders and began tightening the straps. Price's pack was in a compartment just outside of the driver's side door, so he wouldn't be able to get it on until we arrived. None of us pulled our masks on yet. We knew we would likely have to force the rear door, and we didn't want to fog up the face coverings with the effort. We arrived at the strip mall where the abandoned supermarket lived, and had to drive the length of the shopping center before we could loop around to the rear side. Much like our destination, most, if not all, of the storefronts along the strip appeared to be devoid of business. It was difficult to make out any details in the dark, but from my spot in the cab, I could see that several storefronts lacked any kind of signage or branding out front, and those that did possess these things looked to be in varying states of disrepair. The road we drove on, as well as the parking lot on our left side, were riddled with potholes that were stared down upon by row after row of completely dead or rapidly flickering streetlights. The entire place felt incredibly eerie. It was as if we were driving straight into an apocalyptic hellscape that existed only a short few minutes from our fire station. Price pulled around back and we disembarked from the rescue. Osgood approached the rear of the supermarket, while Price pulled on his SCBA, and Fuller and I grabbed a set of irons from the rescue tools compartment on the truck. We had also each grabbed a flashlight from the cab of the apparatus before stepping outside. They hung from our sides by their straps and gently bumped against our hips as we approached the structure. The building's rear was constructed of old, faded, crumbling brick. A single loading dock, complete with a rusty iron shutter, was carved out of a section of the wall. A couple of yards from this dock was a small concrete platform, accessible by both a staircase and a ramp of the same material. A metal door existed at the top of the platform on the same wall as the shutter. Osgood was already standing outside of this door. Price was climbing the steps while Fuller and I approached with our tools. I followed Fuller up the stairs to the platform and stepped forward, ready to shove the fork end of my Halligan into the door frame. Price stopped me by placing a firm hand on my shoulder before shaking his head. "Don't they teach you to try before you pry anymore, rookie?" he said. I frowned, taking a step back. "They do," I said sheepishly. "Sorry." Osgood laughed. "I guess you can't blame the guy for being a little eager." He wrapped a gloved hand around the door's handle, gripped the latch, and pulled. Much to my surprise, the door put up no resistance as it came away from its frame. Osgood noted my change in expression and grinned. "Don't look so surprised," he said. "The caller had to get into the building somehow, after all." "Yeah," I said. "I guess you're right." Osgood released his grip on the door and allowed it to fall back into place. "All right," he said. "Let's get on air and get this over with." We did as our officer instructed and pulled our masks onto our faces before we opened our air cylinders. I heard my SCBA's low pressure alarm ring briefly, indicating new airflow, before I attached my regulator to my mask. My next breath allowed a small blast of air to fill my mask and kiss my mouth and nose. When we were all ready, and our breaths were coming in the form of slow, deliberate shallows, Osgood once again opened the door. Price stepped inside first, followed by Fuller and then me, with our officer bringing up the rear. The metal door groaned shut behind us, cutting off our portal to the outside world. All four of us clicked on our flashlights and began scanning our new environment with our beams. We found ourselves in a tight, dark hallway. Its walls were made of plain, off-white brick. Its floor a long stretch of worn, gray vinyl. Thousands of particles of what I, at the time, assumed to be dust floated and flitted through the air all around us. "Fire department!" Osgood yelled. His words sounded mechanical and distant through his SCBA's voice amplifier. When he received no response, he lowered his voice and directed it at us. "The pre-plan says the office should be just up ahead." He led the way through the passage until we came upon a door on the wall to our left. It hung slightly ajar. The space beyond it was bathed in darkness. "This should be it," he said. Osgood slowly pushed the door open and allowed the flashlight attached to his turnout coat to illuminate the space beyond the threshold. He then took a cautious step inside. "Fire department," he called again. "Is anybody in here?" The rest of us stood in the hallway while our officer searched the office. All three of our pass systems, the blaring alarm on our SCBAs, that starts going off when we've been standing idle for too long, began to sound while we waited. We all needed to shake our SCBAs in order to silence the alarms, a process that became as second nature to us. After about 30 or 40 seconds in the office, Osgood came back out into the hall and closed the door shut behind him. "It's empty," he said, "but the phone is hanging off the receiver. It's got a dial tone." "So then somebody actually was here," I said. Fuller glanced down the hallway from which we had just come. But why would they need to call 911 when they were this close to the exit? Osgood shrugged. "Beats me, but I think somebody really did make that call from inside of this place." "Maybe it actually was a prank after all," I suggested. "Might have been," Price said. "Doesn't change the fact that we still have to search this whole place." "How is everyone doing on air?" Osgood asked. After confirming that we all had plenty of the stuff left, he went on. "Let's get this over with then. If we're quick about it, we can finish our search without having to go back for fresh cylinders." He led us down the hall until we reached another metal door at the far side. This barrier was different from the earlier one in that it was already partially ajar. A strange fact, considering that the door of the exact same type had closed on its own. This had evidently raised red flags for all four of us, because we immediately began to share glances with one another that we all knew indicated our concern, despite our faces being largely obscured by our masks. Osgood took a cautious step toward the door. He attempted to push it open, but he was immediately met with resistance. He then positioned his forearm against the barrier and gave it a forceful shove. The door still put up a fight, but with a little effort, he was able to create enough of an opening for us to fit through. With the space cleared, he took a step inside. The heavy metal door remained frozen in place even after he had left it behind. "Jesus Christ," we heard Osgood say from the other side of the threshold. Price quickly followed our officer through the doorway. Fuller went after him, and I brought up the rear. The space on the other side of the threshold was just as dark as the hallway had been, but our 4 flashlight beams did their best to illuminate our new world. More particles, thicker and more dense in their congregation, floated through the air all about us. They were so plentiful that our lights struggled to penetrate their haze, but we had just enough illumination to see that we were in a stockroom behind the main store. The walls, ceiling, floor, and shelves were all covered in a heavy layer of fungus. The mass looked to be one giant, perpetually growing organism that was constantly and frantically searching for more space to consume with its long, tendril-like roots. Looking at the ground, I could see that the door we had just come through had been forced to scrape along the fungus in order to come open. It was now held in place by the layer of fungus, which had glommed onto the bottom of the door with the buildup of the material that had been scraped away. "What the hell happened in here?" I said. "Good question," Osgood said. "I've been in some nasty places in my day, but none have ever been quite like this." "I think we're good to get out of here now," Fuller said. "Anybody who made their way in here would have likely been dead within minutes of breathing this air. This clearly isn't a rescue attempt anymore. If anything, it's a recovery." "All the more reason we need to press on," Price said. "If somebody is still alive in here, then we need to pull them out ASAP." "We're not properly equipped for this," Fuller said. "We should be in hazmat suits in an environment like this, not turnout gear." Price shrugged. "It don't make a difference anymore now, seeing as we're already in the thick of it." "The Price is right," Osgood said. "We need to at least check this storage area. If we see no signs of anybody being in here, then we'll pull out, call in hazmat, and get deconned. But we need to make it quick. Fuller, you'll search to the left with me while Price and the rookie go to the right." Fuller sighed to announce his frustration, but he offered no further protest. Osgood looked at Price. "Radio us if you find anything." The driver nodded, and our 2 small groups went off into our separate directions. I didn't know what to say to my companion. He had always been the hardest person at my station to strike up a conversation with, so we remained silent as we conducted our search. We followed the mold-covered wall and weaved past shelves consumed by fungus. After rounding a corner, we came across a new metal door that was largely covered in the mass, and which was only identifiable by the handle that stuck out from the blanket of mold. "I figure this door leads into the loading dock based on the pre-plan," Price said. He took hold of the handle and tried to open the door, but it remained firmly in place. "Locked, but I doubt we'll be needing to go in there anyway. This door looks like it's been shut tight for a long time. Any potential victim in here won't have made it past this thing." We continued on for another minute or so before we spotted Osgood and Fuller. When we reached them, we found that they were waiting for us in front of a pair of swinging doors. One of the doors was slightly ajar. It was pushed away from us and stuck in place, just like how the metal door had been. "You took so long that I was getting ready to radio you," Osgood said. "We were looking at something back there," Price said. He glanced at the fungus-caked double doors. "I'm guessing you 2 aren't the ones who pushed that open." "Correct," our officer said. "Which means whoever was in here went further into the store. Which means we need to keep going." I expected another protest from Fuller, but the man remained silent. After another quick oxygen check, during which we confirmed that we all had close to 3/4 of our cylinders left. We continued on into the store proper. Osgood pushed against the stuck door similarly to how he had the previous one, before leading the way into the space beyond it. I did not think that the mold spores, could have gotten any worse than they already were, but I was wrong. They were so thick and oppressive that I could hardly see beyond their dense curtain. The haze partially reflected my flashlight's beam back at me. It felt as if I was surrounded by the smoke of a burning building, or as if I had been swallowed by a heavy, ravenous hare. An even greater quantity of mold infested this new space. It teemed in the shadows beyond the reach of my flashlight and oozed out of a nearby frozen food chiller, making it look as if the waist-high container was overflowing with ice. "Fire department," Osgood called again. "Is anybody in here?" His echoing voice was the only thing to respond to him. "It's going to take us forever to search this place," Fuller said. "Not if we move quickly," Osgood said. "Same pairs as before. We'll go along the perimeter wall. If we haven't found anything by the time we meet up, then we'll begin searching the aisles one by one. Any questions?" Nobody responded. "Good. Now let's get this over with before we start getting low on air." Osgood and Fuller once again began moving left along the outer wall of the supermarket, while Price and I began moving to the right. I glanced in our companion's direction after taking only a few short steps, and was slightly alarmed to see the beams of their flashlight had already been completely consumed by the swirling mold spores. In a matter of seconds, it had become as if they had never existed at all. I walked with Price for another couple of minutes, while sweeping my flashlight with one hand and holding my Halligan with the other. I had yet to use the tool since entering the structure, and I considered offering it to my companion, who held nothing in his hands. He, like Osgood, had a flashlight attached to his coat, but I decided against it. I feared that the older man would think I was trying to pawn the Halligan off on him, and I did not want him believing me to be lazy. The silence in that space was almost overwhelming. It was as if the miasma of mold was muffling any and all ambient sound that would have come through, while somehow also creating a harsh noise that rattled my brain and threatened to destroy me from the inside out. The only sounds to break up the quiet were our soft footsteps against the fungus-covered floor, and the rhythm of our regular, mechanical breaths. I checked my cylinder's pressure again as we walked. It had not gone down much since the last time I had looked at it, but I was worried about suddenly going low on air in such an inhospitable environment. Of course, I knew that it would activate a low pressure alarm before things got too dicey, but my paranoia told me that there was always the chance that the trigger would malfunction, and I would end up sucking my mask to my face before I knew it, suddenly forced to choose between imminent suffocation and breathing those toxic, putrid particles. Eventually the silence became unbearable, and at risk of wasting more oxygen, I spoke. "What do you think caused this place to get like this?" At first, Price didn't answer, and for a moment, I thought that he intended not to. But then his robotic-sounding words escaped from his voice amplifier. "Don't know," he said. "I ain't ever seen anything like this." I glanced at some of the nearby freezers as we walked. Beyond the sheets of mold that fogged up the glass, I could see rows upon rows of once frozen meals still sitting in their spots on the shelves. "I guess they abandoned this place with everything still in it," I said. "Maybe that's what caused all this mold to grow." "This place has only been abandoned for less than a year," he said. "It shouldn't have gotten this bad in such a short time." I considered this for a moment. "Well, I guess it doesn't really matter what caused it to get like this," I said. "We're only here to find a potential victim, and that's all we have to worry about right now." Price nodded. "That's right. Leave the more complicated stuff in the higher pay grade where it belongs. Glad to see you're finally starting to get it, rookie." We kept going for another minute or so in silence. I continued to scan the way ahead of us with my flashlight beam. for all the good it did me in that dark, gloomy space. The spore haze seemed like it was growing thicker the more we walked, and the more dense it was, the more difficult it was for our beams to penetrate it. It was for this reason that, when I saw movement in one of the aisles from out of the corner of my vision, I didn't quite believe my own eyes. I came to an immediate stop and turned my flashlight down the aisle in question. Price, looking at me, did the same. "What is it?" he asked. "I don't know," I said, "but I thought I saw something move down there." "A person?" "I don't know," I said again. "It could have been. It also could have been my eyes playing tricks on me. It's hard to tell in here." "We should check it out regardless." I hesitated. "Are you sure we should head off the path? We told Ozzy and Fuller that we wouldn't start checking aisles until we met up again." "It could be the victim," Price said. He brought his hand up to the radio mic strapped to his collar. "Price to Ozzy." There was a pause before Osgood's crackly voice came over the speaker. "Go ahead, Price." The rookie thought he saw something down one of the aisles. "We're going to check it out. We'll let you know if we find anything." "Copy that," Osgood said. "Just be careful." Price nodded as if the man on the other side of the conversation could see the gesture. "Always." The two of us began creeping down the aisle. Without thinking, I looked up at the sign above my head as I passed it. We were walking into the canned goods aisle. Part of me wanted to chuckle. The items down that aisle would probably have still been edible, assuming one felt so inclined to dig them free of the layer of fungus that guarded them. I couldn't say the same for almost anything else in the store. "Fire department," Price called, speaking that familiar mantra. "Is anybody there?" Silence. Price and I got to the center of the aisle, right about to where I had seen the movement earlier. We searched around the place with our flashlights, but we turned up nothing. As far as either of us could tell, we were completely alone in that passage, surrounded on all sides by preserved foods covered in an ever-growing blanket of death. "See anything?" my companion asked. When I shook my head, he brought his hand up to his radio. "Price to Ozzy. Turns out it was a false alarm. We'll get back to the outer wall and continue our..." The sound of crashing glass behind us brought his words to an abrupt end. Price removed his hand from his radio as he and I turned to look in the direction from which we had just come. On the floor a few yards away lay what I could just barely make out to be a shattered jar, its contents spilling out onto the floor and mixing with the mold that lived there. "You alright, Price?" Osgood said over the radio. My companion ignored the question. Instead, he and I shared a brief glance before we took a cautious step towards the ruined jar. "Hello?" Price said. "Is somebody there?" His words were replaced by a sudden shout as his feet were pulled out from under him, and he landed on his back with a terrible crash. Price began sliding along the moldy floor in the direction that we had just been facing. His yells were mangled by the harsh screech of his SCBA scraping along beneath his back. I rushed through the darkness after my taken companion, but he was moving far too quickly for me to keep up with him. He would have soon been lost to the shadows, but he managed to reach out and grab onto a shelf divider. As he was pulled past it, the thing dragging him continued in its effort, but he managed to hold on long enough for me to reach his side. Wrapped around his leg was a long, squirming tendril that stretched out into the shadows beyond where my flashlight beam could see. It fought desperately to rip Price free of his anchor, which he held on to for dear life, dropping my flashlight and allowing it to come to a rest at the end of its strap at my side. I took my Halligan into both hands and lifted it up to my head before bringing the forked end down upon the angry tendril. Matter was severed from matter, as both ends of the tentacle, now free of each other, writhed on their own. The end wrapped around Price's leg released its grip as it began to violently contort on the ground. The longer section quickly darted away from the blow and disappeared into the darkness. I took my Halligan into one hand and used the other to grab Price by the arm. He desperately backed away from the twisting mass as I helped him to his feet. After taking a few minutes to catch our breath, we cautiously approached Price's attacker. It looked to me, in the dim light of my flashlight's beam, to be a tendril of moldy, twisting flesh, an unholy union of fungus and meat. It continued to squirm on the floor, but without its main body to support it, its efforts were ineffective. "What the hell is it?" I asked. "I don't know," Price said out of breath, "but we need to get out of here." I noticed a sudden hissing noise, which prompted me to lean towards Price. My stomach sank as I realized that the sound was his quickly depleting air source. "I think your cylinder ruptured when that thing attacked you," I said. "We need to get you outside." "Not until we find the others," Price said. "We can both go off of your cylinder for a bit if we need to." He quickly changed a knob on his radio. "I'm going to contact dispatch. See if you can get a hold of Ozzy and Fuller." As he began his transition to the outside world, I brought my hand to my own radio mic and pressed the button to begin my transmission. "This is Search Team 2 to Search Team 1, I said. A few moments of silence passed, during which I did not receive the go-ahead to speak. "Come in, Ozzy. Are you there?" I was met with further silence. "Ozman, Fuller, are either of you there?" "I can't get in touch with dispatch," Price said. "Something must be blocking the signal. No good on reaching the others either," I said. "Damn it," he said. "Then we're just going to have to..." A horrible screeching wail suddenly came blaring through both of our radios. It was so loud that we could hear the original sound coming from the other side of the building. The radio was unnecessary to broadcast that cry of primal, desperate distress. "That sounded like Fuller," Price said as we both looked in the direction of the scream. He had hardly finished his sentence before the blaring alarm of a pass device shattered the atmosphere all around us. Price did not even glance my way before he took off in the direction of the shrill noise. I offered one final glance at the still squirming tendril of flesh before rushing after him. I squared up next to my companion, and together we sprinted out of our aisle and toward the source of the commotion. The pass alarm grew in volume and intensity as we ran, until it finally reached its final, ear-splitting evolution. We rounded a corner and soon found ourselves in the midst of its mighty, overwhelming song. The sound was coming from the space that had once served as the store's meat department, a gigantic mass of writhing, undulating, mold-infused meat grew from the remnants of the department's display case, which had long since ruptured from the pressure created by the abomination that we now gazed upon. The mycotic mound of once flesh squirmed and lurched as its Stygian body continued to intrude from the space beyond the display. We quickly spotted the source of the pass alarm, the meaty silhouette of one of our companions. It would turn out to be Osgood, stood completely still as the wall of flesh consumed the rest of his body. His pass alarm became muffled as the mass closed around any remaining apertures through which the sound could escape. The screaming SCBA's flashing orange lights continued to gleam through the coffin of carrion before they too were completely ingested. What looked to be the outlines of several arms, legs, and even faces stretched out from the squirming heap of meat. The muted, agonized groans of our swallowed companion joined a chorus of indistinct voices that called out from the tumulus of wiggling death. "I can't get out," I thought I heard one of the voices say. I also thought I heard another one say the word "stuck," but I couldn't be certain. The words sounded more like the primal cries of panicked animals than the intelligent sentences of human beings. "Mother God," Price muttered next to me. Fuller stood at the very limits of this advancing mass. Several fleshy tendrils were wrapped around his legs and hips and torso, and pulled at him as he desperately swung at his attackers with his axe. I rushed to Fuller's side and began digging at the tendrils with my Halligan. He managed to sever one of the muscly vines as I worked, but two more quickly took its place. They managed to easily dodge his incoming blows. One latched itself around his neck while the other splashed against his mask. The mask shattered with enough force to disconnect his regulator. I only heard his scream for a brief moment before the mass of fungus and meat filled his mouth and nose and completely consumed his face. I instinctively tried to step away from the mound of twisting tissue, but I was stopped when one of the fungal tendrils lashed out and grabbed onto my boot. Price rushed forward and grabbed the axe from Fuller's hand. Moments before the flesh had fully consumed its victim, he brought the axe down on the matter, creeping its way up my boot. I was able to pull my foot away from the larger mass and managed to shake away any meat that remained there, setting myself free. "Come on," Price said. He turned and ran away from the growing wall of carrion without looking to see if I was following after him. Needless to say that I was. I also did not turn back to offer our last companion a final glance, for fear of losing all hope at the sight of the monstrous formation of meat that so desperately sought to add us to its ranks. We cut through the nearest aisle in our desperate fight toward our exit. Tendrils of matter rushed toward us as we fled. Each of us swung our respective tools turned weapons at our encroaching foes. Fungal flesh splattered against the shelves of either side of us. We did not stop to admire the works of art that we left behind. Soon our exit came into view. I was filled with a burst of hope that was quickly dashed into oblivion when I suddenly noticed that I was running by myself. I turned back around and spotted Price crouched on the floor a few yards back. He desperately hacked and sucked at a regulator that was no longer providing him with any oxygen. In my frantic effort to escape, I had not noticed the sound of his low air alarm. I did not know how long he had struggled on while fighting against his need to breathe. A tentacle exploded out from the darkness and wrapped around the arm holding his axe. I took a step toward him, but he used his free hand to rip his suffocating regulator free of his mask. "Go!" he shouted as spores filled his lungs. Two more tendrils grabbed hold of him and began pulling him deeper into the shadows. He did not scream even as they found the new opening in his mask and made themselves at home. I turned and sprinted away from my companion. It seemed to take me hours to reach the swinging doors that led into the storage area, but at long last I finally stepped beyond the threshold. I continued to run, my breath coming in the form of heavy, mechanical gasps as I reached the partially open door that led into the back hallway. I did not think that I would find the strength to force my heavy, sweating body through the tight aperture, but I somehow managed to make it to the other side. The way outside was now in sight. All I had to do was make it to the other side of that impossibly long hallway. Something latched onto my back, halting my progress. My next step grew heavier, as did my next, until I could no longer move forward. Looking over my shoulder, I saw multiple tendrils latched onto the back of my SCBA. I desperately began tearing at my air pack straps, while silently cursing the fact that the thing was so thoroughly secured to my body. Soon everything was pulled loose, and all that remained was one strap pulled over my shoulder. I took one final gasp of air from my regulator before I tore it from my mask, and brought the bottom of my hood up to cover the new opening. I then released the SCBA strap from my shoulder. The air pack fell backwards into the tendrils that so desperately pulled against it. In the same moment, I managed to sprint away from the lost air source and rushed the rest of the way toward my exit. My lungs burned as I tore open the metal door standing between me and the outside world. I scrambled onto the cement platform and quickly slammed the door behind me. It wasn't until I was down the stairs and halfway to the rescue before I finally pulled my hood away and took a huge, gasping breath. Fresh air had never tasted so good before, but I did not have time to enjoy it. I rushed to the rescue, climbed into the officer's seat, and reached for the radio attached to the center console, but my hand did not even make it halfway to its destination before the speaker came to life with the anguished, tortured wails of my 3 lost companions. You polished that one off right quick, Cheryl said, taking away the empty dish from my booth. You need a refill on that drink, hon? She asked. Nah, I'm good, Cheryl. Let's just get this over with. Sure thing. I'll be back out in just a minute, she said before heading to the swinging doors that led to the kitchen. I hate Applebee's. Between the vintage Americana plastered to every wall and the dim lighting, the place is just depressing. Pick a lane and stick to it, I say. If you want to pretend to be a fancy pub, take some of the crap off the walls, and maybe get some tables that aren't made from the yellow laminate wood they let kids scribble on in preschool. Oh, and maybe serve me some food that isn't slop from a microwave. I don't mind crappy junk food. In fact, I just might like it too much. But don't take a Pinto and parade it out in front of me calling it a Porsche. I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid, you know? I slammed my fist into said laminate table, earning me a glance from Dick and Balls over at the bar. They were here every day, but had never spoken a word to me. Hell, I don't even think I had ever heard them speak to each other. Quick as they had turned my way, they lost interest and went back to nursing their hose water. Dollaritas, once again, fading into background props for the drab locale. Yep, I hated Applebee's, yet here I was. It was better than the alternative. I heard the double doors swing open and saw Cheryl coming down the lane with a large bowl in her hand. As she approached, a faint buzzing began to grow in volume with every step. When she got to my table, she let the bowl in front of me and pulled away the large cloth that had been covering it. The final dish was always served with a showman's flourish. For what reason? I still do not know. Oh my, don't that look good? Cheryl said, looking with genuine adoration at the writhing bowl of black hornets that she had sat before me. They were packed in tight, dozens upon dozens of the foul creatures. They frantically crawled over one another, buzzing angrily as they skittered, but they didn't leave the confines of the bowl. I sat immobile, staring at the dish. My finger tapped nervously on the table. You know, you could have some if you want, I said to Cheryl, who still loomed beside the table. She always stood and watched me eat. Oh, that's mighty kind, but I could never. That's your dish. You're the customer here. It's just my job to take care of you. Figures. Cheryl loved all the food, but never wanted to eat it. Go on now, she said excitedly. It's gonna get cold. I'm working on it, just give me a minute to appreciate my food, okay, Cheryl? I whimpered at the lady, my voice cracking like only half a nut had dropped. Embarrassing, but who would blame me? She put her hands in front of those gestures of false surrender. The kind you give when you weren't sorry for what you said, but sorry someone misinterpreted it. My apologies. I just want you to enjoy it, that's all. Yeah, enjoy it. Okay, Cheryl. Time was wasted, and there was one thing I was certain of. It was that sitting there staring at that bowl wouldn't make it go away. So I took a deep breath and reached inside. My hands pulsed with the vibrations of the wings as I raised the ball of fearsome insects and plopped them into my mouth. I started to chew and the wasps began to sting. White-hot pain filled my throat. While I chewed, the wasps, not instantly ground up between my teeth, angrily drove their stingers into my tongue. Some took flight in the small cavern of my mouth and flew down the back of my throat, choking me and piercing the soft walls of my esophagus with their stingers, before sinking to acid death awaiting them in my stomach. My eyes watered. I reached into the bowl for another bite, some dropping out from the sides of my mouth when I couldn't fit the whole handful over my now swollen tongue. Cheryl dutifully scooped these escapees away like the discarded peanut shells I had spent my childhood happy throwing on the floor, all the while watching my agony unfold in solemn silence. An unsavory grunting was emanating from my throat now. It hurt to chew. Hell, it hurt to even flex the muscles of my throat.
but my gag reflex was on autopilot, trying to free itself from the chitinous bits that clung to the back of my tongue like broken husks of popcorn. I tried to swallow my third mouthful of tiny demons and came up short. The wad of chewed bugs hung stuck in the back of my windpipe, refusing to go down. My throat was swelling shut. I retched. I coughed. I wheezed. I even wound up a fist and punched myself in the gut, trying anything to reclaim my open airway. But the multitude of stings were taking hold. With every second, I felt the breaths I took grow more shallow. One hand clawed at my throat, while the other frantically waved at Cheryl, but I knew that wasn't going to do any good. She just stood by, watching. Panic washed over me, followed by an intense wave of dizziness. I looked at her pleading one last time before smacking face first into my table and spilling the remaining wasps to the floor. Cheryl took her rag and wiped the bugs clean, then picked up the dish and headed back to the kitchen. I awoke with a start and found myself sitting in my booth, the menu already placed in front of me. Every time it always felt the same, like you just came to from one of those dreams where you were falling and your whole body jolts to life, still carrying that imagined momentum. Cheryl has already made her way to me. That woman is not a time waster. "What'll it be, hun?" she asks, pouring me a glass of water. "Just start me off at the top of the appetizers, Cheryl. We'll work our way down," I tell her, in the tired, monotone voice that has become my norm. "I'll go ahead and bring out the ultimate trio," she says before starting to the back again. "Let's go ahead and bring the nachos too," I call before she's out of earshot. "Any way we can just get all of them out in one big pile?" Cheryl gives it some thought for a moment, then shrugs. "Sure thing, baby. I don't see why not." Did you know that there are 4 nacho platters on the app menu? God forbid a guy with a penchant for corn and decision paralysis ever darkens the floor of the establishment. They say variety is the spice of life, but they're wrong. It's a pain in my butt. Now, of course, by this point, I'm sure you all realize that this ain't exactly your run-of-the-mill Applebee's. And for that matter, I'm not your run-of-the-mill patron. I'm dead. Remember all that junk food? Turns out they gave you a big hint right there in the name. That crap just ain't good for you. And I ate a lot of it. The new generation has a word for it. Stunt food, I think they call it. Burgers stacked so high you can't fit your jaw around them. Or maybe a plate of fries coated in so many layers of meat and cheese that you can't even see the spuds. That was my thing. If a restaurant had some type of gimmick entree, I wanted to try it. And try I did. Often. Too often. Overall, I stayed pretty active. I wasn't even that big of a guy. But all that fat and cholesterol slowly built up on my insides. It sat hidden away. A silent killer choking out my arteries until one day my heart just couldn't keep up. Funnily enough, I had been out at the local park, walking my dog when it happened. We got to the uphill portion and each footstep I took started to feel heavier than the last. I figured I was just really beat, but when my breath began getting shallow, I knew something wasn't right. Another couple of steps and it felt like someone had tied a rope around my chest and yanked it taut. I was on the ground in seconds. Tater ran around me in frantic dashes, barking, while I curled up beaten to submission by the waves of squeezing and stabbing pain shooting through my heart. I heard some footsteps rushing up to me before I faded away, but they were too late. I closed my eyes on the world and woke up here, at Applebee's. Threw a fit the first day I was in. Where am I? Where's Tater? What's going on? Got the attention of Dick and Bowles, who threw a pair of cursory glances my way from over at the bar. They paused the slow sipping on their cheap margaritas that always seemed to be full, even though there's not a bartender in sight, and stared holes into me. Wouldn't speak a word though when I hit them with my spattering of questions. The silence exasperated me further, and my voice got louder and louder till I was full-blown shouting in the empty restaurant. Eventually, my hollering mustered Cheryl from the kitchen, but by that point, I was already heading for the door. She tried to call out to me, but I wasn't listening. I heard a faint, "I wouldn't do that," before I slammed into that wooden door like a linebacker with 2.0 GPA that knew a scout was in the crowd. The wave of heat that hit me in the face was a shotgun blast. Point blank, straight to the skull. Beads of sweat pooled and evaporated before they could even run down my brow. As I flailed out the door and stumbled over my own feet, I could feel my lips dry and crack on the trip to the ground. I hit a patch of sidewalk and my skin sizzled. The first in a vast collection of injuries sustained at this godforsaken Applebee's. I leapt to my feet and my eyes grew so wide I expected them to bulge out of their socket. I was standing on a 4x4 block of sidewalk, but a couple good steps away from me, the ground just flat out ended. The Applebee's hung suspended over a gaping pit that burned with a fire, the likes of which I had never seen. It made the horizon glow with a deep, hateful shade of orange, and roared with such intensity that it sounded like I was trapped in a wind tunnel. Yet, over the roaring blaze, that was something more. It wasn't the roar of the flame I was hearing. It was screaming. As I looked on in fearful awe, I could see them. Thousands upon thousands of bodies rolling, writhing, burning, dripping flesh of magma sloughed off of them as they crawled upon one another, desperately pulling themselves forward, seeking any respite from the blaze. But with every forward motion of one, another slid further down, the process repeated ad infinitum. An ever-ascending ladder of the damned, reaching for an impossible destination. I was standing at the precipice of hell. "You might want to come back inside." A voice behind me broke me from my stupor, and I felt a hand on my shoulder. "If you fall, that's it. Done is done," Cheryl said, looking out over the pit with a sad gaze. I didn't need more convincing. I rejoined the waitress and took my spot at the booth that would indefinitely serve as my home. It was a bit more amiable to listen after witnessing the pit, and Cheryl gave me a vague, yet simple explanation of my predicament. I was dead as a doornail. A simple fact that was easy to accept after stepping out that doorway only to find myself at the brink of oblivion. Yep, I was dead all right, but that status of my eternal soul, that's where things got confusing. Believe it or not, I was a pretty good fella before I kicked off to the afterlife. Sure, I've got a bit of an attitude now, but you spend your endless days in a lonely Applebee's overhanging eternal hellfire, and tell me just how sunny your disposition is. I met just about all the requirements to march my way to the pearly gates. I was a good husband, volunteered at an animal rehab facility, and still called my mom every weekend. Even went to church on a fairly regular basis, and put my 10% in the plate every time. I would have been an easy case if it wasn't for that stunt food. Gluttony is a deadly sin, folks, and when you have to sign a waiver to eat a burger because it is so bad for you, well, that's gluttony. I had lived a good enough life to keep me from the hellfire, but I couldn't just waltz into the pearly gates. My consumption of all that greasy BS was close to willfully taking my own life. I had chosen to abuse my food, and I had to repent for my lifestyle. So here I sat, not in a confessional booth, but one meant to feed a family of 4. Cheryl came out of the kitchen with one of those big platters in hand. She had opted to save time and just had them make my nacho arrangement on the serving tray instead of separate plates. "Here you go, hon. Careful now, that cheese is hot," she said, placing the mountain of corn chips in front of me. "Anything I can get you?" "No, I'll be good for a while. Thanks, Cheryl," I replied, picking up a chip and starting in on the portion with the spinach dip. It only took a few bites before it hit me. By this point, I knew it was coming. Happened every time, sure as clockwork. But that didn't make it any more pleasant. The all too familiar wave of nausea that came from stuffing oneself a little too close to capacity rolled over me. I belched and felt the acid in my throat. A little bit of spinach dip sputtered out onto my chin. "Let me grab some extra napkins," Cheryl said. She returned a moment later with a small pile of paper towels and passed them to me, then returned to her spot, dutifully watching me suffer. It was always like this. Once I started eating, I immediately felt like I couldn't eat another bite, like there was no more room in my gut for more food. Yet I always did, and there always was. Acid reflux, nausea, protein farts. For the rest of the meal, I would be assailed by all of it, sitting right on the verge of vomiting. On the rare occasion I did, usually on purpose, just to buy myself a brief respite from the meal while Cheryl cleaned the table. I don't know the inner workings of divine justice, but from what I could tell, the gist of it was this. I had willfully put my body through the ringer with so much crappy food that now I had to experience the worst of what it would do to my body, day in and day out. According to Cheryl, the goal was to make it through the menu. If I could finish my meal, I could leave. The problem with that was the final item. This accursed Applebee's had a special item on the menu, one that I could only order after I finished everything else. It was always a secret, and it was always horrible. The first time Cheryl ever brought out my final meal, I thought repentance was going to be a piece of cake. 3 blobby fish stared up at me from the plate as Cheryl presented it to me with a big smile. They're so fresh. It's like we just plucked them up out of the ocean." She grinned, looking hungrily at the trio. I wasn't the biggest fan of seafood, especially whole and raw, but I was sure I could manage. I started chowing down and thought it was going well, all things considered. Then halfway through fish number 2, my fork clattered to the table. I had slipped out of my grasp as my arm went numb. I tried to pick it back up, but found that I couldn't move. A couple more moments and I couldn't breathe. Turns out pufferfish are pretty poisonous. Tetrodotoxin, it's called. Even the name sounds heinous. Next thing I knew, I was back in the booth, heart racing with that falling sensation, ready to start round 2. The next final meal wasn't so subtle. I did a double take when Cheryl plopped down a shimmering plate of broken glass. I was in utter agony as the micro shards embedded themselves into my gums and scraped at the sensitive roots of my teeth. By the time I had swallowed all of it, my throat was tearing open at the seams. Died a couple minutes later from blood loss. Getting into heaven wasn't going to be an easy task. I fought my hardest. I really did. But there's only so much a man can take before he starts to lose hope. I could make it through the regular menu like clockwork. Nausea be damned. But that final meal, the last hurdle to make it home free, was always too much. I had resigned myself to spending eternity in that booth, yet I kept eating. I had to. Nothing that happened to me in here could possibly be as bad as the pit awaiting outside, and if there was even a sliver of a chance that I made it through the final course, well, how far would you be willing to go for eternal bliss? Sometimes Cheryl would be down for a moment of conversation. It was always a nice break from the monotony. She was business-minded, though. I could only keep her gabbing for so long before it was back on the saddle and time to eat again. I polished off the last of the lava cake. What a sorry excuse for a dessert. I'm pretty sure we sold those frozen bricks of chocolate for our school fundraisers back in the day. Guess Applebee's is a fan of education. No child left behind here. Alright, Cheryl. I guess it's about that time. Bring me my last supper. She gave me a bit of a frown, but not at all the same. I had a feeling she wasn't super big on the religious humor. I steeled myself, mentally preparing for whatever horrors awaited. Cheryl was quick on her feet. A few moments passed, and she was already bustling back through the door with a covered tray in hand. It was a big one today. My heart leapt in my chest when she pulled away the covering. It was a rattlesnake. I hated snakes. Had been terrified of them ever since I was a kid, and Tommy Martin, the school bully, had let a black snake loose behind me in the bathroom. I stood atop the toilet, bawling my eyes out, until the janitor heard and came to my rescue. That one had just been a baby, but the one sitting in front of me now was probably 7 feet long. I jumped in my seat when it rattled at me. I could see it following me with those glaring, slitted eyes, watching, waiting for me to reach out and touch it, to give it permission. Once I laid my hands on it, it would be free to mess up my day, and I could tell that it wanted nothing more. The rattle sounded again, shaking right to my bones. Cheryl clapped with glee. Well, isn't that fun? I love novelty desserts so much. Is today your birthday? I wanted to slap that woman, but I was frozen in my seat. Out of all the horrible things I had faced, this was just too much. My hand trembled as I managed to lift it to the table, the rattler's eyes following my every move. Its forked tongue flicked excitedly. Go on now, Cheryl said. I couldn't. It's gonna get cold. But I had to. I reached closer, my hand about to make contact. I swear I could see the snake's coils tense with anticipation, right before brushing along the rough scales. I stopped short. In the throes of desperation, my panic-ridden mind had produced a Hail Mary, an idea so simple that surely it wouldn't work. Cheryl, I can't do it, I said. That last bit of lava cake filled me up. The snake let out another fierce rattle and I continued. It looks so good, but I'm just too full. I've already eaten so much. I should have quit a long time ago. Cheryl gave me a long look. You know, my ma used to always say, the meal's only done when you're full. A soft smile graced the edges of her lips. I'll go get your check. After all this time, after so many meals, I had complained, moaned, vomited. Hell, I had died. But I had always kept on going. Never once had I taken a moment to just say, no thank you. Fueled by the desire to free myself, I was further trapped in a prison of my own making. I'm an idiot. I burst into a fit of laughter, a joyful, painful conglomerate of my pent-up agony, and my impending salvation flowed out of me in a fit of giggles. Earned myself the envied third look from Dick and Balls over at the bar. Cheryl came over with my receipt, and I hugged the woman. She returned the embrace as I cried into her shoulder. I really hate Applebee's, I said through sobs and sniffles. She patted my back while I bawled. I know, sweetie. Let's get you upstairs.
I don't know what compelled me to confess here of all places. Maybe all the years in the pews caught up to me, took in the good word, or maybe it is the lingering prognosis that has me crawling my way back to Jesus. I don't know. Either way, I am ready to talk. From what I read, this is the type of group to listen. Father Lincoln says that sins are like roots. You don't fully get them up unless you dig out the hole, right down to where it all started. He wears clothes to forgive. The internet throws words to condemn. To be frank, I could use a little of both. So let's dig it all out. Back to the first day of many mistakes. Oh, and lock the freezer after showtime. Come again? I said, finishing the last swirl of my signature. That's the last part of the gig. Rusborough coughed out as he inhaled the last bit of his cronut, showering the table and both us in buttery flakes. Studio closes just before sunset. You get here 15 minutes earlier, do your tasks, and lock the freezer no later than 7 p.m. Why does the studio own a freezer? He leaned back and swallowed. A deep breath wheezed in and out of him. indecisive on whether it was for annoyance or contemplation. He had heard that question before, many times. His dense monobrow suggested he was considering whether he would have to hear it again. "Do you want this job?" The chill from the previous night's air still lingered in my bones. I was out of gas, and had only 2 blankets to my name. The rat cloth I had gotten from St. Mary's wasn't holding up as we ran into October, and I didn't know how many more nights in the Acura I could handle. "Yes, sir, I do." "It won't work out if you are curious. Believe me, some doors better left shut." I sat with that. Nothing about it sounded good. I'd heard the stories about these Hollywood types. Was it a vat of baby oil? A baby plantation to harvest fresh stem cells? The more my mind wandered, the more I wondered if I could handle whatever it was. If it were horror beyond my stomach, what would I do? Then my eyes landed on the contract again, and the length of the zeros made me unsure. "Lock it after 7. Got it." "No later than 7, kid. That's important." All right, got it." Rusborough didn't seem pleased with that, but he reached into his bottom desk drawer and pulled out my gear. An Outer Lights security hat, a metal clipboard case with a laminated paper taped to the front that had the word checklist bolded at the top in faded red letters, and a Glock 19. Whoa, I get issued a gun for this job? You got a problem with that? No, I just didn't expect it. Do studios typically have armed security? His eyes sat half open, unamused. He reached over to the black security hat, analyzed it, then matted it down on my head. "Do now." He smiled. His extra cheek fat curled around the corners of his lips, creating an echo of a double smile that he was silently laughing at me. "Listen, the talent we have here requires a bit of extra protection. I ain't no yuppie. If someone tries to get where they ain't supposed to be, you use that, you hear?" I nodded. Anyway, he brushed away some hair infringing on his Rolex. "Shift starts in about an hour. Why don't you watch from the screening room?" "Is that okay?" "Of course. Welcome to the Outer Lights family." I left Rusborough's office and made my way to the screening area, the Glock heavy at my side. Always such a light thing in the hand, but heavy on my hip and in my guts. I'd never gotten used to it. I fired plenty in my life, a lot less since leaving Beaumont PD that spring, but still, authority. The power to do what needed to be done. Such big things. You think you know what you'd do, how you'd act in a situation where you needed to pull that trigger, to be someone's hero. Then you get to the moment and just about crap yourself. The screening room was dead save for 3 individuals. The first was a man in his late 40s. The studio lights blinded me from the reflection off his head. Wafts of cigarette smoke enraptured him as he sat, watching the talent perform from his director's chair. To his immediate left at the foot of the stage was someone in an all-black suit. Sunglasses indoors. Total G-man. He was the only one who turned to me the moment I opened the door. He saw my hat and gave me a faint nod of acknowledgement. I didn't return it, but it was the man on stage who stole my attention. Atop the stage, centered by 6 lights of soft white, blood red, and sapphire blue was the star. He was young, no more than 23, dusty blonde hair, striking green eyes, and a grin that said he knew more than you did. Draped over his shoulders was a scarred blue suit coat, painted with grime and old blood. He was shirtless underneath and had a gun in his hand. He looked down at it in his lap, switching his expression in an instant. I was never a movie type, but I could see his thoughts. He went from a generalized sorrow to now thoughts of impending oblivion. If she were actually here, we would have Marjorie enter stage left, the director said. I could now see the name Stillwell on the back of the chair. Can we get an intern or something to read her lines to Thomas? The man in the suit nodded at him and looked behind the curtain on the stage. At his glance, a frail 19 of something jogged out. Her brow drenched in sweat, a script in hand. Everyone stopped, waiting for each other to continue, until the director scoffed. "It's your line, sweetie." "Oh, sorry," she mumbled, flipping to the page in a frantic rush. She cleared her mousy throat and continued the scene in a jilted performance. "Isaac, just put the gun down. Whatever's wrong, we can fix it." "They're gone, Alyssa." "What do you mean they're gone, Isaac? What happened? Where is everyone?" Thomas, now fully his character Isaac, looked to her, his brow pinched into a grimace, lip quivering, eyes misty. "Alyssa? Isaac, where are the others?" "What about me? I'm right here having to live with it." His eyes fell back on the gun. "Isaac, where are they?" "How can you ask me that?" he said, looking to her now. "Don't you dare look at me like that. You don't get to judge me. You didn't make those choices. You didn't feel the hunger we felt." Stillwell spoke, reading the stage direction, and the actors followed suit. As Isaac starts to cry, Alyssa hugs him, embracing the truth of what he did in those mountains, what they chose to do, to survive. She buries herself in his shoulder, apologizing for everything, but Isaac looks on to the mountain, looking on to what was left behind. Was it his friends or all of himself? Thomas then looked to the seats, right at me. His eyes gripped me like 1,000 pleading hands begging me to stare. Goose flesh broke out all over my body as he spoke. "The jungle stole their lives, but I stole their souls, with every bite." "Cut." Thomas snapped up, ignoring the intern. "You don't think that line at the end is too much?" Stillwell raised an eyebrow. "It wraps the story up well." "Yeah, but what about just, I stole their souls? I mean, the audience already knows I nibbled on my friends up there." Stillwell looked at his watch. It was 6 p.m. He looked back at Thomas, and they had a silent conversation about that. "It's a good point, Tom. I'll consider it on the rewrite. We'll pick up tomorrow when Marjorie is here, and not coked out in a Denny's crapper, or wherever she is. Let's clear out so security can close up shop." They did. Not a single word or glance at me. I watched the room clear, and in a few minutes, it was just me. The majority of the checklist I had to do were basic items. Cut the power to the stage, conduct walkthroughs at 3-hour intervals, ensure building access points are secure by 6:30. All standard stuff I'd done before in some fashion. I knocked them out swiftly and was left with the last 3 items, the first of which gave me pause. "Let in the groupie," I read. I followed the instructions, making my way to a service entrance deep in the heart of the studio. I opened the door, mostly to get a view of what to expect, when I heard a short scream as someone scattered to the ground. I looked down to see a young girl on her knees, looking up at me with a wounded expression. She was a frail thing, pencil skirt, low-cut top, curly brown hair, a dense amount of foundation, and clashing red lipstick. "Sorry," I said, helping her up. "I didn't see you there." "It's okay," she said, though I could tell it wasn't. Still, she made an effort to put me at ease, and I appreciate that. I gave her a once-over, and saw she now sported a small splotch of crimson on her left knee. "Let's get you a bandage for that. It looks like a good scrape." "No, that's okay. I'll clean it up in the bathroom." I insisted. While cleaning her up, I found out her name was Regina. She was 20, or so she told me, and that she was so thankful to be here. However, when the hydrogen peroxide hit her skin, her positive energy crumbled, and she stomped her good leg as if I was amputating the other. "So, you know the actor, Thomas?" I asked, hoping to distract her. It worked. She lit up like Figueroa Corridor. "No, but I really want to. We met at a coffee shop while I was practicing my lines. I'm an actress." "Uh-huh," I said as I finished wrapping her bandage. He was so sweet. Said he really liked my stuff and asked if I could swing by after he finished rehearsal. I was sure Thomas did like some of her stuff, but I didn't have the heart to tell her. The girl was too young for me to be crushing her dreams. I looked over at the checklist as she prattled on for another minute or two. Next item was up. Take groupie to talent manager. Well, let's get you backstage. As we turned around into the hallway, I all but crashed into Suit. All my years there, and I never learned his name. He stood there like a brick wall in both size and demeanor. 6:43, he grunted. Sorry? He tapped his watch. You're late. She was supposed to be with me at 6:35. Yeah, sorry, she fell on the way in, and I wanted to get her patched up first. He looked at her, snatched off his glasses, and dropped to his knees, analyzing her wound. Regina shifted back and forth as he glared at her leg, but she did well otherwise to hide her discomfort. Then, Suit clicked his tongue in disapproval. Not good. What? It's just a scrape. Yeah, I'm fine. He stood up, looked at me and shrugged. We'll see, I guess. You are the one who's going to hear about it. I didn't know what that meant, but he didn't give me any more time to contemplate it. Follow me, ma'am. She did like a giddy dog. I watched them walk off, some sinking feeling in my gut, but I wasn't sure from what. Was it for her, or was it because of Suit's words? As I reflected on that, Regina looked back at me before she went around the corner, waved and smiled. Then she was gone. One item left. No earlier than 6:55, but absolutely no later than 7. Lock the freezer. I opened up the clipboard case, and inside was one of the most archaic locks I had ever seen. A massive steel padlock with a thick 2-inch iron key. I glanced at my watch, and the time read 6:54. Crap. My jog broke into a sweat-soaked sprint as I dove further into the studio, the lights in the corridor getting further and further apart. In my panic, I hadn't realized I was following Suit and Regina's steps. I thought they must have taken a different route, but as I followed the studio map more, I knew that wasn't the case. This was a one-way path. 3 minutes to the deadline. I made it to a staircase that descended into the earth. A pitch-black void into nothing, illuminated only by a single slit at the bottom, where the freezer door was barely ajar. I crept down. Sweat broke out on my neck. When I made it halfway, careful to avoid each creak and groan of the floorboards, I heard voices coming from inside. What is this? What happened to her knee? This voice was new. Deep. No, thunderous. It rolled up the stairs like the boulder trap from Indiana Jones. When it reached me, my brain struggled to process it into language. She fell. That one was clearly Suit. She fell? That's what the security guard said. And what am I supposed to do with that? You know she won't heal. I understand, sir. No, you don't. Chains rattled. Something large was lifted and thrown, crashing into the wall below. The metal walls belted as the hard mass bent and warped the steel. Worry plunged into my heart as they described Regina. My hand snapped to my gun as I descended, quickening my pace. Calm down, Suit shouted. It's a scrape. She's exactly what you wanted otherwise. She was perfect. The voice rumbled in an almost melancholy way. It swelled in my stomach like the bass of some ballad. She still is. Do you know how hard it is to find someone with the exact auroras you wanted? She even has an inverted navel. Find another then. This one is ruined. No. What did you say? The voice seethed. Just please. Can you at least try it on? It was then that I made it to the door. My eyes instantly searched through the crack. The freezer was filled with bodies. They weren't hung on hooks like food, but in neat, vacuum-sealed rows of industrial hangers, like a macabre closet. Just beyond the door was Suit, his back to me. Beyond him, Thomas stood in front of an unconscious Regina. Then his head snapped up, his jaw separated from his skull with a brutal crunch. A 2-foot gray hand sprouted from Thomas's throat and used his forehead as leverage to pull the rest of it out. Another hand came out, then another. When the body that was Thomas crumbled to the ground like a skin suit without any bones, a writhing mass of floating hands branching out of some undulating distortion in space floated before Regina. At 6:59, the hands pried open her mouth and crawled in, inch by inch, cracking and breaking bone as it tunneled inside of her. My hand was glued to my gun. I knew I should run in, save her. That was my job, right? To protect and serve. At least it was, and once again I was here. All the power, all the authority, and all I could do was nothing. I knew that poor kid didn't deserve this, and as that conflict roiled within me, Suit turned around to face me. He wore an expression of pure indifference. No hate, surprise, or worry. He shook his head. A warning, but was it for me? Not against. As the horror before me unfolded, I was right back to where I was 2 years ago, watching those masked men enter O'Leary's, guns in hand while I idled outside in my cruiser. Just like then, I froze at the door handle, my body torn down the middle by the fence I had planted my butt on. My body, my mind, screaming in refusal as I compelled it to go. I wanted so bad to be strong enough, to do my job, the right thing. The seconds of the clock evaporated towards 7 p.m. I heard Rusborough's words from out the interview. As those people threw Mr. O'Leary onto the ground, beating him for petty cash, and as the bones of Regina crunched and crushed under the weight of Thomas's hands, I made the same choice that I did then. I locked the door. In the 14 years we'd worked at this sweatshop, Sylvia never missed a shift, so when she didn't show up one winter morning, a sour dread swept through my gut. I called her. The line didn't even ring. Something was wrong. I left without permission and began sprinting across the city, slipping across patches of ice concealed beneath the snowfall, frigid air biting at my lungs. She'd spoken oddly on the phone the night before, slurring her words, gushing about the beautiful truths we could discover about Mom within the mangrove forests of Ecuador. All I had to do was finally agree to take the trip with her. She claimed it would be a pilgrimage, a means of healing through communion with our mother's birth country. If we could connect with her, if we could comprehend the tiniest sliver of why she abandoned us, maybe we could forgive her. Maybe we could move on. It was ridiculous, borderline delusional. There was nothing for us in Ecuador. Besides, what could the mangroves teach us about Mom that we hadn't already learned the day she discarded us? Her only children on the streets of Chicago. I kept my mouth shut, though. Sylvia worked hard to salvage our lives. Putting my callous soul on display felt like spitting in her face. Instead, I rolled my eyes, assumed her drunk, and choked out my annual refrain. We'll go next year, I promise. I never had any intention of saying yes. I had plenty of chances to change my mind, but year after year, I coldly withstood her heartfelt pleas. I'd be lying if I said I didn't experience a similar longing, a yearning for answers that would sometimes keep me up at night, but I suppressed it, forced it down deep. Visiting her country was a symbol, an act of forgiveness. My mother did not deserve forgiveness. Screw her, and screw the putrid soil that supported her miserable feet. I would not go to that place. Not even for Sylvia. And yet, despite the belief that my stubbornness was completely justified, all I could think about as I raced through the snowfall was the cruel deceit of those 6 little words. We'll go next year, I promise.
I arrived at Sylvia's a little after dawn. Dense overcasts stained her towering apartment complex in ashen gray. I slammed into the fire exit with the broken lock and began bolting up the stairs. Cockroaches skittered from my aching heels. Before long, I was in front of apartment 602, fumbling with my spare key, praying I was wrong, praying my bleak intuition was wildly off the mark. The door jerked open. Hazy light from the hallway trickled into her jet-black apartment. I felt my body go numb. She was on the floor, face down, sprawled out, transfixed and rigid. Her corpse harbored this strange brightness. Her skin seemed to glow in the darkness, shimmering a dull crimson like molten metal that had begun to cool. Carbon monoxide can do that, apparently. The coroner detailed the pathology to me with a tone-deaf excitement, shaking his wrinkled hands, talking himself breathless. Carbon monoxide is greedy, he said. The odorless gas hijacks your blood. That piracy alters the blood cells, displacing precious oxygen and brightening them in the process. That's why the corpse is flush. Suffocation makes them shine like a dying star. The whole thing tore me apart. I couldn't swallow the raw brutality of it. Sylvia died alone, completely without ceremony. A quick and meaningless end to a hard-fought life. When we were abandoned, Chicago was bursting at the seams with strays. The city wouldn't have saved us. If social services didn't have enough resources to rescue their own children, what chance did a pair of non-natives have? My sister refused to just lie down and die, though. She found a job. The man running the sweatshop wouldn't allow a 5-year-old to hang around the factory floor, so, while Sylvia toiled away in front of a sewing machine, I hid in the alleyway behind the factory, tucked myself snugly behind this massive battleship of a dumpster at the crack of dawn, and I wouldn't come out until I heard Sylvia knocking a code into the rusted metal. Usually well after the sun had set. The hiding spot required painful contortion. Some nights my leg spasms were so violent that she'd have to carry me to whatever underpass we were currently calling home. Before winter, though, Sylvia had earned enough money. We moved what little we had to a tiny apartment in the projects. Once I was old enough, she got me a job at the factory too. The sweatshop was a marginal improvement over the dumpster. The smell inside was slightly less foul, and my calves had a little more wiggle room, though I couldn't seem to escape the gaze of this lanky boy with pale blue eyes and a cleft upper lip. It took him a few months to work up the nerve to talk to me. We quickly became inseparable. A decade later, Ryan and I welcomed our daughter into the world. Elisa was about to turn 6 when Sylvia died. I don't want a party this year. She was sulking at the table, stirring a bowl of leathery slush that had once been Cheerios. I barely registered what she had said. I was standing at the sink, staring at the wall, pretending to wash dishes. The near scalding water felt good on my hands. "Why's that, sweetheart?" Ryan chirped. "Well, Auntie Sil isn't getting one, so..." Elisa stood, trudged across the kitchen, and dumped the disintegrated cereal into the basin. "It's not fair," she continued. "None of it seems fair. Life isn't fair." The caustic response spilled from my lips like a quiet exhale, automatic, thoughtless. When I realized what I'd said, I shifted towards Elisa. She was studying me with wide, unblinking eyes. Her grimace betrayed a painful confusion. This was her first brush with death. Painful confusion had been her default setting for weeks. Her eyes became glassy. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but all that came out was hot air. Ryan scooped her into his arms and forced a smile. "Mommy's not mad, okay? She's just really tired. Want to go watch some TV?" She pressed her face into his chest and nodded. As he paced out of the kitchen, Ryan shot me a look. That look. Mommy may not have been mad, but Daddy sure was. There was a distant click. The muffled pandemonium of Saturday morning cartoons started echoing through our small home. I sighed and turned off the faucet. Much as I'd been enjoying the hurt, the scalding water had reddened my hands. The sight of flushed skin made me want to vomit. Ryan marched back into the kitchen, broad feet slapping across the hard wood. I stuck my hands into my pockets, closed my eyes, and braced myself. "The hell was that?" he hissed. I shrugged. "What, you disagree? You think what happened to Syl is fair?" "My God, that is not the point." My blood ignited. I spun around to face him. "Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea there was a point. Please, Ryan, enlighten me." He glanced towards the living room. "Keep your voice down." I stomped up to him and spat out a single word. "Why?" I glared at him. There was another distant click, followed by a high-pitched muted sob. I heard Elisa too, but I would not yield. I wanted him to fight back. My jaw tightened but abruptly went slack. He looked away from me, a reaction more damaging than any insult. "Jesus, where are you right now, Carmen?" I cocked my head, but he didn't elaborate. He walked off to attend to Lisa, leaving me in the kitchen to puzzle over what the hell he meant. In retrospect, I think I understand. He was asking me to get a grip, begging me to divest my selfish wrath and realize what's important. The question's effect on me, however, was much more literal than Ryan intended. Where was I? Chicago. But was that where I should be? I couldn't get the question out of my head. It kept repeating, incessant and deafening. Then it hit me. I figured out where I should be. I took a clandestine trip to a nearby pawn shop. My engagement ring wasn't worth much. The stone was only half a carat after all. But it was enough. 800 would cover the plane tickets, and a few nights in a hostel. I know how it sounds, but I had a plan. Sylvia wasn't the only one who died from the gas leak, so there were talks of a class action lawsuit against the landlord, as if anything in this world can be considered a guarantee. I convinced myself that those earnings would surely buy the ring back. Someday. I started to leave around midnight. Our home was silent, save for my husband's wispy snores and the soft hum of the TV. I slung my backpack over my shoulders and tiptoed into the living room. They had fallen asleep together on the sofa. I stared at Ryan for a while, watching the TV bejewel his closed eyelids with its opaline flicker. He was going to be furious, but I would never come to terms with her death until I did this. It was my way of making amends. I stuck the post-it note onto his cell phone before slipping out into the cold, moonless night. Flying to Ecuador, back in 2 days. We'll text to let you know I'm safe. Then on the adhesive side, a last-minute addition. Tell Elisa I love her. I landed in Quito at noon. Exiting onto the tarmac, I was struck by an intense disorientation. The flight crew warned us that we might experience altitude sickness. Quito is nearly 10,000 feet above sea level, but I had no idea how immediate and debilitating it would be. The sun was blinding. My head pounded. Every breath was a struggle. Compared to Chicago's thin ozone, the thick tropical air felt like inhaling jelly. Hesitation festered in those breathless moments, but I squashed it. I couldn't turn back. I needed to see this through. I collapsed onto a bench outside the airport, took as deep a breath as I could manage, and switched my phone off airplane mode. A flurry of texts and missed calls flooded the screen. Notification after notification. The device was practically convulsing. I sent, "Landed, I'm okay," to Ryan without letting my eyes linger on the 20 unread texts above it. Then I called for a cab. Once they arrived, I returned the device to airplane mode. Quito is at the center of Ecuador, but my destination was closer to the coastline. That's where the mangroves bloom. Whenever she'd try to sell me on this pilgrimage, Sylvia always harped on the mangroves. I never asked why, though I suspect she was channeling some fragment of Mom, some piece of her that I had forgotten. Sylvia was 12 when we were abandoned. I was 5. She actually had some memories of the woman. Maybe Mom harped on them too. Maybe the mangroves made her nostalgic for home. All things considered, a nature reserve seemed as good a spot as any for a healing communion with the land. It wasn't hard to narrow down which I'd visit. A few miles north of Pedernales, there was a small park that just seemed right. I don't know much about it, but for whatever reason, I couldn't see myself going anywhere else. Luckily, it was beautiful. I was reluctant to acknowledge the beauty at first, but as I stood on the shoreline, basking in the grandeur of what was effectively a tropical swamp, I felt my reluctance melt away. Mangrove roots rose in tangled clusters from the salt water, ornate yet chaotic, spiraling closer and closer together until they unified as a single trunk. Their canopy was fiercely animated. Small monkeys with slender arms and pot-bellies swung through the brush in chains. Exotic birds zipped between the branches, vibrant blurs of color swirling together to manifest a shifting kaleidoscope made with golds and violets and deep, deep reds. I dipped my toes in the water and stared at the forest, and I felt full, buoyant, happy even. Then with a single thought I crumbled. Sylvia should have been here too. I'd been so mean. I stewed on the shore for a long while, marinating in an acidic mixture of self-loathing and melancholy, until something odd caught my attention. A man lurking in my peripheral vision. His head was peeking out of the river, wet eyes leering at me through thick strands of soggy gray hair. My eyes snapped forward. There was a stone bobbing on the surface of the river, but no spying man. I whispered the word idiot as I turned to leave the reserve. It was an hour-and-a-half walk to the nearest hostel. I had enough money to afford another cab, but I didn't call one. I didn't deserve the luxury. I lurched along the roadside, head low, bare shoulders baking in the afternoon sun, becoming more despondent with each miserable step. The lush, rolling countryside was exceptionally quiet, a far cry from the ceaseless bluster of Chicago. Under different circumstances, I would have welcomed the tranquility. In the moment, though, the empty air only made the voice in my head seem louder. Why was I here? What did I expect to gain? Insight, absolution, levity? Stupid. It was all so stupid, so short-sighted, so pointless. All of a sudden, my ears perked. There was a soft, steady crunching a few yards back, the sound of dry grass being crushed under a boot heel. Was someone following me? I paused. The crunching stopped. I balled my hand into a fist, took a deep breath, and whipped my head around. But there was no one, just the winding road and the sleepy hills. My heart rate slowed. When I started walking, the crunching resumed. I peered over my shoulder. Still, nothing behind me. I did my best to ignore the unsettling phenomena, but by the time I arrived at the hostel, the sun was setting, my calves were screaming, and my mind was ragged. In other words, I was ready for a drink. My memories of that night are disturbingly incomplete. Here's what I do remember. It begins with me at the back of this dimly lit dive bar. I'm brooding, throwing back liquor at a reckless pace, when I'm suddenly approached by a well-dressed man. He's sporting an indigo blazer and black chinos, overdressed for the stifling heat. Up close, he smells like brine. The table wobbles when he leans on it, one leg shorter than the others. He steadies my glass with 2 fingers so it doesn't fall. A small wave of brandy laps his gaunt fingertips. He takes his hand out of my glass and sits down. I can't remember whether he introduced himself or just sat down and started talking. Called himself Michael. Mikhail, something like that. Over and over, he apologizes. I ask him, What for? He claims I already know, but I make him spell it out. For Sylvia, he says. For the way she asphyxiated on perfectly good air. For the way the gas toyed with her mind. For the terror of her last moments, hallucinating alone in a lightless apartment. For everything, really. Wait, did I tell you all this? I ask. He says I probably did. Then he keeps talking. I'm not sure what about. I'm distracted by the whites of his eyes. There's movement. Pinpoints appear, enlarge and then dissolve. Sort of like film grain. The rhythm is hypnotic. I'm comfortably spellbound until he says something that catches my attention. Would you like to commune with your sister? Slowly, with apprehension, I nod. From there, my recollection really fragments. There are breaks, skips in time, pieces I've lost. I follow him out of the bar, stumbling. I slip on the edge of the door frame, plunge forward and close my eyes, preparing myself for the impact. But there's nothing. No collision, no shattering bones, just a clean emptiness, a starving void. When I open my eyes, we're in a van. Michael's driving. I don't see anyone else, but there's laughter. So much laughter. Thousands of shrill, squeaking cackles come from the driver's seat, in excruciating cacophony, enraged wasps probing my eardrums. Welcome home, little leech. Don't be afraid. Your baptism is overdue, but it'll be over before you know it, he says. We're accelerating. I can tell by how the darkened countryside is passing by, faster and faster. I plead for him to stop the car, but I can't even hear the words leaving my mouth. And Michael's not even watching the road anymore. He's twisted over the seat, leering at me, pinpoints dancing across the whites of his eyes, and then quiet. In an instant, the laughter's gone. Salty air scrapes my tongue. A bird trills far overhead. I look around. I'm sitting at the front of a small rowboat, floating down a narrow river, hemmed in by gnarled webs of mangrove roots. Moonlight drapes a faint silver membrane over the otherwise shadow-swelled landscape. Behind me, I hear something rowing. I know it's Michael, but I don't dare turn around and check. Do you see her? He whispers. I squint, carefully reaching for the root beds. My heart is stammering. My thoughts are frantic. How did I get here? What the hell is going on? Do you see your sister, Carmen? He moans. The blackness is nearly impenetrable, but I look closer, because I desperately want her to be there, because I need to tell Sylvia that I love her, and that I'm sorry. I knew something was wrong the night she died, but I didn't act. I could hear it in her voice when she spoke on the phone, but I chose to ignore it. Because the way she talked about Mom made me so angry. I could have saved her like she saved me, but I didn't. My eyes widen. I think I see something downstream. I convince myself something's there. A nebulous shape looming within the palisade of mangroves. My body's drifting forward, over the lip of the boat. I murmur my sister's name. Sylvia? I wait. A hand streaked with crimson skin erupts from the brackish river. Bloated fingers wrap around my wrist and pull. I don't have time to scream. I lose my balance and topple over the side of the boat, dragged under by the flushed red hand. Water surges into my chest when I attempt to breathe. Mud seeps into my stomach, causing it to spasm. I thrash, but it does nothing to slow my descent. My fingers ache for something to anchor onto. I can't determine if my eyes are open or closed. The darkness is all-consuming. I feel myself slipping away. Suddenly, something cold and sturdy grazes my palm. I use my remaining energy to squeeze it. The surface is smooth like metal. It's round, and it fits nicely in my palm. Reflexively, I turn my wrist. There's a creak. My foot drifts forward and somehow finds solid ground. I'm stepping into my home. The door slams shut behind me. Ryan is racing down the hallway. I double over, coughing, hacking like there's something stuck in my lungs, and my vision is dappled with tiny, pulsing dots. You don't remember anything about how you got home? The park bench squeaked as Ryan slid closer. He was sweating. His eyes darted between me and Elisa, who was pedaling her bicycle along a nearby path. I massaged his stone shoulders. No, I really don't. I was at the bar top drinking. Some guy came up and bothered me, said some strange stuff, but he was harmless. Then 24 hours later, I'm home. I pause, preparing another lie. But in between, nothing? Nothing at all? Elisa, what did I say? Stay where I can see you. Startled, Elisa wobbled, then tumbled off her bike, landing knees first onto the pavement. Come here, love, I called out. Elisa pulled herself together, stood, and then began plodding over to us, dragging her bike by the handlebars. Fresh blood glistened across her kneecaps. I stopped the massage and started rifling through my purse. Never went anywhere without a few band-aids and Neosporin, since we took her off training wheels. She slumped on the grass next to me, bleary-eyed. Can I try to fix it? Her lips cracked into a delicate smile. I bent over and began smearing the antiseptic on her abraded skin. And the guy you mentioned, the one in the suit, you don't think he, took advantage of the situation? What? I asked, lifting my head and throwing it over my shoulder. Ryan's pale blue eyes were wide and damp. Took me a second to realize what he was dancing around. For whatever reason, that was the farthest thing from my mind. Oh, no, I don't think that freak did anything like that. Relief flooded over him. His shoulders seemed the slightest bit looser as he blotted a few tears with his shirt collar. Thank God. That said, maybe he spiked my drink. Not with roofies, with, I don't know, a hallucinogen, something that could explain the amnesia. Can't say why anyone would dose a complete stranger, but... My voice trailed off. Out of nowhere, every cell in my body began to buzz, and my attention was drawn to a man limping past us. His name was Mateo. He was well known in the neighborhood as a sweet but self-destructive man. Uncontrolled diabetes had ravaged his body. He couldn't see well, couldn't feel much below the waist. And worst of all, there was his foot, or what was left of it. From the shin down, the appendage was gangrenous, black like a cannonball and as cold as sleet, with a stench that could likely be appreciated from the upper atmosphere. When the tissue first went tits up, Mateo refused to get it amputated. We all assumed his days were numbered, and yet, years later, here he was, seesawing his way around, panhandling like usual. The necrotic tissue just never got infected, even though it absolutely should have. A perverse and sadistic miracle. Today, though, something was different. The flesh was moving, churning, the blackened skin peeking out from his dirt-caked sneaker, snapped and bubbled like boiling tar, surreal and revolting. I looked to his face. He wasn't in pain, he wasn't in distress. He wore the hollow smile and the vacant eyes of a lifelong scavenger, same as he always did. Nausea clawed at the back of my throat. I told myself it wasn't real. I tried to tear my eyes away, but God, I couldn't. There was something bewitching about the way his flesh churned. A pattern, meaning concealed within its beats and cadences. Something that needed to be felt, to be completely understood. A tactile language like Braille. The tips of my fingers began throbbing. Bizarre notions took root in my mind. The way his flesh moved, something about it reminded me of Sylvia's voice. No, I thought, that's absurd. But was it absurd? Speech is just a series of vibrations, right? Vibrations that could just as easily swim through dead meat as they could living vocal cords. No, I needed to get a grip. There was another explanation. I was exhausted. I was still under the effect of some hallucinogen. I was sick. No matter what I threw at it, though, the notion persisted. Some part of her was in that dead flesh. It was a paradox. The notion made no sense, and yet I'd never felt so sure of something. And all I had to do to know for certain was feel it move. I needed to touch Mateo's whispering foot, needed to burrow my fingertips into the rot until I heard what she was saying. Mommy. Elisa's screech brought me back to reality. My lungs ached. I exhaled for what felt like the first time in minutes. Sorry, love. Here it is. I ripped the paper tabs from the band-aid and stuck it onto her knee. Only half paying attention, keeping Mateo fixed in my peripheral vision until he was well and truly out of sight. It was agonizing to let him go, like allowing free heroin to slip from your grasp when you're in seething withdrawal. I turned to Ryan. He was looking in Mateo's direction too, but his expression was flat, unbothered. He couldn't see what I could. As we left the park, Ryan made me promise to see a physician this week to address the amnesia, and a therapist within the month to address everything else. His conditions for forgiving my impulsive excursion abroad. I promised I would. That said, my mind was elsewhere. Michael, whoever he was, claimed he was granting me the ability to commune with Sylvia. Was this it? Did communion require some sort of medium, flesh as the interface between the living and the dead? Had I missed my opportunity? I could only answer the last of those three questions. I hadn't missed my opportunity, because I knew which alleyway Mateo slept in at night. The next morning, I returned to the factory for the first time since Sylvia's death. It was a strange and lonely homecoming. Not only was Sylvia gone, but Ryan was absent as well. The flu had been doing the rounds at Elisa's school. It was only a matter of time until she contracted it. He implored me to call out and take care of her, but I told him that was a bad idea. Although our workplace was much less exploitative than it had been when we were initially signed on, it was still run by a merciless organization whose patience could only be tested so much. Since he had continued to work while I was out on the few days of bereavement, my manager would afford me. It was important that I show my face. It was nicer than I anticipated. There was a blissful normality to the labor, the droning hum of the many sewing machines, the repetitive movements, the familiarity and the routine. The comfort, however, was fleeting. Before long, my fingertips began to throb. I thought of Mateo's whispering foot. Then my manager approached. Grace was a large woman with patchy gray hair and close-set eyes that seemed equally devoid of color. She stood over my station, tapping her foot as if she were waiting for me to do something, though I couldn't say what. Without warning, she started berating me. In essence, she was accusing Ryan and me of some sort of conspiracy, an attempt to defraud them. Why had there been only one of us present at any given time? What exactly were we trying to pull? Something to that effect. I don't remember precisely what she said. I couldn't focus on her paranoid rant. I was too distracted by her tongue. The flesh was whispering to me. Sylvia's voice. It was in there. I could tell by the way the wet muscle vibrated. I'd do anything to speak to my sister again, right? Yes, I would. I leaped from my chair, hand outstretched, reaching for her mouth. The suddenness of my outburst caught Grace off guard. She yelled, "Get back!" Before my fingers interrupted her, I cradled her tongue in my palm and pressed my fingertips into the warm, wiggling flesh. A panicked scream reverberated through the small bones in my wrist. I could feel Sylvia. I could almost hear her, too. She was trying to tell me something. But her voice was muffled, coarse with static like a call with a shoddy connection. As Grace's teeth began to clamp down, I dragged my fingertips across her tongue, arranging them into various configurations, trying to locate the pattern that would amplify this divine signal. Pain exploded across the back of my hand. I launched my arm back and ripped my hand from her mouth. Strips of skin peeled away under the pressure of her front tooth. The force caused Grace to fall backwards onto the floor. I stared at the traumatized woman. Blood trickled from her trembling lips. Her eyes were bulging, ripe with shock and fear. People were gathering around us. No one was exactly sure what happened. I shoved my injured hand into my pants pocket and pushed through the crowd. You'd think I'd have left the factory horrified and ashamed, but I walked home with a smile pinned to my jaw. I felt incredible. Waves of euphoria rushed through my body and collected in my fingertips. I was close. I was so very close. The police didn't come knocking that night. I was thankful, but not entirely surprised. Maybe I mangled Grace's tongue and she couldn't speak. Maybe she didn't want the law snooping around the factory. The reason didn't matter. All that mattered was what I planned on doing next. Ryan was exhausted and turned in early. Elisa had been a handful, apparently. Again, I was thankful, and I didn't bother asking questions. I felt like the world was paving the way, removing every barrier, keeping on a certain course, a path that could easily be confused for fate. Once I was sure my family was asleep, I left to find Mateo. The city was eerily quiet. I jogged from block to block without the urban white noise I was accustomed to, the blaring sirens and the distant music, and the drunken chatter of passerbys. The night was silent and black, like the river in the mangrove forest I may have drowned in. It was unnerving, but not enough to send me home, not even enough to slow me down. The euphoria I'd experienced earlier had completely disappeared. The throbbing in my fingertips resurfaced worse than ever. The pain was severe enough that I needed to cover my mouth with my uninjured hand and muffle a wail. I was approaching Mateo's alley, and I didn't want the noise to scare him off. My wail gradually died down, and the pain briefly subsided, but as I pulled my palm away, I caught a glimpse of fingertips in the murky glow of a street lamp. They were swollen. Pockets of clear fluid stretched the skin to its absolute limit in some places, surpassing it in others, creating paper-cut-sized slits that leaked blood-tinged fluid. What the hell was happening to me? Better yet, where was my head? I was skulking through the city in the dead of night, presumably unemployed, with a sick kid at home to, what, commune with Sylvia through the flesh of some poor man? Yes, a voice in my mind said. That's exactly what I was going to do. That voice grew louder, and the impulse grew stronger, and eventually my legs began moving again. I wasn't jogging anymore. I was sprinting. Angry drivers blasted their horns as I raced across busy streets. I could have been hit, but I didn't care. I was focused. I was close. Mateo lived behind a local coffee shop. My heart sang when I saw their sign at the end of the block. I slowed my pace, steadied my breathing, and crept into the alleyway. A figure lay motionless atop a heated vent. Steam rose from beneath them, caressing their outline, giving them a shape in the inky darkness. His foot is necrotic, I reminded myself. Dead tissue means dead nerves. I might frighten him, but he won't feel any pain. I knelt down beside him, mesmerized by the vibrations radiating across his naked chin. I plunged my swollen fingertips into his flesh. There was resistance, much more than I anticipated. Then warmth licking my fingertips and a high-pitched guttural scream. Not the scream of an old man. The figure scrambled away from me. I caught a glimpse of their face in the moonlight. It was a young man with long hair and a deep scar transecting one of their eyebrows. They bolted from me, and I didn't give chase. The mistake was sobering. I terrorized and maimed a stranger for nothing. Absolutely nothing. My stomach heaved. I stumbled to my feet and fled from the alleyway. Salty tears stung my eyes. My mind seemed irreparably fractured. As I bolted home, It kept flipping back and forth between two opposing conclusions. I was broken, lost, and completely insane. No, that's not it. I was given a gift, baptized in secret waters. I could commune with Sylvia. I could tell her I loved her, tell her I was sorry, and I was close. I just needed to keep trying. When I slinked through the front door, nothing had changed. No winner had been decided. It felt like I was being torn apart from the inside out. I staggered through our home, gripping my head with both hands like my skull would fall apart if I didn't hold it together. I pushed open our bedroom door and stepped through. Ryan was snoring, sound asleep. He'd help me. I'd wake him up, show him my fingers, tell him about Michael, beg for his forgiveness, and... I stopped at the side of our bed and stood still. His entire body appeared to be vibrating. Every inch of visible skin was churning, silently swaying, undulating with Sylvia's voice, especially his eyelids, which rippled like the tide before a storm, graceful and treacherous. I reached both hands out. I hovered a thumb over each eyelid. She's in there. Sylvia's in his flesh, too. My mind demanded my muscles press down, not hard enough to kill him, just enough to sunder his naked flesh, to rip him open and baptize his viscera. Do it, a voice inside me screamed. My thumbs shook. I was about to give in. I could practically feel the green-lit impulse flying down my nervous system, but before it arrived at my thumbs, my eyes landed on my empty ring finger. The memory of pawning my engagement ring flashed through my mind. Disbelief surged through my body. Why would I do something so cruel? That's not who I am. That's not how Sylvia raised me to be. My muscles relaxed. I moved my hands away. My mind felt clear for the first time in weeks, and I came to a realization. There's something dangerous living inside me, and it came from Ecuador. Night gradually turned to dawn. I remained in control, sipping stale coffee at the kitchen table, determining what to do next. The emergency room seemed like a safe choice, but some part of me resisted. They won't understand. They'll think I'm insane. They'll lock me away. Of course, the question became, is that really what I think? Or is that a suggestion from the thing inside me? A way to prevent me from getting help? A shrill noise erupted from my cell phone. I nearly jumped out of my skin, dropping my mug in the process. It shattered on the kitchen tile, launching ceramic shrapnel in every direction. I whispered, pulling the device from my pocket. Based on the sound, I assumed it was an Amber Alert. It wasn't. The notification read, Emergency Alert System. Contagious disease warning for your area until further notice. Remain indoors. Click here or turn to Channel 8 for details. A sour dread swept through my gut. I raced into the living room, turned on the television, and flipped to Channel 8. There was a series of photographs on screen, squeezed between the news anchor and a banner that read, Outbreak of Unknown Contagion. Victims assaulted others before disease proved fatal. To my profound horror, I saw a man with a scar across his eyebrow, and a large woman with gray hair and close-set eyes. There were 4 other pictures, but I didn't recognize any of them. I scrambled to unmute the television. Originally thought to be under the influence due to their erratic behavior, health officials are now reporting that the perpetrators were likely suffering from some novel, rabies-like infection, though they refused to provide additional details for the time being. I felt something tugging at my shirt sleeve. I spun around, heart pounding, relieved to just see a groggy Elisa rubbing the sleep from her eyes. When did we leave the park, Mommy? I asked her to repeat herself, but the question didn't change. I said, when did we leave the park? We were there. We're here now. It doesn't make much sense. I don't remember the in-betweens. My heart fell through the floor. She didn't recall the previous 24 hours. She had amnesia. My eyes slowly drifted to the Band-Aid on her knee. I reached out a damp, trembling hand and peeled it off. There was a small crescent-shaped trench over her kneecap. I carefully hovered my swollen finger above it. A perfect fit. I'm starting to believe my mom abandoned Sylvia and me for a very specific reason. I think she was creating distance, keeping us away from Ecuador and from herself, because I'm infected with something from my mother's country, something that wants to spread, something that infiltrates your mind, something that would have said anything to convince me to plunge my diseased fingers into other people's flesh. Worst of all, I've given it to my daughter too. Compared to my manager and the man in the alley, we seem to react differently to whatever this infection is. For whatever reason, it doesn't kill us. I suspect the truth is hidden in our bloodline. God, Elisa's a smart kid. Empathetic, too. She picked up on my distress almost immediately. Even if she didn't understand it, she hugged my leg, peered up at me with her pale blue eyes, and asked, "So, what now?" I swallowed my despair and forced a smile. I don't know, love. The pain in my fingertips was worsening. I was terrified for Elisa. The pain was coming for her, too. All I know is, whatever we do, we'll do it together. I picked her up and started walking towards the door. And I won't leave your side again, okay? Promise? My smile grew. For the first time since Sylvia's death, it was real. Yes, Elisa. I promise.
I'm a door-to-door salesman. Saleswoman, actually. But sometimes I'd like to forget that part, especially when I get another weird smile or a wink from a potential buyer. I've heard before that this job is a definition of asking for it, because if coming to your house and saying, "May I come in?" doesn't constitute imposing yourself, then what does? I came to them first, after all. I will not bore you with the details about what I sell because frankly, it doesn't matter. I will say that I'm working for a charity, mostly because it makes me feel better about myself, but also because people who will answer their door for a noble cause are slightly different from those who will do it for, let's say, cable. They're usually much lonelier. As my boss likes to remind me, I'm not there to listen to their stories. I still do sometimes because a successful sale requires building a relationship. I'm very good at it. It may not seem believable, since I'm spilling my tea onto the online void as we speak, but I genuinely love people, and they also seem to genuinely love me. This leaves me with frequent Employee of the Month awards and a ton of personal tangents that nobody else wanted to carry. I like the tangents a lot. They're usually quite endearing. Sometimes they're tearful though, and very rarely, they're scary. When I started this job, the only other girl on the team told me, "You will meet people who will want to scare you." It was the best advice and the smartest warning I've ever gotten from anyone. I try to keep that in mind whenever a certain stiffness fills the air, and they lower their voices, whenever I become painfully aware of double-locked doors and very thick walls. But I don't get scared easily, and the truth is, I don't meet people like that very often. Perhaps that's why the creepy encounters I've had hold a special place in my memory. At the risk of sounding dramatic, I have to admit that, despite what my coworker said, it's not always their intention to freak me out. Sometimes they're demented, sometimes they're scared themselves. Sometimes I can't tell. Take Mr. Rogers, for instance. I met Mr. Rogers when I was checking out a new estate. We have just gotten a permit to work there. I believe I was the first one to do so. It wasn't actually new, just a couple of older apartment buildings and a lot of much, much older people. I tried to remain optimistic, but the outlook wasn't great. I love the elderly, I truly do, but they have little money and a lot of time, and as much as I enjoy their tangents, I also have to make quota. So after I had gone through 3 6-floor buildings without even getting close to a sale, I should have called my boss and told him it's a desert. He likes using metaphors like that. I wish I'd done that, but I'm not a quitter. So I took a deep breath and rang another doorbell. Took him forever to open the door, and if not for the footsteps I heard inside, I would have left long before the hinges started to weep. He was very short, which gave him an almost comedic quality, especially next to the giant door. The doorknob was at the height of his neck. He was wearing a Saint Mary necklace, to which he unknowingly clung when he saw me, as if I were there to haunt him. I have to say I'm very tall. I smile a lot, though. His face immediately brightened when his eyes finally reached mine. "Oh, hello. Yes, please, come in," he said before I could even ask. I went inside. Can tell a lot about someone by their house. If you see enough houses, you notice most people are the same. Mr. Rogers' apartment had all the characteristics of an old person's apartment. Dark wood furniture, thick carpet, ugly curtains, framed photos standing on the cupboards. Except for the smell. It certainly wasn't dusty and old, but it also wasn't particularly good. Just very artificial. I had trouble saying if the producer went for sandalwood or strawberry. I figured Mr. Rogers had to have serious gastral problems, and probably thought a very strong air freshener did the trick. We chatted for a bit. He offered me tea, which I accepted. Normally I politely declined, but his apartment was so small that I could see everything he was doing in the kitchen from the couch. I imagined the bathroom had to be very tiny. There was one more room, but it was closed. I could see the light pouring from under the door. We sat down with the tea, and as I was listing the reasons to donate to our charity specifically, ideally by using the monthly plan, he fixed his gaze on my face and said, "You look like my wife." I glanced at one of the photos on the cupboard, a black and white wedding one. I had to admit, I was a bit similar to her. I turned back to him and almost jumped. He leaned so much closer to me in those 2 seconds that I could now watch his wrinkles from up close. I was scared if I looked into his eyes, I'd see a predator. But I only saw an inspector, as if he was checking if my nose was exactly as straight as hers. It was worse, somehow. Then he just leaned back and smiled. I suddenly noticed how white his eyebrows were, and how most of his wrinkles writhed around the corners of his eyes. I recently noticed the first laughter lines on my face, too. I smiled back at him. "I'll show you the photos," he said. "She was very pretty." With that, he got up and went straight to the bookshelf. I suppressed a sigh. I know it sounds like a TV trope, but I can't overstate how often the elderly show me their photo albums. As long as I still close the sale, I'm fine with it. But I wasn't sure about this one, and even though he seemed rather sweet, I wasn't looking forward to being compared to his wife anymore. "Here," he said, handing me the album. "You can browse, and I'll look for my wallet in the meantime." I looked up. "Oh, sir, I'm sorry, but we don't take cash," I said. It's always the first thing I mention, but people, especially old people, forget. "I know, you need the bank account number," he answered, fumbling through his stuff. "I have it in my wallet. I'm not good at technology like you kids these days." I tried not to show my surprise. I focused on the photo album instead. There weren't really any recent ones, and you know how time likes to pester old photos. But even in those blurry pictures, I very easily recognized myself. I was holding the album so tightly that my knuckles turned white. Her nose really was as straight as mine. "Can't find it, I'm afraid," he sighed. "Must be in the bedroom." He just stood there, looking at me hopelessly. In my line of work, you have to learn very quickly how to recognize excuses. Confrontation is scarier than death, and people will do everything to avoid it. So if after a 20-minute chat they suddenly don't have any more time for all the formalities, they're lying. I have encountered the most elaborate and idiotic excuses, but no experience could have prepared me for leaving the wallet in another room. It surprised me so much, I didn't know what to say. But before I was able to come up with an answer, he said, "She must have locked it again." He came up to the bedroom door. He tried the handle a couple of times, but to no avail. "I'm sorry, who?" "She always does this," Mr. Rogers complained. Ignoring my question, he reached into his pants pockets and pulled out a dry handkerchief and a couple of pennies. "Dang it," he shouted so loudly I jumped in my seat. "She locked the key in too. Always happens. Always." He started pacing around the room, running his hands through what was left of his hair. I didn't expect him to be so fast, with all that energy hidden inside his tiny body, as if waiting for enough anger to erupt. I could have sworn he was slouching when I came in, but the passion straightened him up. He suddenly seemed 20 years younger. He grabbed his glasses and phone from the kitchen counter. "I have to call her," he said, awkwardly punching the password on his phone. "She has to fix this." I started to get up. I wasn't really sure what was going on, but I doubted whoever Mr. Rogers was calling would solve the problem, since it seemed to be more or less in his head. "You know, sir, we don't have to do this now. I can come here on another day. Let you handle this now." "No." He looked up from his phone, staring at me from behind the thick glasses. "Stay. She has to open up. She can't do this forever." I was still trying to reach the front door while I heard the phone signal. He had a typical old person's sound settings, which would probably let me hear a whole conversation, if that were to happen. Whoever he was calling wasn't picking up. He tried the number 3 more times with his eyes locked on me all the time. The glasses made them look exceedingly bulbous. It would actually be quite funny if my heart wasn't racing. After the 3rd unsuccessful dial, I asked calmly, "Mr. Rogers, maybe you could call someone else." Somehow my question gave him a pause. He sat down on the couch and scratched his head. "My son has a spare key," he said. "Let's try him." I breathed a sigh of relief. I considered leaving for a moment, but eventually I sat down in a chair in front of him. His son did pick up, and without even the slightest bit of confusion about the locked door, said he'd be right there. "He'll be here in 10 minutes, the old man clarified. "Listen, honey, I'm very sorry. I didn't know it would take this long. He'll come with a key and we can fill in this form of yours, all right? I really want to help." He took me by surprise. For a second I forgot what I was even doing in his house, that I came in there with a purpose other than handling his crisis. I still didn't know what exactly was going on with the door, but Mr. Rogers certainly wasn't well. And even though I'm a good seller, I have my morals, and making deals with mentally unsound people doesn't exactly align with them. "I'm a little bit confused about the door." I tried to change the topic. "Someone else locked it. That's what you're saying. Who?" "She does it sometimes," he sighed, leaning back on the couch. He was back to his slouching and painfully slow self. All that anger from a moment before evaporated. "She locks the door from the inside. Sometimes she puts my stuff in that room too, so I can't reach it, you know. But I can't really remember where I left the wallet. Getting old does that to you, you know." I swallowed and glanced at the door, and the thin strain of light under it. "You mean someone locked the door from the inside? That means she's still there, right?" He shrugged. I looked at the door again. "Well, not really. You know how it is. Sometimes I forget." He was interrupted by a knock so loud the door even shook a little. The one that came after it was even stronger. The 3rd one came when I was already on my way to the front door. Screw it, I thought. I'm not dealing with that. And as I opened the front door, I got startled again, this time by a tall man standing in front of me. "I'm sorry. Who are you?" he asked. "Thank you for getting the door, Angel," I heard the old man's voice. Come in, son. We've been waiting for you. I took a deep breath. I hadn't realized how stuffy the apartment was. The air fresheners were messing with my head. I'm sorry. Were you knocking? Yes, he doesn't like it when I open the door myself. He sometimes gets startled. He was looking at me, frowning. I'm sorry, but what are you doing here? Are you a nurse? Because someone has to help him. Us neighbors have been doing our best. Oh, come on now, Kevin. You're not just a neighbor. You're like a son to me, Mr. Rogers shouted from behind. Honey, lock the door, please. Everything inside me begged me to leave. I closed the door and turned to look at the young man. I'm sorry. Are you not his son? He told me he was calling his son. He got really angry with the door. Does he live alone? Because he's been saying... the door, he sighed, taking his coat off. He looked around my age, which was definitely a bit young for being his son. I don't know how he does it, but this is the third time this week I'm here because of the door. Don't get me wrong, I'm always happy to help. I was on my way home anyway, but I keep telling him he should get it on the keychain with the rest of his keys, so it doesn't get lost all the time, and it's like talking to a brick wall. It's good someone's finally here to look after him. He glanced at me. You're a social worker, right? Not a nurse? I'm actually... Enough chit-chat, kids. Kevin, please give me the spare key, commanded Mr. Rogers. I'm not going to do that, sir, because you're going to lose it again, the man said, taking a key out of his bag. But I'll open the door for you. Here you go. I held my breath as he turned the key and pushed the door open. The room looked painfully ordinary. There was a closet, a bed, a bunch of meds laying on the bedside table, next to the wallet. It was just like any other bedroom of an old person. The only weird thing was the air freshener smell that was evidently coming from there. So strong that I gagged when the first wave hit me. Most importantly of all, the room was empty. Thank you, son, the old man said, smiling at his visibly tired neighbor. Now, dear, here's my wallet, he said, coming inside and picking it up from the table. We can finish the formalities now. And look, my key. She did it again. He turned in my direction, showing me a key triumphantly. After all these years, she's still trying to beat me. Kevin gave an exhausted look. All right, sir. I gotta go, he said, heading to the exit. Wait, I called after him. He turned around. Can we talk? I'm not a social worker. I'm a charity worker. Well, okay, that sounds misleading. I mean, I'm from... He stopped in his tracks with a puzzled look on his face, but suddenly something must have clicked, because he interrupted me saying, Oh, I knew I'd seen you before. You look like the woman in the photos. He pointed at the one on the cupboard. Very strange. Are you her granddaughter or something? What do you mean, am I her granddaughter? I asked. I was reaching my limit. No, I am not his wife's granddaughter, for God's sake. Do you really think I wouldn't have mentioned that before? Kevin frowned and looked over my head. Mr. Rogers was still in the bedroom, going through his wallet. That's not his wife. He lowered his voice. I shook my head. I'm sorry, what? Kevin sighed. It's not him either. He continued, pointing at the photo. Look how tall the groom is. People shrink, but not like that. I looked at the photo. The woman was over a head shorter than the man. I felt very stupid all of a sudden. Who are they then? His family? Old friends? He shrugged. I don't know. Don't ask about the man. He gets mad when I do. He only ever talks about her. All right, Mr. Rogers. I really have to go, he said louder this time. Maybe he doesn't have any nice photos of himself to put up, he added, turning to me again. It's only one photo on the cupboard. It's not like he has an album full of those. Wait, what? He left before I could utter an answer. When Mr. Rogers finally found his bank account number, I was already on my way out, apologizing for the trouble and promising I'd come back later. But I really had to go. I was worried he was going to follow me, but when I heard the key turning in the lock behind me, I breathed out, clutching the thing in my pocket. I left the building as fast as I could, and called my boss to take the rest of the day off. Back home, I took the folded photo out of my pants and carefully straightened it out. I was lucky it didn't fall apart after being tightly stuck in my pocket for so long. Even on a pawed, cracked surface, the woman was still distinguishable. I feel like I need to stress here that I don't normally steal from old people's photo albums, but I also don't normally see photos of people looking exactly like me. If I hadn't snatched it when he was going through his things, the story would have ended on that, and I would have probably discarded him as another senile old man who managed to scare me just because he caught me off guard. If only she didn't look exactly like me. The internet wasn't very helpful at first, but I kept digging, and after I put it through a couple of different reverse search engines, I finally found something. It was a scanned article from 50 years ago about an unsolved case. I used to think things like that didn't just get forgotten, but most of them do. A few hours later, I decided to go and see Mr. Rogers again. It was very stupid of me because there was very small chance I'd meet Kevin again, but it was the middle of the night. He was probably asleep, and I really couldn't help myself. I jumped in the car, bursting with excitement. When I got there, I had to sit for a moment in the parking lot to calm down. I had to be very careful and quiet, and those aren't my strong suits. I can seem a little impulsive, I know, but you have to understand that I never do this on my first visit. After I get invited inside, which is a must-do of course, I always like to snoop a little before committing to it. Look at their belongings, see if they live alone, if they have anyone that will actually mourn them when I'm done. Usually they do, so I leave them alone, but Mr. Rogers was practically asking for it. He was sleeping when I got inside. He looked very peaceful and innocent, the same as before, and I almost got fooled by it again. But I'm not of a faint heart, and I had learned to trust my instincts, so I didn't hesitate for long. I stayed in the apartment for a while after. There was still something that was bothering me, and I wanted to at least try and find it. I did, after a while. I found where the smell was coming from. There was a small box tucked under the bed, filled with dozens of various air fresheners. Inside it, tucked in like a treasured emblem, was her finger, all wrinkled and dried up. I couldn't smell it at all. The air freshener's odor was so strong it made my head spin. I lay down and closed my eyes, and for a while I just rested there, trying to get rid of the nausea. I imagined what she must have felt, with her only part left whole being this one bony finger. No wonder she closed the door so often. I would protect my parts like that too.
I hate AI. To be exact, I hate how absolutely everywhere it is. Every third tweet you see on Twitter looks generated by ChatGPT. My grandparents wouldn't stop falling for AI-generated cat videos. Even my diary app has an AI feature to write my thoughts for me. Like, God, give me a break. And this BS has been taking away all the passion I have for my work, too. When I was a junior marketing content creator 2 years ago, my work was fun. Brainstorm hooks, record 2 videos following recent TikTok trends, submit them to my supervisor for checking, post, done. I'm the supervisor now, and things have changed a lot in 2 years. The higher-ups expect tripled output now that we don't have to manually record videos anymore, and can just generate them. So now there are 6 junior content creators, each creating 6 video ads in a day. And who has to sit through all of them, flagging each AI-generated error and suggesting edits? Me. My boss knows I need to really lock in to finish all that quality checking, so he allows me to fully work from home. At least I have that. Tonight, I flagged one too many AI errors, and really felt like screaming at something. That was when my phone dinged. It was Stephanie's mom. She texted, "Hi Bella, have you seen Stephanie lately? She hasn't visited for months now. Would be good to hear from you." Stephanie, my best friend since high school. I didn't realize how much I missed her. I'd been too busy to really talk to her since my promotion 4 months ago. She was the biggest AI hater I know aside from myself. She could talk about how bad AI was for our brain and environment for hours and hours. Maybe it would be good to crash out a bit and vent to her. I opened my phone and texted her, "Stephanie, I'm so burned out." Not even 5 seconds later, I deleted that message. It would have been unfair for me to yap to her now, not after 4 months of being MIA. I didn't even know what she was doing anymore. I pulled up Instagram, logged in. I'd also been off this app since my promotion, and looked her profile up. From her latest post, I could see that she was still a community manager at Hypno AI. I say this affectionately, but she's such a living contradiction. She hated gifts, but she and her mom gave me handmade presents all the time. She used every privacy tool known to man, but trusted me with her password manager account. She works at the biggest AI company, and yet she hated AI. The last time we talked, she even said she'd tell me some rotten stuff about her company one day. Dang. I looked at the notification pop up. "Hey Bella, sounds like you were upset. What's up?" Stephanie already read my text. "Can I vent a bit? So sorry this is my first text in months, lol. You know how busy I've been." I replied. "OMG, what's going on? Don't skip details. I live for the full story." I love Stephanie. She had every right to ignore me after I went missing for that long. But here she was, ready to lend her ears like she'd always been. I sent her a voice note yapping everything out. "Bestie, yeah, no, this isn't just burnout. This is structural nonsense." She texted, "Dang right, this is structural nonsense. The higher-ups won't listen to me when I say that the video generation tools they provide us with aren't good enough for the click-through rates they demand. They think that everything can be solved with better prompting." I continued venting about everything for an hour. Then it was only fair for me to let her vent too. Hope this Hypno AI employee didn't mind listening to me crap on AI like that. "How have things been for you?" I said. "Bella, I don't mind at all. This isn't just a venting session. This is basically user research at this point." "Right. I guess this is feedback for your company's video generator tool." "Girl, this kind of feedback is all I get from the community nowadays." "Oh, right, you handle all the community feedback, don't you? How's it going?" "Yeah, on one hand, it's actually exciting seeing what AI can do when it's used properly, like helping people brainstorm, speeding up boring parts of work, making creative stuff more accessible. That part, genuinely cool. But a lot of companies choose to use AI the way yours does. More repetitive, more volume, less meaning." Huh. Helping people brainstorm. Making creative stuff more accessible. Her job surely has changed her. She used to absolutely loathe the idea of using AI for generating ideas and art. "Okay, AI shill. Didn't think I'd see you start tolerating AI," I said. She paused for some time before typing again. "Yeah, you caught me. I still hate how people use AI to replace thinking. Still think it makes work worse, more shallow, and yeah, your situation is basically that in action." She replied, "But I've seen moments where it actually unblocks people instead of replacing them. Like when someone already has taste, judgment, ideas, and AI helps them move faster, not think less." I went on catching up about her life. While we were at it, I scrolled through her Instagram profile for some visuals. Apparently she'd been transferred recently. I'm not sure why a community manager needs to be moved to the capital city, which is in a whole other province, but I enjoyed looking at her pictures there anyway. Until I noticed something weird. When you have to carefully nitpick dozens of AI stuff every day, you start noticing the ways in which it looks off. No, I don't mean things like too many fingers or distorted text. They have pretty much figured these out. I'd even say 2026 AI images often look indistinguishable from real photos. However, I can always tell when something is AI generated from how minor details change ever so slightly with every generation. How things look too clean in a way that real photos never do. Even when you ask the AI to add stuff like motion blur, the blur will look too clean, if that makes sense. Other things, I can't even put into words. And I saw all these signs in Stephanie's pictures. I couldn't believe it. Not only does she tolerate AI now, but she uses AI to generate all her recent Instagram posts too. What happened to the Stephanie I used to talk crap about AI with? Don't be mad at me for being too good at this, but do you use AI for your IG pics? I can tell, I asked her. She took a little longer than before to reply. Bestie, you really woke up today and chose violence, huh? First of all, the audacity of that little I can tell. She finally replied. But also, okay, wait. Define use AI. Because people say that like it's one thing when it's actually a whole spectrum. Girl, I sit through at least 36 AI videos every day. I know when pics are made with AI. I replied. And dare I say, I think your pics are fully AI generated. Sorry. Girl, fully AI generated? You didn't just offend me, you broke my entire little heart, she answered. What I will admit is, yeah, I probably lean a bit too hard on editing tools sometimes. Lighting fixes, smoothing, cleanup, stuff that edges into that AI-enhanced look. And I get why your brain goes, suspicious, after being marinated in 36 AI outputs a day. No, she was lying. And I'm not sure why. I edit videos for a living. I can tell edited pictures from AI-generated ones. I scrolled through her pictures some more, to look for some definitive proof that her pictures are AI. I wasn't going to demonize her for using AI or anything like that. I just didn't like how she was lying to her own best friend. Call me crazy, but the more I scrolled, the more I noticed that her captions sound a bit off as well. Does she generate her captions too? Is everything on her profile AI now? I wish I could tell. I'm not that good at telling when text is AI generated. I stopped scrolling and zoomed out to her picture grid. The last picture that looks real was 15 posts down, 3 months ago. A picture of her and her mom. Her mom. I forgot I was supposed to tell her that her mom texted me. By the way, your mom reached out, I said. Sounds worried. Said you haven't been visiting her. She took some time to type out her reply. Okay, first of all, why is my mom doing side quests and contacting my friends now? Like, ma'am, she said. But yeah, she's not wrong to be worried. I haven't visited in a while. Like before, going home was just a casual thing. Now it's a whole production. Gotta plan it, book a train, carve out actual time instead of just popping by for a weekend. You should at least call her. Oh, I do. I don't just call her. I still text her. I send money. We're fine. It's just the physical visiting part that slipped, she said. And if I'm being honest, I've been having too much fun here. It's not just about freedom. It's about not having to orbit around family expectations all the time. And it's not even that something bad will happen if I go home. It's just, you know how it is. You slip back into old dynamics without even trying. Old dynamics? What the hell was she talking about? Stephanie had the best relationship one could have with their mother. What could have happened to their dynamics these last few months? You're like a whole different person now, Steph, I said. You're far away. You use AI for your pics, and now apparently you have issues with your mom. Want to tell me what's really happened since we last met? That reminded me of something. The last time we met, there was that gossip about her company that she still kept secret. Some dirt she'd tell me about one day. Maybe this was a good time. She was typing. I typed alongside her. Anyway, remember that tea about Hypno AI you told me about 4 months ago? She stopped typing. Then she wrote, "Go on." "What do you mean, go on? You're the one with the tea," I said. "Bestie, that was 4 months ago. You're gonna have to jog my memory a bit." "I don't know what that was about. You just told me you knew some rotten stuff," I wrote. "Now if you're ready to spill, I'm ready to listen." She stopped replying. Her little green online dot disappeared. I decided to tease her a little. "Don't forget that I have access to your password manager. I can find out myself if I want to." She went online for a bit, then immediately went back offline. Weird, but it was already 1 a.m. anyway. Maybe she'd fallen asleep or something. I looked at the clock again. Damn, it was already 1 a.m. I can't believe I'd been catching up with her for 3 hours. Time flies when you're texting with your best friend. I plugged my phone in, brushed my teeth, and took a bath. Something felt awfully wrong with that texting session. Too much has changed about her in such a short time. I'll give her a call tomorrow to make sure she's really okay. When I climbed into bed and checked my phone again, there were already 4 new notifications from Stephanie from the 30 minutes I'd spent in the bathroom. "I really miss you, Bella. Want to meet this weekend? Why don't we hang out somewhere? I'd love to spill the tea over dinner. Bestie, why are you acting all non-gossiper now? I know you're online. Let's have a video call at least." "You live in 23 South Dharma Street, flat 4, right? I might drop by sometime." My heart skipped a beat at that last notification. What the... How did she know my address? She never visited me at my new apartment, and I never told anyone my address down to the flat number. Maybe I told my parents, but she surely couldn't have contacted them and heard back this late at night. And why was she suddenly so excited to meet me? She always preferred texting ever since we graduated high school. I put my phone on DND and tried to sleep. I couldn't. So now I'm up in bed, typing this to hopefully calm myself down a bit. I think she texted me some more. I don't know. I really don't want to check my notifications or turn DND off right now. As I am deep in thought about what to do, my night lights and fan suddenly cut out. I reach for the switch of the ceiling lights and flip it on. Doesn't work. I get up and pull open the blinds. There's not a single light in sight. The city is completely dark. What the... There wasn't anything on the news about a citywide outage. I think I just heard something break in my living room. What is going on? Update. Hey, it's me again. It's morning now and the power is finally back on. I'm still not entirely sure what caused the outage last night. I wish the mayor had given a heads up beforehand. It's not just about keeping the public safe. It's about people not spending half the night guessing what's going on. Anyway, just wanted to let you know that I'm completely fine. Turns out it's not anything serious or dangerous. It's just that a glass fell in my living room and startled me. That's literally it. I definitely let my imagination run a bit wild and hit post way too quickly last night. I gave Stephanie a call and apparently I gave her my address during our last meeting, and completely forgot about it. That one absolutely caught me off guard. She's really okay, by the way. She's not just enjoying her time in the big city, she's fully embracing it and making the most of the experience, which is really nice to hear. Honestly, it got me thinking, maybe I could move there too someday. I mean, I already work from home most of the time, so it's not like I'm tied down to one place. I'm pretty sure my boss would be open to it. That's everything from me for now. Hope your morning's going better than last night turned out to be on my end.
I want to preface this by saying I am not a good person, though I try to be. I've had a troubling past, got mixed in with the wrong internet crowd, and a lot of toxic ideologies. I began stalking when I was 16, after my first girlfriend left me for another guy, and I, in my pain, found myself reading about similar experiences in forums I shouldn't have been in, and got the idea of getting back at her from some internet spaces. As I grew up, I began agreeing more and more with some ideas about women that made me a pathetic and insecure man. I became severely attached to my partners and wanted to have total control, always fearful they might be cheating on me or doing something else to try and hurt me. It didn't help that I was always rushing into relationships, always trying to avoid that sense of utter loneliness that came with being single. That came with partners who hurt me, partners I hurt, and some mutually assured destruction. My insecurity and distrust made me a somewhat skillful stalker, and I secretly spied on my partners however I could. I will not share the methods I used here, for that might invite others to try the same thing, which is not my objective. When I was 24, my stalking and hateful behavior almost got me in jail. I got a restraining order, was required to attend anger management classes and therapy. It was the first time I had to face consequences for my abhorrent actions. And while I'll be the first one to admit that these consequences weren't as severe as some people might want for people like me, they ended up actually helping in setting me straight. My therapist was an older woman I'll call Miss Price. She helped me a lot in dealing with my issues, all the deep-seated hatred and insecurities I had. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be who I am today, 6 years later. She learned every bad thing I went through, every horrible thing I did, and showed me kindness and understanding I never thought I deserved. Over time, she became a sort of motherly figure to me, and although at 26 I had made so much progress that my visits became more sporadic, I still kept in contact with her via email and social media. 3 years ago, I met Emma, a gorgeous girl with a bubbly personality and a heart of gold, always wearing muted greens and reds and sweaters and scarves, silky brown hair reaching down her back, and a pair of round glasses that completed that cozy look that immediately made me feel attracted to her. Feeling like I could do better now that I had overcome a lot of my issues, I struck up a conversation with her. Since our first interaction, I felt static in the air. She was such a fun person to talk to. Everything she said got my immediate interest. Despite my sudden approach, she was nonetheless friendly, and after an impromptu first date, we found ourselves following each other on social media and exchanging phone numbers. The instant attraction was mutual. That much was clear. We made plans to go out again the very next week, and over time our dates became more frequent as we became more involved in each other's lives. Emma was a light fantasy writer, and had a blog in which she posted short stories on. She was fairly popular and even had a novel on the works. When I first got to read her works, I was immediately transported into the world she portrayed with pen and paper. Truly, my new friend had clear talent, and that aspect made me fall for her even more. Still, I made sure to take it slow. I wanted the both of us to get to know each other better before asking her to be my girlfriend. After 5 months, however, Emma was the one that confessed her love for me. I was so happy to hear that from her. But I knew I couldn't start a relationship with her without telling her about my past. So I did. I told her everything. The things I'd done, the things that were done to me. I tried to be as raw as possible, not to excuse my actions in any way, and to show I was trying to be a better man. And sweet, sweet Emma decided to give me a chance. She was truly an angel, and I promised to myself that I'd be the best boyfriend I could for her. Our relationship developed a lot quicker after that, and while I often found myself thinking of checking her phone for anything suspicious while she left it unattended, or trying to look through the list of people she followed in her accounts, I always stopped myself before I could act on it. I tried my best to trust her, and I was always honest about having those thoughts with her. Sometimes she'd show me the people she was talking to all on her own, trying to ease my worries when I was struggling the most. Emma cared deeply about me and wanted me to get better. Her openness was so refreshing, and it was something I had never experienced before. Her support meant the most to me, and over time, I found myself able to feel at ease while being with her. There were still times I felt a worry or need to do something stalkerish, but it became a lot easier to manage, as I had no real reason to doubt Emma in the slightest. In my happiest moments, I considered both Emma and Miss Price to be my saviors. Everything changed about a year and a half into our relationship. Emma was an only child, and still very involved in her parents' lives despite living on her own and being only a year younger than me. I couldn't say the same about me. My parents hated me for becoming such an awful person, and they were unwilling to give me a second chance. I understood where they were coming from, but that didn't make it hurt any less. It was winter time, and Emma's parents invited us to a trip in the mountains. By that point, we had been acquainted for a while, and thanks to their kindness, no doubt where Emma got that from, I felt like I had a family again. Tragically, I was unable to go, as my work kept me especially busy on the days leading to Christmas Day. Sometimes I wish I had gone. Maybe things would have gone differently then. The day before New Year's Eve, a man called me on the phone claiming to be a man named Hank, one of Emma's uncles. He said I was listed as Emma's emergency contact, and told me the bad news. Emma and her parents had gotten into an accident. Apparently, a bear managed to get into their cabin and things got ugly. The bear killed both her parents, and while Emma herself ended mostly unharmed, save for a few minor injuries, the experience severely traumatized her. "Damn unfortunate to come across a bear during winter time," he said solemnly. I couldn't put it any better, and that very same day I found myself rushing to the hospital Emma was in. The woman that laid on that hospital bed was almost unrecognizable. She had white bandages wrapped around her left arm and upper thigh. Some splotches of dried blood clearly shown in various spots. Truly, the injuries didn't seem that bad, but her expression, it was an expression I had never seen in her face. Neither anger nor sorrow. Rather, complete emptiness. A nurse told me she was still in an emotional shock, and that it might take weeks or even months for her to recover. As I tried talking to her, she replied to me in a dry, monotone voice. Her eyes looked dead, as if there was nothing left of the woman I loved. Later, I found she had incurred memory loss. Weeks passed, and I had her move in with me so I could take care of her. It was an uncomfortable time, but I genuinely wanted to take care of her and help her recover. She became clumsy, and she had forgotten even the most basic of things. I had to teach her things like how to eat properly and how to cook. She was relearning many things, including some she taught me herself in the past, and most of her friends and family were severely worried for her well-being. I sought the aid of specialists in the medical field, and was told it was most likely due to high stress or perhaps some head injury we didn't know about. After getting some studies done, we were told they could find no such injury. At least her ability to relearn these skills wasn't impeded in the slightest, and it seemed as if her mind was as sharp as ever. It was a tough time, and with memory loss, I was also forced to manage her social media and keep note of her passwords while she readjusted. This gave me a lot of unwanted power over all her messages and information, but I felt proud for being able to fight those urges with relative ease. 6 months later, things came back to a somewhat normal state. Emma learned things quickly, and seemed to become much more efficient at doing everything than before. That also came with a shift in personality, however. Her bubbly and kind demeanor changed to a more serious and uncaring attitude. It was as if she had become a completely different person, as if my Emma wasn't there anymore. At first, she wouldn't even hug me, and I didn't want to try any kind of intimacy, knowing she didn't remember her feelings for me. We didn't even sleep together. I just let her sleep in my bed while I slept on the couch. As she began getting better and questioned what our relationship was, I told her that she could decide that once she processed her feelings for me. As much as it hurt, I didn't want her to feel forced to be with me if she didn't feel love anymore. Soon after, she started demonstrating affection in weird ways. She would bite me, over time with greater intensity, and lick my arms or neck, all the while still unwilling to hug me often, or even kiss. After that, I would wake up in the middle of the night and find her standing next to me staring. Often I'd shriek in horror at the sudden sight of a dark figure in front of me, but as it became a common occurrence, I got used to it. Every time I asked her what she was doing, she told me she couldn't sleep that night, and that watching me sleep helped her sleep as well. I began growing increasingly worried, but as she never once hurt me while I slept, I tried to bear with it as best as I could. To make things simple, I had her use one of my emails so she could learn how to use my computer at the start, since her laptop got destroyed in the attack. After she had readjusted, it became a habit for her to keep using that email while using my PC, even though her phone had her normal email in it. She didn't seem to find any reason to switch emails, or even manage multiple accounts anymore. She was comfortable simply using what was on each device by default. A few months ago, while using my computer alone, I decided to check my browser history to look for a website I was visiting the day prior, and had forgotten the name of. Naturally, the searches there were a mix of mine and hers, so I didn't bat an eye when I saw random video searches I didn't look for, or the odd site here and there. That wasn't until a specific search caught my eye. Jobs that work with fresh corpses. This was quite off-putting, but I tried to rationalize that maybe she was writing again and needed some inspiration. After all, her memory loss also came with changes to her interests, and while she no longer was into writing, she developed a taste for horror that could be leading into, perhaps, writing stories of a different genre. The odd search got me curious, and I began to look further down the search history. I could find a lot of true crime, urban legends, and close encounters with monsters. I also noticed that, every few weeks, she would look for reports on the incident that took her parents' life, often looking at the original publications and the few updates made throughout the initial months. Although she didn't seem to remember it, she appeared to have gained some sort of morbid curiosity for the subject. As I scrolled back closer to Christmas, closer to the time I began teaching her how to use my computer, I found more crude search results, such as human rituals, how to show emotions, how to live with others, common roadkill sites, looked for specifically with the name of our town in the search, and is it socially acceptable to eat another human? I had a deeply unsettling feeling, but I couldn't come to any conclusions yet. From then on, I began observing Emma more closely, and at the same time she began getting more involved in doing housework. While she would refuse to cook, she'd always watch me prepare meals for the both of us. On one occasion I cut my finger while chopping some vegetables, and before I could react, Emma had it in her mouth sucking the blood out. She said she just wanted to help, but I decided to be more helpful after that odd display. When she looked at me, I noticed how her calm demeanor hid something behind it, something I didn't understand at that point, yet still made me feel uncomfortable. I decided to set up a hidden camera with night vision in my living room, pointed at the couch where I slept. I checked the footage recorded at night on a phone app that came with the camera, and noticed her nightly visits continued. Now, if not from the start, they were happening every single night. Over time, I installed more hidden cameras around the house, making sure they weren't many to reduce the chance of her finding them. After watching the footage, I noticed that she had a habit of always standing in front of the window, peeking through the blinds and looking at me as I drove off. Then, she'd walk to my computer or sit down, and simply look at videos or read things all day long. That blank, unchanging expression she used to have, coming back and only leaving once I was back or where she had to leave the house. Originally, she didn't leave the house much, but as she became more comfortable being alone, she gradually made a habit of getting groceries on her own while I was at work, messaging me to ask if I wanted anything. Knowing what I knew, this started to look suspicious as well, so one day, I decided to follow her to clear my doubts. That day I took the day off and lied to her, telling her I was heading to work. The day before I placed a tracker in her car I bought a few days earlier, and that morning I snuck out a change of clothes and a pair of binoculars in my suitcase, then drove my car to a parking lot near a car rental place to rent one for the day. After that I switched clothes, checked the tracker on the app, and began following her around. I felt guilty about returning to my old ways and disappointing Miss Price, but I told myself this time wasn't out of jealousy or insecurity, rather it was due to fear for my safety. She did what any normal person would do, visit the mall and a few smaller stores. The thing that scared me the most was what I found she did after. I followed Emma back home, making sure to keep my distance, and parked the car a few streets away, far enough to be unnoticed and close enough to use my binoculars. After she parked and carried the groceries inside, I looked at my phone and accessed the cameras app to look at her in real time. She took everything out of the bags and put everything in its respective place, but left a block of raw meat. I think it was beef, out on the counter. Next, she got a mop and a bucket, took off all her clothes, threw them on a nearby couch, grabbed a chunk of meat and began eating it. My jaw hit the bottom of the car as I looked at my now ex-girlfriend eating raw meat with nothing on. The fresh blood dripping down her mouth and into her chest and abdomen, in a way that reminded me of some sort of satanic ritual or the like. I felt sick to my stomach, unsure if this was some sort of mental illness or something else, and the somewhat low quality of the chewing noises and her grunts simply added to the bizarre experience. Then, as I recovered from the shock and tried to make sense of what I was seeing and hearing, I recalled her search history and her strange fascination with the attack that killed her parents. I believe in the paranormal, but had never experienced anything myself, and I was wondering if what attacked Emma and her parents that day wasn't a bear, but something else. If maybe, just maybe, my beloved girlfriend had fallen victim to the monster as well, and it had come back pretending to be her. Looking back at the video feed, she kept eating the entire chunk of meat, probably about 4 pounds, though I couldn't really tell from the video alone, until it was completely gone. It was an insane amount of meat that no human should eat in a single day, let alone in a single meal. After that, she mopped down the floor, cleaned herself with a few napkins, brought them to the bathroom and flushed them down the toilet. Lastly, she went to take a shower. All the evidence of her feast, gone. Were it not for me having a recording of it, as far as I could tell, this was the first time she did something like that in the house. No other recordings showed her doing anything like that in the past. That night, I came back home still pretending to have worked. Fortunately, she didn't ask about it, and we spent the night peacefully. Just in case, I put the phone in my pajama pants, grabbed a kitchen knife, and slid it under my pillow before going to bed. I was twisting and turning, unable to sleep in the slightest. Suddenly I heard the door of my room open, and I pretended to be asleep as Emma walked towards me and stood right in front of the couch. I half opened my eyes and saw the woman I used to love, her face perfectly illuminated by moonlight, mine obscured by penumbra. From that experience, I was able to understand the look in her eyes, that look that had sent shivers down my spine multiple times, even though I didn't know why. It was hunger, a ravenous, primal hunger. I was her prey. I couldn't move. My breathing started to get heavy, and I had to do my best to keep it under control. I pretended to be asleep while that thing kept looking at me. It felt like I was stuck in that uncomfortable space for hours. But whatever the actual time was, she left after a while. When I felt the danger had passed, I was finally able to sleep again, and did so almost immediately. I woke up again with a sudden jolt of pain and found Emma, or the thing masquerading as her, kneeling down and biting down on my left arm. I tried pulling away and she bit off a chunk of skin without mercy. "What is wrong with you?" I asked, the adrenaline quickly rushing through my body as I went on high alert and pushed her away, grabbing the knife with my right hand and pointing it at her while trying to step back. Her words came out so desperate, her voice almost guttural and uncanny. "I'm sorry. It's just your fear. It makes me even hungrier." I leapt back onto the couch and put my free hand in the back seat to try and flip around, but the weight I put all of a sudden made the couch fall backwards, and I stumbled sideways onto the floor behind, falling on my left side while the knife flew off my hand and landed nearby, in between me and the front door. I looked back and Emma was leaping at me like an animal, landing next to my left leg and biting into the calf. Even through the thick fabric of the pants I was wearing, I felt her teeth sinking into my skin like sharp needles, and while trying to kick at her with my other leg in an awkward way, I used my healthy hand to try and reach for the knife. Her mouth wouldn't leave my calf, and it wasn't until she managed to rip yet another chunk of my flesh that she finally let me go. A hole in my pants with blood soaking into the fabric was the only indication that it was my only chance to leave, as it was clear I couldn't fight this thing. I crawled pathetically towards the knife and picked it up, then leaned against the wall next to the front door to unlock it while the creature, now almost completely feral, struggled trying to spit out the cloth stuck in its teeth. The next part was a blur. I recall opening the door and crawling out before closing it behind me. I think the adrenaline coursing through my veins was working overtime, because next thing I knew, I was running out into the street in the middle of the night while the thing chased behind me. I don't know how long that went for, but I'm sure that, had I not closed the door while it was distracted, it would have caught up to me before I was saved. I didn't know how this happened, as I lost consciousness when help arrived. I woke up a few days later, finding myself with bandages not only on my calf and wrist, but also on my stomach. I was told by one of the doctors that the damage I had incurred required surgery, and that there were 2 officers waiting for me to wake up to take my statement. I told them what happened, and fortunately, my phone survived the ordeal with just a few cracks on the screen. I showed them some of what I had gathered, leaving out any of my paranormal theories, and told them she began acting crazier and crazier since the accident with her parents. After explaining everything, I found out what happened after I fell unconscious. A truck with some college guys coming back from a party stumbled across Emma in the middle of the road, digging her teeth into the side of my gut while I was unconscious. They said that the car's headlights startled her, and at that moment they noticed what she was doing. They figured she was some sort of junkie and tried to scare her away. Fortunately, they had weapons on them, so after a few warning shots, the thing scurried away into the nearby woods. The guys called the police and an ambulance for me, and that's how I ended up in the hospital. That was 2 months ago. Since then, government officials came to my home and confiscated my cameras and electronics. I didn't fight them on it, though I was upset I wouldn't be allowed to have any video evidence of what happened. I was told there would be no further issues, but that I should change the locks and get a weapon, just in case. The story that was given to the press was that Emma had suffered a mental breakdown and attacked me, but ran off before police could get to where the guys found me, and hadn't been found since. 9 people have gone missing in that time span. The first 5 were homeless, and sadly, that meant the police didn't put too much effort in the investigations. 2 weeks ago, a cargo worker, a nurse, and a teacher went missing as well. This caused a larger stir in the public, and I hoped it was just a coincidence, but something told me that it might be involved. Yesterday, I found that there was a new victim in the news. It was Miss Price, whom I returned to for therapy after I recovered enough from surgery. Now I find myself alone again, scared of something that might come and try to finish the job, I wonder if this is a punishment for all the wrongs I did in the past. If I got a taste of a perfect life just to be taken away by a force of nature, or perhaps something more malevolent. If someone you love gets in a terrible accident where they're the only survivors, and they seem to become a different person after that, be careful. They might not be your loved one anymore.
My father loved a good paper trail. He always stressed the necessity of having proper documentation for every purchase, every agreement, every discussion that ended with something fundamentally different than when it begun. He believed in the importance of paperwork and the uselessness of a good handshake. The only legally binding thing a hand can do is put ink to paper, he'd always say. And to believe the gesture of touching palm to palm holds any sort of weight is to open yourself to the evils of human dishonesty. It is for this reason that, upon his recent death, my sister and I were left with the long, arduous task of sorting through the library of paperwork that the man left behind. When I call the collection a library, I do so without an ounce of hyperbole. His vast hoard of papers easily filled an entire large room's worth of drawers, files, and shelves. We knew we'd have to handle his last will and testament when he passed, and knowing our old man, we figured it would be a headache to get through, but at the time we thought this one document would be the worst of it. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. Upon diving into his extensive collection of records, we were both genuinely surprised by how many old documents the man had hung on to over the years, even long after their usefulness had dried up. Bank membership forms from the 1970s for banks long since defunct, half-century-old grocery store receipts, handwritten in blotchy, messy ink, parking tickets paid lifetimes ago for cars he hadn't owned in decades. It was all there, filed away neatly in the darkness of his old office, waiting for the day that we'd have the displeasure of drawing it all back out into the light. Knowing that most of it was worthless, we were tempted to simply shred it all and throw it away. But the persistent nagging that something of importance might be hidden in that massive trove of paperwork was strong enough that it convinced us to sort through it all manually. In a way, it was actually a much more enriching experience than I would have thought. We got to see our father's signature evolved throughout his life, and going through those decades worth of documents gave us the sense that we were reliving that life from start to finish. But at the same time, it was an agonizing chore that I dreaded doing each day. Because yes, it took us days to sort through all of that old paperwork, most of which was a complete waste of time. I suppose I couldn't really be upset about having to complete this final task for our old man. He provided us with a good life growing up, and the minor burden of sorting out his paper affairs after his death was a small price to pay compared to the work he had put in to ensure that we never wanted for anything, and had always lived in the lap of comfort and luxury. I also can't blame him for his overly cautious desire to keep a paper trail of his entire life. He came of age in an industrial town, during a time when industry was on its way out. Jobs spawned through handshakes and goodwill, suddenly vanished when the mines dried up and the mill's furnaces went forever cold. Nobody got any form of a severance package back then. One day you had a job, the next you didn't. One day you were able to put food on the table, and the next you weren't. It was a harsh, unforgiving time in our region's history, one that we haven't fully yet recovered from, even more than half a century later, and it set the stage for what my father's life would eventually become. Times were tough for our father and mother after he'd lost his job at the old mill. They managed to keep afloat for a while thanks to our mom's waitressing, as well as the various odd jobs that our dad worked. But it soon became clear to everyone in town back then that their livelihoods were dependent on an industry that had gone to an early grave. And without that industry, their economy wasn't going to last. Our parents needed a backup plan if they were going to have any hope of getting by. Thankfully, our old man had one. Our dad loved to paint from a very young age. In fact, the second largest collection that he left behind, after his collection of paperwork, was his vast accumulation of personal paintings that he kept in his private gallery. For his own purposes, he used to say. Before the decline, painting had only ever been a hobby for him, a way to decompress and pass the time between grueling shifts at the mill. He never thought he could have made a living off his work until the desperate times came, and he found himself backed into a corner with no other means of making ends meet. And so, with his prospects running as dry as the mines and his optimism going as cold as the mills, he turned to that old passion in hopes that it would offer him a means of escaping from the ever-deepening hole that he found himself trapped in. Setting to work like a man possessed, he drew inspiration for his paintings from the urban decay and Gothic, almost sinister landscapes of the region in which he had grown up. His work brought him little success in the backwater town that he called home, where people could barely put food on the table, let alone afford to blow their hard-earned wages on frivolous pieces of art, depicting scenes that they could look at for free with a simple glance out their windows. Knowing that he had no hope of making a living from his art in his current environment, and with the area's decline only growing worse by the day, my mom and dad decided to take on the ultimate gamble. They packed up their things worth keeping, sold the rest, and departed from the only place that either of them had ever called home. Their time spent away was, until the unfolding of recent events, largely a mystery to me. I knew they spent some time on the West Coast where my father continued to work on his stalled art career, but any details of his successes and failures there were never shared with my sister or me by our parents. All either of us knew is that by the time they returned home more than a decade later, their fortune had been secured. I wish I had known the circumstances that had led to their fortune sooner. I wish I had asked them questions while they were both still alive to answer. While I doubt they would have told me the whole truth, I might have been able to glean something about what had happened while they were away. The work of going through my dad's old records started as a tedious slog, and only got worse as the task went on. We brought a shredder into his office and began meticulously going through each document, ensuring that it was irrelevant before condemning it to its fate. Leafing through those old files and deciphering the messy, aging words scrawled therein would have been annoying, bothersome work for people half our age. And with us now into our 50s, with our worsening eyes and less nimble hands, the task was an even greater test of patience. We did our best to stay positive during this time, to talk about our memories of Dad, and to a much lesser extent, of Mom, and to keep the atmosphere as light and easy as we could. But this became more difficult as time went on, and we became disheartened by just how little progress we made against the seemingly insurmountable horde of records that we needed to sort through. The first noteworthy record, and thus the first one worth keeping, was found by my sister toward the end of the second day. I had just gotten back from taking a box of 3 decades worth of fast food receipts to the garage trash can. I hadn't bothered to shred them, when I heard her speak from across the room. "Oh, wow." I placed the now empty box on a nearby shelf and turned to look at her. "What's up? Find something interesting?" "I'd say so," my sister said. "Come take a look." I approached her. As I drew near, I saw that she was at the beginning of a fresh box of records, possibly even on the very first item inside. When I came up alongside her, she looked at me with an excited smile that she hadn't even considered wearing since the start of our task the previous day. She handed me the slip of paper in her hand without speaking, and I looked down at what was written upon it. It was a bill of sale for one of my father's paintings, one titled Gothic Decay. The bill was dated May of 1958, about 3 months after he and my mother had moved out west. "His first sale," my sister said. I should have known he'd have kept the receipt for it. I read the bill over again and frowned slightly. Not the most lucrative sale in the world, was it? "Well, no," she said. "But it was a start." She looked back into the box that she had pulled the bill from. It looks like these are all sale receipts for his paintings from back then. Maybe even every single one that he had sold. Knowing Dad, it probably is every single one of them, I said. My sister pulled the next one from the list. It was dated September of 1958, roughly 4 months later, and indicated that the painting had sold for a similarly pitiful price. The third sold in December, again for what I'm sure was barely even enough to cover the cost of his art supplies. Not a lot of money coming in that first year, huh? I said. The pattern continued for 2 more instances before ending in April of the next year. In almost a year's time, our dad had only managed to sell 5 paintings, and each for far lower than he probably would have liked. I might have felt bad for him, had I not known of the wealth he would eventually amass. By flipping through the receipts, we learned that he didn't sell another painting for most of that year, until November of 1959. I imagine during that long gap he'd been forced to jump back into doing odd jobs in order to make ends meet. That likely led to a perpetual cycle of grueling work, during which he probably had little time to paint, and even less time to market his work. It's a miracle his aspirations didn't die there, and if I didn't know any better, I would have assumed they had. My sister looked at the receipt from November of '59 and whistled sharply. Hot dang, look at this one. I did as she instructed, then joined in her surprise whistle. That's quite a jump. I guess this is when he finally made it, huh? To say he had made it with this sale was an understatement. This piece, titled Rust Town Blues, sold for more than double what all his previous paintings had sold for combined. And things didn't stop there. In fact, they only seemed to speed up. He sold 2 more paintings that November, each for a higher price than the last. In December, he sold 8 more. In 1960, our old man was selling upwards of 10 paintings a month, and the number only grew from there. Over the course of the next decade, he sold dozens and dozens of paintings each year, each for staggering amounts of money. I didn't know how he ever had enough time to complete so many paintings, and I wondered if his seemingly obsessive commitment to his work is what sowed the seeds for what my mom eventually did. Exactly 10 years later, to this very day in November of 1969, he sold his last painting of the bunch. It would be the last one he ever sold in his life. And that's all she wrote, my sister said. This must be when he and Mom came back home, I said. A shame he didn't paint anymore after that. Well, a few years after they came home is when he and Mom had us, she said. Must have been tough to keep up his work while raising a family. Yeah, well, Mom didn't exactly make it any easier for him, did she? I said. My sister shook her head. No, that she didn't. I paused for a contemplative moment before speaking again. You ever feel like we took his dream from him? My sister shook her head. He had plenty of time to pursue that dream. He and Mom had us pretty late, especially for the time, and they knew that if they wanted to raise a family, they really needed to get on it. They made the choice to come back here and have us. We didn't force it on them. I shrugged, still itching with a sudden sense of guilt that I couldn't quite shake. Yeah, I guess you're right. Just like how nobody forced Mom to change her mind. Yeah, she said. That too. We let the conversation drop and returned to our work. The painting sales were the first items in the entire collection to be spared from the shredder. Deciding it was good karma to finish on that high note, we wrapped up our efforts for the day and both of us went home. I spent a long time that night thinking about those dozens and dozens of paintings that my father had sold back then, wishing that I could see even one of them. I had shrunk so far into my own head that my wife actually noticed my aloofness and asked if I was alright. I reassured her that I was, even if the answer didn't feel entirely honest. She eventually drifted off to bed, and I decided to decompress for another hour or so before following her there. I opened my laptop and looked up a few of the names of my dad's old paintings that I remembered from the receipts, to see if copies of them had ever been posted online. No dice for any of them. His works must have only really traveled in small, private circles, which had evidently kept them just as private for all these years. I suppose the money earned from them was tangible enough, but I found myself wishing that I had more to remember my old man by than just a bunch of rotting old documents collecting dust in his house. My sister and I started back up again the next morning. We spent most of the day locked back into the banality that we had grown accustomed to in the previous 2 days. My sister threw out a box of expired grocery store coupons. We once again didn't even bother shredding those. Well, I saw to the destruction of a drawer full of long expired vehicle registrations from several different states. She shredded dozens upon dozens of old bank statements. I found and rescued our parents' marriage license, which I considered destroying for a brief moment before deciding that it was just barely worth keeping around, if only in remembrance of a happier time when the four of us all still lived under the same roof. Besides, our father had never actually officially filed for a divorce. He'd never been able to find our mother in order to make such a thing official, so I figured keeping the marriage license around could almost trick us into believing that those good times never actually came to an end. Inconsequential acts of shredding and saving went on for some time until I discovered a file stuffed with years upon years of census data, something I almost tossed without a second thought. Had I actually done so instead of taking a few minutes to leaf through those papers, I may have never discovered the knowledge that I am now forever burdened with. Upon deciphering the messy handwriting, I managed to find my parents' names in the 1958 census listed at some West Coast address that I had understandably never heard of before. A quick online search told me that it was a small one-bedroom apartment that, based on its pictures, looked like it hadn't been renovated since well before our parents had lived there. The 1959 data showed similar information. It wasn't until I reached the 1960 sheet that I raised my eyebrows in surprise. The hell is this? My sister, who was in the middle of eating a peanut butter sandwich, turned to look at me. What is it? I flipped back and forth between the 3 sheets, thoroughly confused. This census data, it doesn't make sense. My sister returned her sandwich to its plastic bag, placed the combo onto a nearby box of records, and walked toward me. What do you mean? What can be so crazy about census data? Take a look, I said, handing her the 3 pages. These first 2 just show Mom and Dad as living in an apartment together. Nothing strange there, but look at the sheet for 1960. My sister did as instructed, then frowned as realization hit her. Who is this third person listed here? I don't know, I said. It's kind of hard to read the handwriting on that thing, and parts of it aren't even filled out. But it looks like she has our last name. Did a relative of Dad's come to stay with them for a while or something? I guess that's possible, she said. Then after a pause, their address is also different on this third one. I looked up the address on the 1960 paper and found that the house there, built in the early 1950s, was a huge upgrade to the apartment that my parents had been living in before. This made sense. By early 1960, our dad had started seeing good returns on his painting sales, and they likely could have afforded at least a mortgage on the house by the time the census was collected. But this didn't explain who that third person could have been. My sister took the census file and combed through more of the sheets. This woman, whoever she is, stayed with Mom and Dad for several years, even moving to another house with them. That's weird, I said. How have we not heard of her before? Maybe they had a falling out with her after this and didn't like to talk about her. I guess that's possible, I said, once again not feeling confident in this explanation. She looks to have moved out when they moved back here, my sister said. She's on the 69 census, but not on the 70 sheet. She must have stayed out west. Do you think she's still alive? My sister asked. I don't know, I admitted. If she is, I wouldn't even know how to get in touch. Makes me wish we still had phone books, she said. I doubt we'd find a woman her age anywhere else. A quick online search proved my sister right. We were unable to find anything conclusive about the mysterious woman who shared our last name. It was as if she didn't even exist outside of that census data, and even then, the information we could glean about her from that paperwork was limited. Her age was left blank on every census form that she appeared on, so we couldn't even guess what her relation was to our dad. With the trail going cold, we dropped the conversation about our mystery relative and moved on with our task. My sister returned the container holding the census data to me, and I continued to comb through it. It contained data for every year of our dad's life from the age of 18 until this past year, when he passed away. I watched as they returned back from out west, after which their number went from 2 back up to 3 the year after I was born. From there, we expanded to 4 when my sister came into the picture. We remained as 4 for several good years after this. Then, abruptly, the number reduced back to 3. Seeing that sudden reduction felt like a punch to the gut. It took the wind out of my sails and killed my desire to review the remaining years. Following a brief skim of the remaining data, I placed the container aside and, after a short period of consideration, decided not to shred them. I determined that, at the very least, the information present in that thick stack of paper was interesting enough to hold on to. Our day continued on as normal. We were making real progress, and by the end of the day, we could see that the end of our cleanup was in sight. We thought about staying late that night and getting ourselves that much closer to the finish line, but seeing as we both had families to return home to, we decided to call the night at a reasonable hour. I spent a long time thinking about the mystery woman that night. My wife, seeing that I was once again distracted, asked me what was wrong, and I told her about what we'd experienced that day. She reiterated the points that my sister and I had discussed about the woman likely being a relative that our parents had had a falling out with, and suggested that I not worry about who she was too much. This proved difficult to do, but with some effort I managed to set the woman aside long enough that I was able to get some sleep that night. We got started early on the third day, eager to get through the rest of the paperwork with haste so that we could potentially finish the task by that afternoon. Most of the morning passed in a blur of shredded documents, many of which I couldn't identify now if I tried. Scraps of ruined paper filled the several surrounding garbage bags and tarnished the floor in bunches of long, thin streamers. We worked quickly and quietly, with little time spent on conversation. I was certain that we both spent that entire time thinking of the strange woman who shared our last name. Though we hadn't met this woman, nor had we ever even seen her face, or learned of her exact connection to our family, there was something about her that made me feel as if I had known her for my entire life. It was a strange sensation that I just couldn't shake, and it made me even more eager to learn more about her. Was she a woman that I had met in my youth, and had forgotten about until that census data dredged up the memory of her from the murkiest trenches of my mind? At the time, I was certain I would never know. Anybody who could have told me the truth was already dead. What I didn't realize at the time was that I would be learning her true identity very, very soon. This knowledge would change everything I understood to be true about my family, and even as I write this, I wonder if I would have been better off never knowing it. It was still fairly early into our day when I discovered the file containing the copies of our birth certificates. We might have found it strange that our father had made those copies, had we not known who we were dealing with, but it didn't surprise us at all to find them there amongst his collection. What was surprising, however, was that where we had expected to find only 4 birth certificates, we actually found 5. Leafing through the stack, I passed first my sister's, followed by my own, then our mom's, and finally our dad's. I figured this would be the end of the file, and seeing as these were all unofficial copies and were not necessary to keep, I thought I would soon be sacrificing them to the shredder, god that had been so gluttonous these last few days. But what I saw there behind my dad's certificate halted my every movement and made me completely forget about the destructive deity that I had been so ready to honor. I don't remember speaking, but I must have, because my sister asked me what was wrong. Knocked free of my sudden surprise, I looked at her with a confused look on my face and struggled to even find my words. I weakly held out the 5th birth certificate for her to take. My sister approached and took the paper from my lame grip, then grabbed onto it with both hands and looked it over. A frown that must have resembled my own from a few moments ago crept across her face. She briefly flipped it over and looked at the back, as if its rear would somehow reveal it to be some sort of post-mortem prank played on us by our old man. When she saw that it wasn't, she flipped it back over again and reviewed it another time. What the hell is this? I leaned over and once again examined the certificate. Much to my chagrin, its details remained the same as they had been from my initial viewing. Written there, in unmistakable black ink, was the now familiar name of the woman, of the girl, who had shared our last name. It's the person from the census, I said, voicing what we both already knew. The one who lived with Mom and Dad. Yeah, my sister said. Except her birth year is listed as 1959, the year before the 1960 census. That means instead of being one of Dad's cousins or aunts, she had to be his daughter. I finished for her. Their daughter, and our sister. This fresh revelation stifled us with a stunned silence that clung to us quite some time. My younger sister, so shocked by what she had read, needed to sit down in a nearby chair. I opted to lean against the sturdy desk behind me. "What's going on here?" my younger sibling finally asked. "What's happening?" "I don't know," I told her. These 3 words were the only ones that I could muster. She shot me an almost accusatory look. "You don't know about this?" "Of course I didn't," I said. "Mom and Dad never told me anything about them having another kid." My sister considered this for a few moments, then seemingly accepted it. What could have happened to her? And why would they keep that from us? I shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. Did she suddenly die out west or something? My sister asked, "Is that why they came back here? To distance themselves from the pain of that experience?" I looked down at the file again. There isn't a death certificate here. Don't you think if our sister had died that Dad would have included it in his file? It could be stored somewhere else, she said. Or maybe he just didn't want to remind himself of it. Maybe he just wanted to forget whatever happened to her. But then why would he keep her birth certificate in here? I realized that, unlike the others, this one was the genuine article instead of being a copy. And besides, knowing Dad, he would want that death certificate filed, regardless of how painful it was for him to do. Maybe she went missing, my younger sister suggested. Maybe she was abducted or something, and they never declared deceased, just like they did with Mom. But Mom didn't go missing, I said. She left. Still, same idea. Maybe since they never declared her deceased, he never had a death certificate to file. Maybe. I didn't remember seeing any old articles about a missing child when looking up our older sister's name, but it's possible I either missed them or didn't recognize them as pertaining to the same person that I was researching. You'd think they would have at least told us about her, though. I'm not going to pretend to know what went through their heads at any given time, especially not through hers. I didn't respond for several lengthy seconds. "Yeah," I eventually said. "Yeah, I guess you're right." We didn't speak for a while after that. We didn't quite know what to say. The two of us returned to our work, but it was clear that neither of us was particularly enthusiastic about the task ahead. And so, after another half an hour or so of clearing out our father's documents, we decided to call it a day early and return the next day to hopefully finish up. I didn't tell my wife about what we had learned that day. I would eventually, but I needed time to process it for myself before I felt like I'd be able to vocalize our discovery to anybody else without being interrupted by a crippling panic attack or a deadly deluge of tears. I'm sure she realized that something was off about me again, but unlike the previous times, she didn't ask me about it. I think she could tell it was a demon better left undisturbed, until the time came that I was ready to poke it with a big, sharp stick. I lay in bed for hours that night, emotionally exhausted from what I had learned that day, but paradoxically unable to sleep. I thought about my older sister, who she had been, where she was now, if she was anywhere at all, why she had been kept a secret from my extant sister, and me for more than half a century. Such a train of thought proved to be a strong sleep repellent, but eventually slumber's inevitable persuasion managed to convince my mind to slip into the realm of darkness. When I slept, I dreamed of her, even though I had never seen her face. I knew the person in front of me was my older sister. She started out as a baby, the age she was when she was in those census papers, but she began to age rapidly, passing through dozens of stages of her life in a matter of seconds. She eventually morphed into the adult woman that she may or may not have ever become. I asked her what had happened to her, why she had been lost to us for so long. She couldn't answer. All she could do was frown at me, and then start to cry. Spirits were low the next morning. My younger sister and I felt crippled by the seemingly unconquerable task that was sorting through the relatively few remaining documents in our father's collection. But with a pair of heavy hearts and a lack of enthusiasm, we set to work on completing the job before us. I don't remember when or where my sister found the contract. I suppose these details don't matter. What matters is that its discovery changed everything, and that it unleashed something into our lives that we would never be able to put back into the metaphorical tube. God, how I wish we could. It was buried beneath a pile of other contracts of significantly lesser importance. My little sister might have even looked past it and thrown it away, had she not been careful, though I doubt she could have missed the bizarre, Stygian signature planted beneath our father's at the contract's end. She spent a while reading it before she showed it to me. It wasn't very long, so she must have reviewed it at least a dozen times while I sorted through other things, oblivious to her prolonged silence that had been so normal that day. The document didn't read quite like any contract I'd ever seen before, and certainly not like any of the contracts that were in our father's collection. It was handwritten on a sheet of yellow, ancient-looking parchment, penned in a way that looked like it had been scrawled in haste, but at the same time with an elegant penmanship that looked practiced, as if its writer had ample experience drafting such documents. I refused to copy down the words of the contract verbatim, but will do my best to paraphrase. The contract stated that for a period of 10 years, our father's paintings would bring him fame, wealth, and success. He would create important and beloved works of art with both haste and ease, which would effortlessly sell as soon as they went up for auction. At the expiration of those 10 years, the wealth he'd earned would remain, but his fame and status would be forever lost to the greater world, remembered only by himself and by anybody who believed him when he told of his forgotten past. Also on that day, exactly 10 years from the signing of the contract, and on each subsequent 10th anniversary, the writer of the contract would return to collect something from our father of the writer's choosing, which our father could not refuse. This would continue until the death of either party involved in the contract. The document was signed twice. First by our father in that same handwriting that we had seen countless times and grown intimately familiar with in the last few days. His signature was followed by a nightmarish scratching of lines and shapes that I cannot in good faith call a word, at least not present in any known language. Just looking at this malicious shape made me profoundly uncomfortable, and conjured within my mind countless pillars of evil, imaginable only to the most tormented of souls, and many that are mercifully beyond any existent soul to ever know. Both signatures, if that is what you want to consider this second blasphemy of writing, were penned in a splotchy, reddish-brown solution that I could not identify, but which I doubted and still highly doubt was any sort of ink. Our father's name was written in neat print next to his signature, so that it was easily legible. The other signer's name, however, was not awarded the same privilege. Beneath both signatures, though, was written a date, one that fell in early November of 1959. My sister and I sat in incomprehensible silence for what felt like hours, passing the contract back and forth whenever one of us had mustered the courage to read it over again. The heavy, unspeakable weight of the document resting between us seemed to distort the very fabric of reality with its density. When we finally spoke of it, both of us acted as if we didn't understand what this contract could have meant. But I'm sure that we both knew right away what its implications were. Our father, still struggling to make a living even after he and our mother had moved out west, entered into an agreement with someone, or something, that promised him the success he so desperately dreamt of and craved. And so he acquired a decade of wealth, fame, and success, in exchange for a lifetime tormented by whatever entity he had taken up this contract with. He would then go on to die in obscurity, the extent of his success remembered by nobody else, except for the thing that continued to collect from him decade after decade, taking more and more from the man that it was so determined to torment and eventually destroy. Sure were the terms that our father had entered into, and such were the terms in which the contract had bound him, until the time came that death finally set him free. I'm sure it's not a mystery what this entity collected from him after that first decade had passed. Subsequent decades, though, are a little more unclear, but I have a strong idea of at least two of those collections, which occurred while I still lived in our family home. One of those I'm sure you can deduce. The other I choose to keep to myself. Thinking back with a freshly open mind to those early years of my life, I can recall a pair of times that I am now certain each occurred on a year ending in 9, that I was awoken by a suffocating sense of overwhelming, primal darkness that swept over our family home in the blackest, coldest hours of the night. At the time, I assumed these occurrences to be the product of my own personal nightmares, quickly forgotten and seemingly unrelated to the tragedies that immediately followed them the next day. One of these occurrences came when I was just a boy. Another, when I was on the cusp of becoming a man. The former came at a time in my life when I did not fully understand the tragedy of loss. The latter was how I became truly acquainted with it. More visitations and subsequent collections must have occurred after I'd moved out on my own, but since I was not present for them, their energies must not have reached me. I'm sure if I try, though, I can conjure more family tragedies that occurred in the final years of decades past. But at the time of writing this, I am not entirely interested in reliving old pains just so I can recontextualize them with a present knowledge, nor do I wish to discuss such things with my living sister, much like how I got the sense she'd rather not broach such subjects with me. I write this only a handful of weeks after having found my father's contract. My sister and I didn't finish our project that day, and we still haven't been back to sort through the rest of our old man's records. I'm not sure when we will, if we ever do. We left that contract locked in the sturdy drawer of a metal filing cabinet in our father's empty home until the day comes that we ever feel the need to reassess it. In the meantime, I've spent these few weeks in a complicated state of mourning for those I've lost, and those I've never truly known. My father seeming to fall into both categories quite nicely. I've also spent a lot of time wondering. I wonder about what lies ahead for my sister and me at the end of this decade, now that our father is no longer alive to fulfill his end of the contract. When I last read the terms of the document, it explicitly stated that the contract expired with my father, but I would not be surprised to find those terms mysteriously amended should I pull that cursed record from its metal coffin and review what was written upon it. I get the strong, nauseating sense that the words next of kin might appear somewhere in there now, indicating that our family is not yet free from the curse that my father, blinded by a desperation that I hesitate to call greed, forever shackled to us. At the time of writing this, my sister and I now have less than 4 years, a time so agonizingly long while also so alarmingly brief, until we know if we are truly free from the contract that has been furtively looming over us for our entire lives. I doubt if either of us will allow a single day to pass where we don't think of the document that we left locked away in our dad's home, where it will fester and rot until the day comes for its terms to flex their power once more. I'm sure we will both think at length, as I already have, about what will come for us on that cold autumn day in November of 2029, about the dark, primordial presence that is no longer bound by its contract with our father, and which may very well now possess free rein to attack us directly with its deadly claws of overwhelming malice. But I suppose we'll just have to wait and see what comes. "We're getting a kitty! We're getting a kitty!" Jenny sang from the back seat of the car. I looked at her through the rearview window and smiled before turning a left. The local animal pound was at least a 20-minute drive from our house. My daughter had been singing for 15 of those and had every intention of keeping it up for the remaining 5. In the weeks leading up to this moment, my wife and I had been in many discussions about adopting a cat. She thought that having an animal companion around the house would be beneficial for all of us. For my daughter, taking care of another living being would give her an early lesson in responsibility. For us, it meant free pest control. Where she saw an opportunity, I saw the downsides. Providing for just the 3 of us was already stretching our budget thin. Getting a pet meant another mouth to feed, even if it was just a tiny one. But most importantly, I've never been a cat person. If Jenny didn't pick up her responsibility in feeding their new family member and changing its litter box, it means I would be stuck feeding and cleaning up after an animal I felt little affection for. Unfortunately, I was outnumbered. After a few weeks of pressure from both my wife and daughter, I finally caved. How could I say no to those pigtails? Seeing how giddy Jenny was, I realized whatever money and effort the cat would cost was well worth it. "Daddy, can I choose any cat I want?" Jenny interrupted her singing to chirp from the back seat. I replied. My attention divided between traffic and coming up with a safe answer. "Let's choose one together, okay?" My main concern was getting a critter that could at least earn its keep by catching mice. The answer seemed to satisfy Jenny. She didn't argue, but instead went back to singing, kicking her feet and looking through the window as the animal shelter came into view. As we entered, we were greeted jovially at the counter by a middle-aged man wearing jeans, work boots, and a polo shirt with the shelter's logo on the chest. The shirt looked like it had seen the inside of a washing machine too many times. The man looked like he'd seen every cat, dog, rabbit, bird, and fish that came through the shelter with his own eyes. He smiled at me and shook my hand. then waved at Jenny. "Good morning and welcome. I'm Gary. How can I help you two today?" Jenny responded before I could. "We're getting a kitty." "Is that so?" Gary asked in the exaggerated tone typical for an adult talking to a child. "Well, I'm sure we can help with that." As he said this, he directed his attention to me, and his tone became more formal, albeit still jovial. "Anything specific you have in mind?" "Well, it's up to her." I said so with a forced enthusiasm that the man picked up on. "I just want something that's not too high maintenance, and a good mouser if possible." Gary smiled and nodded. He had tempered his own joviality a bit as he walked over to the door on the right. He swiped the access drop hanging from his belt across the scanner. There was an audible zoom, followed by a click as the door unlocked. Gary opened the door and positioned himself next to the opening, extending his arm inside as a gracious motion. "Very well, let's see if we have something that you like." Jenny and I entered, with Gary closing the door behind us and following suit. We walked through a gray concrete hallway. The smell of cat litter filled my nostrils, and I could hear the distant sounds of dogs barking. We soon reached a T-junction. To the right is where we keep the cats. Nothing could prepare me for what came next. We rounded the corner. To my left, through a wide window, I could see into a large communal cat room, and sitting in the middle of that cat room, amongst various cats and surrounded by toys, cardboard boxes, and scratching posts, was a man. A man wearing a cat suit. I stopped dead in my tracks. What the... I cut myself off before saying the last word, mindful of adding yet another swear word to Jenny's vocabulary. My sudden halt almost caused Jerry to bump into me. Looking up in surprise, he followed my gaze to see what I was looking at. "Oh, that's just old Tibbles." I looked at Gary and back at the man in the cat suit again. This Tibbles, had noticed us and was looking back at us with a blank stare. His cat suit, a full bodysuit that covered everything but his face, hands, and feet, looked cheap. Like something you'd order off of a cheap web shop. It was dirty and covered in stains. The man had a narrow face with a messy beard. A few bangs of sweaty, dirty blonde hair escaped the constraints of the suit, where it fitted around his skull. The whole thing was tight-fitting, causing it to clamp tightly around the skin of his face. His hands and bare feet were stained with dirt and ended in long, yellow, cracked nails. He gave Gary and my daughter a blank stare before finally resting his blue, bulging, veiny eyes on mine in a prolonged gaze. Then he placed both hands on the ground and, on all fours, scuffled towards one of the water trays. He lowered his head towards the tray, opened his mouth, and began lapping up water with a pink, fleshy, all-too-human tongue. I stared at the spectacle, mesmerized. Gary's words echoed in the background, my mind barely registering them. "Tibbles has been with us for a long time. He's a tough old tomcat, been on the streets for a good few years. He looks a bit worse for wear, but he's honestly one of our most well-behaved cats." I snapped back into reality. "Is this some sort of a joke?" I asked, turning to Gary. The initial shock replaced itself with frustration. "If so, I don't think it's very appropriate for children. Do you?" Gary, visibly taken aback by my accusation, fumbled for words. "Joke? I'm not sure what you mean, sir." I looked back over my shoulder at the cat room again. Tibbles had finished drinking and was now using his foot to scratch himself behind the ear. A feat of flexibility that was above most people. Jenny, meanwhile, had pressed her face against the glass. I returned my gaze to Gary, who looked at me with raised eyebrows and a blank expression. Everything about him hinted at genuine confusion, not a single sign of some practical joke or malicious intent. Then Jenny spoke the very words I had dreaded hearing. "Daddy, can we take Tibbles home with us?" I spun around. "What? No. No, of course we're not taking that thing home with us." Jenny was visibly startled by my angry outburst. Tears began welling up in her hazel brown eyes. But I want Tibbles." Gary chimed in again. "Sir, I get that he looks a bit rough around the edges, but I can assure you that Tibbles is, like I said, a very well-behaved cat. He's good with kids, very affectionate, he's had all his shots, and he's in good health. Well, aside from some scars. Fights with alley cats in his past life and all that." I just stared at Gary, lost for words. In the background, Jenny was softly crying. Tibbles was sniffing below the tail of some other cat, and I was stuck between feeling repulsed and feeling like the bad guy. The ride home was horrible. 20 minutes of Jenny crying softly in the background. Where it had been sunny on the way to the shelter, dark clouds now loomed overhead, as if the heavens were banding together to set the perfect backdrop to our mood. My daughter had whined and then begged to take Tibbles back home with us. Then, when she finally realized I wouldn't budge on the matter, she had thrown herself to the floor and started throwing the mother of all tantrums. The attendant, Gary, hadn't helped in the matter. Well, he did offer to let us take a look at some other cats. At no point did he even acknowledge that anything was off. "Sweetie?" I asked. No reply. "Sweetie, I get that you're upset, but we can't just take a strange man home with us." Jenny's tearful eyes didn't meet mine, instead being fixed out of the window as if counting each mile that our journey put between Tibbles and her. "Tibbles isn't a man. Tibbles is a kitty," she demanded. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't going to win this battle. When we got home, as soon as I opened the door, Jenny brushed past me and angrily stomped upstairs, slamming the door to her bedroom. "Honey, what's wrong?" My wife Holly's voice sounded from the living room. I entered to find her on the couch. She just put her show on pause and regarded me quizzically. "Where's the cat? And why is Jenny in such a bad mood?" I sighed and crashed into the couch next to her. "You'll never believe what we went through." As I recited today's events to my wife, her look became more and more incredulous. I couldn't blame her. When I was done, she blankly stared at me for a few seconds before finally mustering a plain, "What?" "I know, it sounds ridiculous." I rested my head against the fabric. Wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't just seen it. "That's messed up," Holly finally said. I was glad she believed me. We'd been together long enough for us to know when the other was being serious. Who the hell plays a prank like that on a 6-year-old? "Maybe they get off on that kind of stuff," I mumbled, more to myself than to her. Now that I had vented my frustration, I just felt tired. I swear I'm calling them back tomorrow to give them a piece of my mind. Holly nodded along at first, and then perked up from the couch. A dead giveaway that an idea had formed in her head. "I'm off work tomorrow. How about I go there with Jenny? Throw a fit to that guy's superiors. Gary, you said his name was." I nodded, not having caught up to her plan yet. Holly smiled. "If I go full Karen on them, maybe they'll cut us some sort of deal. Get us a free cat or a year's worth of free food." I replied, "Are you sure about that? I mean, after all this, would you really want to adopt an animal from a place like that?" "The next shelter is several towns away," Jenny said. "It's at least an hour's drive, and Jenny's still going to want a cat. Why not see if we can use this to our benefit? We get a discount, our daughter gets her cat, and Gary and his creepy friend get the sack. Hopefully." I nodded slowly. The idea was beginning to appeal to me. Holly could be an absolute terror if she wanted to, but if anyone deserved that treatment, it was those two sickos. "Fine," I said, "as long as I don't have to set another foot in that place." The next day, the events at the shelter had become an afterthought. My wife had talked to our daughter last night and had promised they would definitely get a cat today. During breakfast, Jenny was back in high spirits, Seeing a smile back on her face brought a smile to mine. Are we getting Tibbles today? I looked at my wife, who stroked her hair and said, let's see when we get there. Maybe there are other cats you'd like. I mouthed a thank you to my wife before kissing them both on the forehead and grabbing my coat and heading off to work. That day I considered telling the story of the fetish freak at the animal shelter to my colleagues at lunch, and I thought better of it. I had a hunch they wouldn't believe me, so instead I called Holly. Hey dear, how's work? Her voice sounded from the other side. It's fine. Slow day. How are things over there? Did you stop by the shelter yet? We did, and guess what your wife pulled off? We got our cat for free. You should see them when you get home. He's such a cutie, and he's getting along great with Jenny. That's amazing, I said. Was Gary there? Did you give him hell? Nope, he wasn't. I got to talk to the owner. He seemed confused, but he promised he'd look into it. I see. Well, thanks for doing this, sweetheart. I'll see you when I get back. Too bad Gary and his buddy didn't get to deal with my fuming wife. I just have to take solace in imagining the owner putting a royal foot up their butts. The day went on like any other, and as I arrived home after a long day of work, I was expecting the whole situation to be relegated to a weird story I could tell at parties. I walked up to my door, turned the key, opened it, and entered. I was greeted by the smell of lasagna in the oven, and my daughter's voice from the living room. Daddy, come look at our kitty. I'm coming, sweetie, I said as I hung up my coat and took off my shoes. I then followed Jenny's voice to the living room. I found her kneeling in the corner, her hand stoking the cheap, stained, fake fur of Tibbles. Tibbles. The man in the cat suit was lying on his side on our living room floor, eyes closed in enjoyment. What? Holly! I yelled. Holly, come in here. My wife rushed from the kitchen. What is it? What the hell is this? I motioned at the man in the cat suit. Why did you bring that freak home with us? Freak? Holly asked. We got a cat, just like I said. Just look at how happy Jenny is. Tibbles is my best friend, Jenny chimed in as she wrapped her arms around Tibbles' chest. The sight sickened me. Jenny, get away from that thing. What's wrong? Did something happen at work? Holly asked. No, nothing happened. It's him. It's the man in the cat suit from yesterday. No, it's not. It's a cat. It's just a cat. I stood there, mouth agape. Holly looked at me with a concerned expression. Jenny continued petting Tibbles. And Tibbles? Tibbles began purring, like a man would purr when imitating a cat. He stretched his long, lanky body across the room and rolled onto his back. One of his spindly legs bumped against the standing lamp, almost knocking it over. I noticed something sickening. Back in the animal shelter, it had seemed like Tibbles' cat suit covered his whole body except his face. But now I saw that another opening had been created, one further down his body. Near Tibbles' crotch and rear, the fabric had been cut open, revealing his bare buttocks and member, which lay flaccid between his legs, exposed for my daughter to see. Tibbles then noticed me. He rolled over to his stomach and raised himself on all fours. Meow. A deep, male voice pitched higher in order to come closer to a cat's natural cadence. I stood there, frozen, as it lumbered over to me and rubbed its dirty, sweaty forehead on my leg. Look, Daddy, Jenny said. Tibbles likes you. I need a moment, I said as I brushed past them. I rushed up the stairs into my office and closed the door behind me. I felt nauseous. What was happening here? Why couldn't they see? Was this some sort of sick prank at my expense? It seemed unlikely. There was no way Holly would go this far, and even involve our daughter in some messed up jest. I took out my phone. I considered calling the police, but first, I called Frank. Frank had been my best friend since high school. We played football together. Went to the same college and stayed thick as thieves ever since. We'd been each other's best man at our respective weddings, and while Holly was my life partner, there were certain areas in life where the only one who understood a man was another man, where you needed a brother more than you needed a wife. Frank was like that brother. And of course, he didn't pick up right away. He was probably having dinner with his family. I called him again, hoping he'd get the message that it was urgent. Thankfully, he did. "What's up?" I heard his familiar voice on the other side. "Frank, listen man, I'm in a situation, and I just need someone to verify that I'm not losing my mind." "Can this wait for 10 minutes? We're having my folks over for dinner and..." "No, it can't wait. There's this sick guy in a cat suit, and he's with my daughter and..." "Hold up," Frank interrupted me. In the background I heard the sound of wood scraping against tiles, followed by footsteps. "Cat suit? What are you on about?" For the second time in only 2 days, I struggled to explain a scenario too bizarre for words. Only this time I needed to be fast with it. I didn't want to leave my daughter alone with that weirdo for any longer than I had to, so I skimmed over most details, getting the point across as quickly as possible and with the bare minimum of information. "And now this guy is down there with Holly and Jenny?" Frank asked. "Yes," I said. "And they're both acting like nothing is wrong." "Dude, you should call the police," Frank said. "And before you do, send me a photo, for evidence, in case the guy makes a run for it." "Alright, will do." I thanked him and hung up. I had been pacing across my office, focused on finding the right words to describe what was happening. Doing so, I hadn't noticed things had gone quiet downstairs. Had something happened? Was the guy in the cat suit gone? Or had something worse transpired? Fearing the worst, I put my phone away and walked out of my office. I walked out of the hallway and took a left towards the stairs. "Holly?" I yelled out. "Jenny?" "We're downstairs, Daddy," Jenny responded. I sighed in relief. Where's Tibbles?" I called down. "He's upstairs, Daddy. We put the litter box in the spare room next to your office." I froze. A cold chill ran down my spine. I slowly turned around. The hallway was dark. I hadn't turned on any of the hallway lights when I went to my office earlier. From where I was standing, my office was to the right. Next to it, at the end of the hallway opposite to the stairs, was a spare room that we use for storage. And in the dim afternoon twilight, I could see 2 eyes staring at me. 2 eyes, which belonged to a hulking figure squatting over a litter box. We stood there as if frozen in time, me and Tibble staring at each other. On all fours he reached up to my chest. But as he stood there, hunched, I realized how tall this guy is. Even when he was not fully upright, our faces were almost at the same height. I estimated that he'd be at least 7 feet tall. He was lanky, with long, spindly limbs that stuck out of the sleeves of his cat suit like branches of an old tree. The fabric was stuck tight around his skin, where it covered it, accentuating his wiry muscle. And as I looked into his eyes, I noticed that, for the first time since I'd looked into them, they seemed fully human. This is difficult to convey in words. It wasn't that he'd previously had yellow eyes with slit pupils. His eyes had always been blue and, for lack of better words, normal. But until now, the expression they had has always been animal-like. Simple, with no hint of deeper thought other than their immediate physical needs and instincts. But now, as his eyes bored into mine from the darkness, I swear to God there was purpose, a knowing, malicious intent that told me that the man in the cat suit knew what he was doing, and he meant me harm. Thud. With a dull sound, a wet, human turd landed in the cat dirt. It lay there, out in the open, like an insult to the sanctity of our home. Tibbles then hunched forward, leaning on his hands, and walked towards me on all fours. Eyes locked on mine, it approached me until we were face to face, or rather, face to chest. The reek of stale sweat mixed with dirt and fresh crap filled my nostrils. Tibbles exhaled, and I could smell the coppery scent of old blood on his breath. He looked up at me. Meow. I pulled out my phone, pointed it at Tibbles, and snapped a picture. Right in its face. You see this? I showed him the resulting picture. A bird's eye perspective of him staring into the camera. Dirty catsuit and disheveled face, recorded for the world to see. This is evidence. I'm going to call the cops. I don't know what kind of sick game you're playing, but it's about to be over. I watched for any sense of recognition, any hint of anger or fear or any other emotion. Meow. Was I mistaken earlier? Did this thing just have the mind of an animal? Tibbles walked past me, the fake fur of his dirty suit touching the fabric of my jeans, and headed back downstairs. And just then, my phone began buzzing in my hand. Frank's name appeared on the screen. I pressed the accept button and brought the phone to my ear. Did you get the photo? I asked. Yeah, I did. Are you alright, man? What? I replied. What are you talking about? You sent me a picture of a cat. My whole body went numb, including my arm, which held the phone. It dangled loosely beside my body, phone still in a call. Hello? Frank's voice sounded from the device. Are you there? We're worried about you. If there's anything Anne and I can do for you. I cut the call off. My heart began beating in my chest, and I felt like throwing up. Either I was the butt of a sick prank that everyone I knew was in on, or I was legitimately going insane. Neither option sounded very appealing. What if I really was going insane? If so, then what was the point in calling the police? What if they just came over for an officer to tell me that exact sentence I was beginning to dread? That it was just an ordinary cat. Honey, are you coming down? I heard Holly from downstairs. Concern sounded in her voice. It was understandable. After all, if she really saw Tibbles as just a normal cat, then to her my behavior would have been concerning. Coming, I called out despondently as I began slowly shambling down the stairs. My mind was drawing a complete blank. I shuffled into the living room, pondering my next move. It took me a moment to register what I was seeing. My daughter and wife were both on the couch, and Tibbles was lying stretched on their laps, his lanky body being large enough that the legs dangled off one end of the couch, and his head leaned against the armrest at the other end. Holly and Jenny were both enthusiastically rubbing his belly as Tibbles rolled and stretched in ecstasy, purring that same purr. He then raised his head and started licking my daughter's face. Long, wet laps across her cheek as she giggled and called him silly. Well, my wife looked on tenderly as Tibbles' exposed, fleshy member flopped near her hand and against her stomach. Something she didn't even notice. Something in me snapped. Frustration, confusion, and panic had turned my mind into a pressure cooker. At that moment, the maximum temperature had been reached. Hotness rose to my head. That's it, I said in a tone that was so calm it surprised me. I strode into the hallway with big, purposeful steps, wishing that I owned a firearm. But since I didn't, I settled for the heavy, iron baseball bat we kept in the umbrella bin, a last resort against potential home invaders. And if anything, this was an invasion. I stomped back into the living room and towards the couch. Tibbles was still resting his greasy, cheap fabric-coated body on my family. I forcefully grabbed the back of his collar and yanked with all my might. Tibbles weighed as much as his height would suggest, but he was caught by surprise. With a flailing of limbs and an angry yowl, he crashed to the floor, kicking over the nearby coffee table with a wild swing of his leg. Then, before he hit the ground, his body twisted and turned, and Tibbles landed on his feet. Holly and Jenny were in shock. "What are you doing?" Holly exclaimed. "Daddy, stop! Don't hurt Tibbles!" Jenny protested. I ignored both of them. Instead, I loomed over Tibbles, both hands on my bat, which I held overhead. "You stay the hell away from my family, you freak," I said through clenched teeth as I swung the bat at Tibbles. The thing etched backwards, dodging with such reflexes that, for a second, it was an actual cat. Then it lunged forward, swiping at my leg with its yellow nails caked with dirt, and what I could only assume was blood. Thankfully, it missed. It then looked up to me, raised its head, opened its mouth, and hissed. It exposed its dirty, yellow chompers. A thick glow of saliva dripped from his gaping maw and landed on the carpet. It followed its hiss with a deep, angry growl. Too low for a cat, but too high for a man. I was too angry to be intimidated. I said, "Get out, now!" I demanded, raising the bat again. Tibbles lunged forward again, lean arm striking forward, just as I swung the bat again. Call it foresight, call it dumb luck, but the swing was perfectly timid and connected at the elbow, producing a dull thud. Tibbles reacted by producing a loud-pitched wail. It crawled back towards the wall, cradling its wounded arm. It hissed at me again, then with a final growl, it turned away from me and into the kitchen. A crashing sound could be heard as he barreled through the unlocked back door. I could hear a skitter of bare, clawed hands and feet on the pavement outside our house. And then, it was gone. I exhaled, lowering the bat. A mixture of adrenaline and protective instinct had prevented me from feeling any fear. But now that the immediate threat had passed, I realized that I had just been in very real danger. Still, I felt good. Proud, like a caveman who had just taken down a saber-tooth. Like a man who had protected and provided. I turned to my daughter and wife with a smile, expecting some sort of spell to be lifted off of them. They just sat there, jaws agape. Then, like clockwork, they both started. "No, Tibbles!" Jenny shrieked as she got up and ran into the hallway. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Holly said as she rose from the couch and got in my face. I could feel the bat slip from my fingers and fall to the ground. I could hear my daughter run into the streets yelling Tibble's name. My wife kept yelling at me about how I'd been acting crazy all afternoon, and how I had just traumatized our daughter and chased away our cat. I could hardly even register it anymore. They barely sounded like words, just a dull drone. I couldn't even argue anymore. I didn't know if it was the rest of the world or just me, but I knew that one of us had officially gone mad. In the aftermath of that evening, I came to realize my outburst, unreasonable as it was in the eyes of my family, had caused a rift between us. My wife had demanded that I go outside with her and Jenny to look for the man in the cat suit, which I absolutely refused. After she got our daughter back inside, we had one of the biggest and most one-sided arguments we ever had. In her eyes, I was acting like an unhinged lunatic. She told me she wasn't comfortable leaving our daughter in my care as long as I was such a mess, and that she would take Jenny to stay with her parents while I looked for a therapist. She explicitly told me to seek help or consider the possibility of not seeing her and Jenny for a long time. I was branded a danger to my own daughter. And what could I say in my defense? "But honey, Tibbles isn't a cat. It's a man in a cat suit." What use were words if our experiences were so far apart? After Jenny and Holly left, I'd called in sick to work, and had spent most of those days loitering across the house and scouring the internet for anything that could explain my situation while dodging calls from Frank or my in-laws. I started my search looking for news articles about a man in a cat suit. When that yielded no results, I began searching for a more supernatural explanation instead. When I was seated at my laptop at 1 in the morning, reading up on shape-shifting demons and esoteric curses, I realized I was avoiding the issue. I needed help. I'd never hallucinated before, not even when I was experimenting in college. I wasn't familiar with any type of mental disorder. Not that I knew of, at least. But what was more likely? That I was terrorized by an entity masquerading as an ordinary cat, but that appeared to me as a man in the cat suit? Or that I was seeing things? I turned off my laptop and went to bed, determined to call a psychiatrist first thing in the morning. I had to face the music. Facing the fact that I apparently had a severe psychological condition was painful, but when I crawled into my cold, empty bed, I was reminded of what truly mattered. I wanted my wife and child back. I rested my head on my pillow and closed my eyes. Fatigue from the last few days flooded over me, and I could feel myself drifting off into sleep. Then I heard a series of scratches from my front door. I shot up, ears peeled. For a moment, all I could hear was the vague sounds of trees outside rustling in the wind, and the occasional car a few blocks away. I was about to lie down again when the sound repeated itself. I got up. I snuck into the hallway as quietly as possible. When I arrived at the stairs, I lowered myself and leaned against the wooden railing. Sliding quietly across each step, looking through the railing gaps until the front hall leading to the door came into view. Through the matted glass of our front door, I could clearly see the outline of a tall, lanky figure. The scratching became more frantic. I stood there, frozen. I was caught between confronting the problem head-on or heading back upstairs, putting the pillow over my head, and hoping whatever was tormenting me, be it physical or psychological, would eventually give up and leave me alone. It was at that moment I lost my footing and tumbled down the stairs. I landed on the floor with a dull thud. I cursed before grabbing the bottom of the railing and pulling myself back up. I winced as I tried putting my weight on my left ankle. A warm, throbbing pain permeated from it. Probably a sprain. Realizing that whatever was at the front door must have heard the commotion, I quickly looked up to find the shadow at my front door gone. Gone together with the scratching. Feeling more secure, I limped over to the front door, grabbing the keys from the counter as I passed it, unlocked the door, and opened it. I was greeted with a blast of cold night air. An empty neighborhood street stretched out before me. Street lanterns cast their artificial light across the empty pavements and the asphalt between them, across empty, parked cars. They were the only source of light, for tonight there was neither a visible moon nor lights behind the windows of the other houses. The world was asleep, as should I be, but before I could head back inside, I felt the urge to take one step outside and peek around the corner, just in case something was lurking against the outer wall. I placed my bare right foot on the patio, and when my foot touched something warm, fuzzy, and wet, I instantly reeled back in disgust. Not being able to use my left foot for maximum support, I fell back into the hallway. Flat on my butt, I barely registered the pain as I gazed at what I had stepped on. Lying in front of my door, in a pool of fresh blood, was a dead rat. The large, gaping gash on its back indicated that something had sunk its teeth into it and had torn off a large chunk of flesh. Something with a mouth much bigger than a cat's. I stumbled, got up, and slammed the door shut, locking it again. The slam resonated through the house, followed by the click of the lock. I had read about it in horror movies, the feeling of being stalked by an unseen force, a prey animal unable to see its predator, but able to feel its cold eyes leering at it from the dark. Reading it and experiencing it are two different things entirely. I knew for certain. There was only so much the human mind could emulate. Tibbles was back. Then the back door creaked open. To this day I curse myself for forgetting to lock it. I knew what was coming. I picked myself up, stumbled towards the umbrella basket, and grabbed the trusty baseball bat I had used earlier. I could hear the slaps of bare feet on kitchen tiles. Slow, deliberate steps as a prelude to my reckoning. I accepted the challenge by moving further into the living room, giving myself more space to maneuver, bat in one hand, keys in the pajama pockets, staring defiantly into the open doorway to the kitchen as Tibbles appeared in the opening. He was standing upright now. A disgusting man so tall he had to lower his head a little to fit underneath the doorpost. He took one step into the room and stopped. I could see his cheap cat suit caked in new layers of dirt, grime, and stains of dark liquid. The same type of dark liquid that covered his mouth and lips and was smeared across his cheek and stained his dirty blonde beard. I could see his limp member hanging between his legs in a grotesque mockery of decency. Worst of all, I could see the purposeful malice in his pale blue eyes, which were fixated on mine, human and animalistic at the same time. He stood still as a statue in the middle of his living room, the stillness of a tiger ready to pounce. Back for more? I growled defiantly. I knew I had locked myself in with the beast. I knew I couldn't possibly outrun it, not with my sprained ankle. But I didn't need to. Seeing this thing and being reminded of how it put its disgusting paws on my family brought back the rage I felt that evening. I had a feeling I was going to need it. Tibbles moved. A slight bend of the knee to generate force. Then, with predatory purpose, he shot forward. And I was too slow. Tibbles crashed into me, tackling me against the ground and pinning me down with its full weight. The bat clanked to the ground, outside of my reach. I coughed, air being pressed out of my lungs. I gasped for new air and was immediately greeted by the rank smell of sweat, blood, and decaying breath. Tibbles began growling, a deep, rumbling sound like rolling thunder. I tried to push him off, but the thing was too strong and too heavy. It then raised itself up, sitting on top of me. The relief that I felt was short-lived as I saw Tibbles raise its claws. I shielded my face and torso with my arms as he began scratching me with long, dirty, yellow nails. They weren't as sharp as a cat's, but they were long, and the force behind them made them dangerous weapons all the same. I gritted my teeth as I felt Tibbles' nails tear through the fabric of my pajamas and then through my skin. I was losing the fight, and I had to do something. In a lucky move, I managed to get a hold of Tibbles' wrists, which allowed me to interrupt his scratching, at least for now. Tibbles growled, trying to wrestle his arms from my grasp, its pale eyes bulging, face a mask of animalistic fury. Then it managed to wiggle its wrists from my grasp, enough to grab my wrists instead. It pinned both my arms to the ground next to me, and brought its face down to mine. I could feel its hot breath on my face as our faces practically touched. I knew what came next. I had watched my fair share of nature programs, enough to know how most felines kill. It brought its mouth to my neck and bit down hard. I wanted to cry out in pain, but no sound came out, just a dry wheeze. I could feel warm blood rising in my throat, bubbling up into my mouth until I was filled with a coppery taste. It slipped through the gaps between my teeth. We lay there for a few moments, me, the prey, gurgling, feeling the life drain from me. Tibbles, the predator, using its canines and incisors to crush my throat. It let out another growl, not a loud, angry, feral growl, but a softer one, filled with self-satisfaction as if knowing the battle was already over, and the slightest hint of a chuckle. And then, in a very human display of arrogance, it loosened its grip on my wrists ever so slightly, and it was enough for me to find the last bit of strength in my body and use it to reach for my keys, and jam the blade into the eye of the man in the cat suit. Tibbles released his jaws and yowled in agony. The pressure on my throat and body was released, and I gasped for air. My body was grateful for whatever snippets I could inhale through my tattered throat, and gurgled breaths. I grabbed the open wound with my free hand, feeling warm blood and pain. I pressed the wound closed as best as I could. I crawled back against the counter in the living room. Tibbles was grasping its bleeding eye socket while thrashing, jowling, and hissing, its flailing limbs knocking over furniture, its nails scratching across the floor. With my free hand, I grasped the counter and pulled myself up, scanning among the flailing limbs and toppled furniture for my one salvation: the bat. I found it lying in the corner. I shuffled over to it, one hand still on my bleeding throat. I picked it up. Then I shuffled towards the man in the catsuit. Tibbles was in the corner, clutching its wounded eye. Its shrieks and yowls had subsided into an agonized whimper. I towered over it, bat raised overhead. The man in the catsuit noticed me. He looked up to me, giving me one-eyed glare, filled with as much hate and malice as I had ever witnessed any creature possess, human or not. I swung the bat against its head. It procured a sickening crack. I raised and swung again, and again, and again, until it stopped moving, and then a few times more for good measure, just to be certain. When I was sure the man in the catsuit was dead, I rested my tired arm and let my weapon slip through my fingers. It landed on the floor with a dull clank. In a daze, I staggered to my phone and called 911. I was hardly able to communicate with the state of my throat, but luckily the person on the other side of the phone was savvy enough to understand that my gargled words and gurgling, wheezing breaths meant it was urgent. As I heard the sounds of sirens approaching from the distance, I sank to the ground. The fight was over, and my body was slowly beginning to catch up to this fact. I passed out. I wish I could tell you this story ends happily. Unfortunately, you don't go through these sorts of events mentally unscathed. Starting with the physical damage to my throat and vocal cords. For the remainder of my life, I can only speak in raspy whispers. When I got by in the hospital, Holly was by my side. I could see she was happy I was okay, but her face also revealed concern. Who could blame her? For years I had been her rock, one of the pillars that held up the stable life we had carved out for ourselves and our child. With everything that happened, that certainly was now taken away from her. The accident that landed me in the hospital was ruled a psychotic episode. It didn't explain my torn throat, but at this point, I knew explaining what really happened would be pointless. Whatever it was that decided to torment me was meant for me and me alone. Of course, they never found Tibbles when they arrived. Just me, unconscious and bleeding into my living room. After I left the hospital, I was checked into a mental facility. My willingness to accept and go along with any treatment they suggested made me the perfect patient. If Tibbles was really something my mind had created, I wanted it out. And I was willing to try any type of therapy or medication to make it happen. I was fired from the hospital only after a few weeks. I now sit at home, feeling slightly groggy from the new medication I've received. My wife is downstairs playing with Jenny. The project of getting our daughter a pet was put on indefinite hold. Getting things to return to normal is taking time. Time, work, and learning to trust my senses again for all three of us. I feel isolated. Coming face to face with terror is bad, but not being able to share my experiences with others and experience comfort from that is even worse. But I'm trying, bit by bit, day by day. I am getting my family back. I'll do what it takes. I'll take my medication. I'll attend every appointment with my therapist. I'll ignore the dead rats I keep finding in front of the door. rats with large chunks bitten out of them. Far too large for any normal cat. After pulling myself together, I turned the lever of the bathroom faucet and began washing my dirty, shaking hands. The blood on them had long since dried, leaving a coat of ugly brown that clashed with the creases of my palms. I washed my shaking hands for what felt like an hour, scrubbing them with soap and a face towel until they became sore and irritated. I wasn't able to wash it all off, so I decided to cover the remnants of blood with a pair of knitted gloves I received from my husband years ago, when we were still in love. In a rush to get out of my apartment, I messily threw on a hat, my yellow winter coat, and some sweatpants. The outfit was hardly cute, but at that moment, I wanted to get out of my apartment more than anything. Besides, it was 2 a.m., and I didn't expect to run into many people on my short trip across the street. In a nervous rush, I stumbled out of my second-floor apartment, went down the stairs, and exited out into the cold, dark street that was riddled with dead leaves. There was a strong window outside that was loud enough to hurt my ears, and sharp enough to pierce through the openings of my clothes. It felt like the winter air was yelling at me, angry that I dared to step outside, away from that scary room. Feeling like a wanderer caught in a fierce snowstorm, I fought against the deafening wind and crossed directly to the other side of the street, to the cafe that I frequented every week. I know it makes no sense to go to a cafe in this situation, but I needed to be somewhere familiar to me, a place where I could think about what I had just done, where I could enjoy one last cup of coffee before being taken away forever. In a strange way, I just wanted to feel normal at that moment. Amidst all of the chaos in my life, this cafe was the closest thing I had to calling a safe space. It was your average chain store, and nothing made it stand out among the rest, really, rather than things like the taste of the coffee, or the calm vibe it had at night. I was mostly drawn to it simply by the fact that it was extremely close to where I lived. Like I said, I lived directly across the street, so close that, through the imposingly large glass doors and window of the cafe, you could see my apartment building's entrance, and even my window on the second floor. Just as I felt that the wind couldn't get any louder or more violent, I had reached the glass double doors of the cafe. I pushed the heavy doors open with both of my hands and went inside. After closing the doors behind me, my surroundings immediately were completely changed into a warm, calm atmosphere. The wind outside had gone almost completely silent, and I was welcomed by the warm ambience of the cafe. The dim orange lights, mixed with a low-volume karaoke hits playlist, made me feel as though I'd been swallowed by the scary outside world, but spat out into a forgotten, empty place. With there not being a single other customer in the cafe, I approached the counter, which was manned by the same teenager who was there every Thursday night for the graveyard shift. He was an unassuming, skinny kid that was much taller than me. He always seemed disinterested and nonchalant about being there, which didn't surprise me considering his working hours, and the fact that there were never many customers at this time. One thing that always creeped me out about him was that every time I entered the cafe, he seemed to have been in some sort of trance. Every time I entered the cafe, before I snapped him out of his trance with my arrival, he would always just stare straight out of the glass doors ahead of him, into the darkness of the outside. His name tag had Eli written on it. In a trembling voice, I ordered a simple black coffee, and he made it for me in an instant. I took my drink, said thank you in the most normal and least apprehensive voice I could muster. I went up to the second floor, which was also completely empty. My usual seat was always on the second floor, at the very back corner facing the window. The second floor of the cafe had counter seats along every side of it, except for the side with the stairs. As I climbed up the stairs and started to walk towards my seat in the back, I jumped in surprise when I saw that there was one more customer in the shop besides me. It wasn't weird for there to be at least one other person there, even at this time, but considering my circumstances, being around people wasn't something I wanted at that moment. On the right wall, facing the eastern window, was a man hunched over with his head down, buried in his crossed arms. He seemed to be asleep. In front of him was an open laptop with a completely blank document. The white light from the computer screen shone bright, projecting onto his hunched over body, and the cursor on the document blinked on and off, as if begging for an entry to be made. I got to my seat, pulled out the wooden chair, careful not to make too much noise with it, and sat down at the counter. The seat faced north, directly toward my apartment building, and I was now eye level with my apartment window on the second floor. I took off my gloves and looked at my trembling hands. Parts of the dried blood still remained. This image reminded me that this wasn't a dream. The blood on my hands was ugly and persistent, as if taunting me. My stomach tightened and I could feel vomit starting to make its way up from my stomach. I ran to the bathroom beside the stairs and threw up what little food I had in my stomach. I forced everything out until there was nothing left, and my stomach started to cramp. On my knees, I clenched the sides of the toilet with tears in my eyes. Eventually, I stood up and flushed the toilet. I washed my hands in the sink again for a few minutes, and I still wasn't able to remove the blood completely from my palms, nor from under my nails. As one would expect, blood was much harder to completely remove than the movies made it look. I remembered at that moment that in all of the crime documentaries I've seen throughout my life, blood was always extremely difficult to clean up at crime scenes. I remembered that it sometimes took someone hours and hours to clean everything up, and even then, it was imperfect. After cleaning myself up, I left the bathroom and started making my way to my seat, when I noticed something to my right. The man at the east-facing counter was still hunched over. He hadn't moved an inch, but there was now something written on his document, in large, bold font. Did killing him feel good? It's okay. You had to. I had always believed that when we read something, we process it first, then we react. But when I saw what was written on the screen, my body reacted before my mind could catch up, as if it already knew the message was meant for me. I staggered back, nearly losing my balance. I backed away from the hunched man slowly, my breathing growing heavier until my chest and stomach struggled to keep pace with the air moving in and out. Different thoughts flew into my head. How does he know about what I've done? Why is he pretending to sleep? He's messing with me. After calming down enough to be able to speak, I swallowed hard and, in a defensive but weak tone, said to the man, "Who are you talking to?" No movements from the man. I clenched my fists and spoke again with my voice shaking. "I haven't done anything. I come here every Thursday night. I don't know what you mean, but you're mistaken." I was defending myself in a way that didn't really make sense to me. Maybe I thought I sounded confident at the time, by explaining to him that coming here is my routine, and that everything was fine and normal. But there wasn't a single movement from him. It was as if he was mocking me, or playing some childish game. If it were a game, he would have been winning. After staring at his back for a while, anger began to rise in me. I was angry at the accusation, that he thought he knew me, that he believed he had power over me, control over me, but I was mostly angry that what he said was true. I had to. I had to kill my husband, for my own safety, my own peace of mind, because I knew that if I didn't kill him, he was going to kill me eventually. He controlled every aspect of my life. He decided what I could and couldn't do, who I could and couldn't see, who I could and couldn't be. He always accused me of cheating or talking crap about him behind his back, or thinking that he was a weak man. I was a prisoner in that apartment, and this coffee shop was the only place I could run to. the only place I had left. Out of a strange, maybe foolish fit of rage and fleeting confidence, I approached the stranger and aggressively grabbed him by the shoulder to twist him toward me. "Who do you think you are?" But something wasn't right. The man was dead. His face had no color in it. His eyes were empty, and his lips were completely dry and cracked. His neck had marks on them, as if he was strangled by some tool. It looked like he had been dead for hours. I removed my hand from him and fell backwards onto the floor with tears beginning to well up in my eyes. The man's heavy body fell over onto the floor in front of me, making me reel back to the other side of the room until my back was against the wall. How could he have written that message? Why did he know that about me? With so much death around me for a night, or even a lifetime, I unsteadily rose up from the floor and ran as fast as I could up to the stairs. I needed to get out of there. My apartment, the cafe, neither were safe spaces anymore. I ran down the stairs, almost tripping the entire way. I ran straight for the glass doors of the cafe, and as I put my hands on the door, I heard a voice from behind me. "We're the same, you know." I slowly turned my head around to see Eli behind the counter, with the same uninterested, boring face he always had. No, this time his eyes were lit up slightly more than usual, with a strange excitement about them. "What?" I said. "You and I, we're the same." Eli repeated, this time with a tone that came across as trying to be friendly. He continued, "I know why you did it. Sometimes it all just becomes too much, and you feel you have no other choice. But it gets easier. Actually, it kind of gets fun. You finally have a say in things. You finally don't feel so powerless. Then you realize you can do it to anyone. Like that guy upstairs, for instance. He wasn't a bad person or anything like that. But I did it because I could." I was choking in fear, and my throat had a sharp pain. I slowly opened my mouth. "Eli, what have you done?" "It's okay. He had it coming. It was something you had to do. He was a piece of crap, and you looked so unhappy all the time. I could see it from here, day after day, week after week. I was wondering when you were going to take control and do something about your situation. You would always cross the street to come here, looking for some escape. But then you realized the best escape was also the simplest. Just killing him."
I don't know that I believe in ghosts. When I offhandedly mentioned that Ruby's Antiques is haunted, most people conjure up ideas of ghouls and spirits and spectral echoes floating and fluttering through the narrow, crowded aisles. They think I'm talking about long-dead souls attached to objects they once owned, lingering in confusion or malevolence. But Ruby's Antiques isn't haunted by ghosts. At least, I wouldn't call the things that make a home here ghosts. Ruby's Antiques is haunted the way survivors of some horrific accident are haunted. Tragedy and terror soak the brocade, wallpaper and scuffed, varnish, sticky flooring, and settle over everything like a heavy layer of dust and cobwebs. Strange things have happened here as long as I've worked here, but never anything quite so awful as a few weeks ago. That particular day started as they always do. Being the only employee, I opened the shop with a brass key and a flip of the hand-painted placard hanging in the only window. The owner, an older woman I've met in person only once, Mrs. Rutledge, lets me set the hours I work, so the store opens anytime from sunrise to sunset, on most days of the week. The fact that the shop opens and closes according to my schedule should have given me pause when I met Mrs. Rutledge for the hiring interview. But desperate times, etc., etc. Immediately after opening the shop, before taking up the register,
I migrated to our music selection. We have a seemingly infinite record collection. Yes, I've tried counting it, and I gave up after 3 days in a row of barely making a dent, and a pristine gramophone that softly creaks out its music over the entire shop. I chose one of my favorite records, from a collection that looks at least somewhat recognizable. I've found it's best practice not to stray too far from normal. Some of these songs can't be found anywhere else, and my musical selection's a big hit amongst my regulars. With a slight crackle, a honeyed voice underpinned by smooth brass instruments echoed out of the gramophone. Satisfied, I tucked a misbehaving tuft of hair behind my ear and took my seat behind the register, humming quietly along a song I'd never heard before. Familiar leather creaked under my weight, and the golden lamp on my desk flicked to life with a hum and a buzz, and my day officially began. The morning passed quietly. My first customers were a mother and her young son, faces I'd never seen before. They ventured into the dreaded doll section and returned a half hour later with a pudgy porcelain doll that had too many teeth painted in its open, smiling mouth. The little boy looked absolutely delighted by his find. His mother, significantly less so. I pasted on my best customer service smile and processed the purchase swiftly and efficiently so I could get that horrible doll away from me. I'd never seen it before. That's not uncommon in the doll section. They're always changing. Nobody showed up for a few hours after that. Closer to noon, one of my regulars hurried in, baseball cap slung low over his bloodshot eyes, flannel shirt smeared with grease and dust where it clung to his broad shoulders. "Good morning, Mr. Callahan," I said, tracking his movement towards the back of the store. Mr. Callahan lifted his chin and stared at me. Even beneath the shadow of his cap, his eyes were dark and heavy and piercing, dull pinpricks in my skin. "How many times do I gotta tell you, kid? Just call me Cal." As far as I can tell, everyone calls Mr. Callahan Cal. Everyone except me. I shrugged. Store policy. I told him truthfully, the way I always did when he complained about my formality. "If you'd like to register a complaint, I can put you in contact with Mrs. Rutledge." No thanks. Don't need to get her involved." He hustled away very quickly after that. Shame. I liked talking to Mr. Callahan. Maybe a little more than I should, but that's neither here nor there. I ate lunch behind the register, a messy ham and cheese sandwich I'd slapped together that morning, groggy and half hungover from a boring night out, and sold a lovely set of earrings and a rickety chair to a couple unfamiliar customers. I was considering slipping out into the aisles to see what Mr. Callahan was up to when my phone buzzed on the desk. I flipped it over. Mrs. Rutledge's name glared up at me from the screen, along with a photo of twisting rose bushes I'd never set as her contact photo. "Mrs. Rutledge, how may I help you?" "Oliver, sweetheart," Mrs. Rutledge rasped, her pack-an-hour voice like stones grinding together. "A friend of mine is coming in to pick up a special order. You'll be there for him, won't you?" Dread crept into my chest, cold and heavy. "Of course, Mrs. Rutledge." She hacked an angry, tortured laugh that crackled through the phone. "That a boy. Should be labeled with her name. Got it?" Dial tone rang in my ear before I could ask whose name I was looking for. Tension shivered up my arms. All special orders were stored somewhere in the temperamental recesses of the basement, and I hated going down there. It was cold and damp one day, dry and dusty the next. The only consistency you could count on was the poorly spaced flickering lights and a faint, sour scent wafting up from the deeper within. With a heavy sigh, I propped up the small sign signaling I was in the back, and slipped into the shop's narrow aisles. I wasn't worried about people leaving without paying. If they wanted to steal from us, the consequences were on their heads, not mine. I trailed the outskirts of the shop first. Most days, the door to the basement could be found near the back of the shop, though that wasn't a guarantee. I climbed over and under a maze of interlocking furniture threatening to spill out of its designated section like an overgrown fungus, and made a mental note to reorganize our living and dining sets. I avoided the dreaded doll section like the plague it was. Mr. Callahan was near the back corner of the store, glancing between an array of shelves and what looked like an old, faded blueprint covered in nonsense, Escher-esque lines. I almost stumbled into his back when my foot caught on a plastic plant spilling out of its pot. Only quick reflexes and a sharp and extremely unprofessional bark of "shit" kept me from embarrassing myself. Mr. Callahan startled back, then hedged forward to steady me with a warm, broad hand on my shoulder. For a moment, my growing chill was chased away. "Mr. Callahan," I smiled to hide my wince, my voice breaking in my throat. "Sorry about that." He sighed, conspicuously. He rolled up his blueprints and half-tucked them behind his back. "Not a problem, kid." I hadn't intended on coming across him, but Mr. Callahan knew these dark recesses of the shop almost better than I did myself. He's our most regular customer, though. I can't remember the last time I sold him anything. I maintained my customer service voice. "Have you come across the basement today by any chance?" For a moment, he was quiet. His eyes narrowed. He inspected me like I was a zoo animal performing some particularly odd behavior, and the back of my neck burned. "Right there," he said, thumb jerking behind him. And so it was. Somehow I hadn't noticed it until he pointed it out. The basement doorway hung open as it always did, a delicate brass chain draped across at waist height, holding up a hand-painted employees only sign. A naked light bulb illuminated the narrow steps and old wooden paneling of the walls. Sickly yellow light spilled out at the bottom of the stairs, glistening off freshly waxed tiles that filled my throat with unease. Our basement wasn't usually so pristine. I approached the staircase, forcing myself to take slow, soothing breaths. "Thank you, Mr. Callahan." Carefully I stepped over the chain and began to descend. I distantly heard Mr. Callahan grumbling, and the rustle of him unfurling his blueprints once more, but my head swam with the sound of buzzing incandescent lights, and the throbbing silence pulsing up from the basement. The soles of my shoes clicked softly on the tiled steps. Already the hot, sour tendrils of an unidentifiable scent drifted up and tickled my nose. I covered my mouth and nose with the sleeve of my sweater as I stepped out of the stairwell. A long, narrow hallway stretched out before me. Flickering yellow light warped my sight just slightly. The floor appeared to slope upwards, the ceiling dripping down, like the hallway was narrowing and tightening, threatening to swallow me whole before I reached the door at the end. I lifted my chin and strode up the hallway with purpose. It's best to not show hesitation. At the end of the hall, I unlocked the door with the same brass key I'd used to open the shop. The door swung open to a dimly lit storage room. Boxes sat stacked in haphazard piles. Cardboard boxes, wooden chests, metal tackle boxes, any kind of container with a semblance of hinge or lid, and a bare light bulb hung from a chain, swaying softly in the draft from the newly opened door. Odd geometric shadows stretched and swayed along the floor. I swallowed and tried not to stare too deeply into these shadows. Skittering sounds echoed in the heavy quiet. Rats, I could only hope. The noises crept closer before ebbing away. Nearer, farther, nearer, farther. I ignored the shiver crawling over my scalp and carefully approached the nearest stack of boxes. Each box in special storage was labeled in Mrs. Rutledge's loopy scrawl. Most were seemingly random numbers, some in Cyrillic or kanji scripts, and a handful were decorated with symbols I couldn't read or understand. Eventually I found a box labeled Celeste. It seemed right. The box was a small silver jewelry box, carved with intricate swirling designs and latched with a tiny padlock. The metal leached warmth from my skin when I picked it up and clutched it carefully against my chest. My knuckles ached from cold in seconds. I turned and my heart sank to my gut. The door had disappeared. I was sure I'd only ventured 10 feet or so into special storage. I was certain, but behind me stretched a long, cluttered room, filled to bursting with various boxes, and lit intermittently by dangling white light bulbs. My heart skipped. Sweat from my clammy palms smeared the delicate surface of the jewelry box. I closed my eyes. I inhaled until my chest ached and my throat burned with that sour smell, then exhaled until my head felt light and dizzy. When I opened my eyes, the door hadn't returned. In fact, had the room gotten narrower? I whispered, then bit the inside of my cheek. Mrs. Rutledge frowned on unprofessional language when I was on shift, no matter my surroundings. I tucked the silver jewelry box beneath one arm. Cold radiated from within, soaking through my sweater and the button-down I wore beneath, spreading through my ribs and leaving me shivering. With my free hand, I patted my back pocket for my phone. Nothing. I twisted and checked the other pocket. I felt around my front pockets, then patted both back pockets again, just in case. I could see it so clearly. My phone, discarded at the register after Mrs. Rutledge's cold call, pleasantly displaying the time and the background photo of the stray cat that lived around my apartment. Futile dread filled my chest, as cold as the jewelry box. I'd been trapped in the basement before, but never without my phone. I couldn't phone Mrs. Rutledge for instructions this time. Blinking shadows and dust from my eyes, I quickly glanced around the storage room. It was familiar and strange all at once, like someone had taken the special storage room I knew and just stretched it out into a long, narrow corridor, populated with the same stacks of strange boxes and the same dangling light bulb. "There's always a way out," I said softly, repeating words Mrs. Rutledge had said to me in these predicaments before. "You only have to find it." Then I picked a direction and began walking. Writing this now, I don't know how long I spent walking the length of the special storage room. It seemed to stretch endlessly. No matter how far I walked, how many piles of boxes I passed, the far wall never seemed to draw closer. I kept Celeste's jewelry box clutched to my chest. The chill helped cool the terrified heat building under my skin. The skittering came back, and it sounded louder, larger, closer. When a door finally appeared, tucked behind a stack of cardboard boxes taller than me, I could have wept. When I swung that door open and came face to face with the familiar aisles of Ruby's antiques, I'm not going to admit that my eyes burned with a few unshed tears. But I won't deny it either. Bright yellow sunlight blared through the shop's only window, distant and yet so soothing my legs nearly collapsed beneath me. Pleasantly cool air wicked away the sweat beating at the nape of my neck. I let out a long, heavy sigh, my tension and anxiety slipping away with my breath. Mr. Callahan was still in one of the obscure corners of the shop. I waved, but he didn't react, probably too absorbed in his work. Another customer stood in our jewelry aisle. Her back was hunched and her head down, so I didn't interrupt her search. The register greeted me with open arms. I collapsed into the soft leather of my chair, tipping my head back into the stripe of harsh sunlight pouring through the lone window. I placed Celeste's jewelry box atop the otherwise empty desk, wiping away a few foggy smears left by my clammy hands, sweeping with the sleeve of my sweater until the silvery surface gleamed, and settled in to wait for Mrs. Rutledge's friend to arrive and collect her special order. I decided I would close the shop as soon as she'd picked it up. My soft bed called my name in a siren's song. Eyes half-lidded, I basked in the silence and sunlight, the ache of tension slowly loosening within my stomach. I waited. Neither Mr. Callahan nor my other customer appeared at the register. I waited longer. The shop remained quiet and empty, the little bell over the door never ringing out to announce Celeste's arrival. I waited and the chill crept into my knuckles and the tips of my fingers. Cold and poor circulation leached all warmth and color from my hands, leaving them stained a pale yellow from bloodlessness. I rubbed my hands together and cupped them in the sunlight pouring through the window, as though I could gather its warmth in the cradle of my palms. Warmth never came. If anything, my hands burned colder, joints stiffening up and the skin under my nails fading to a faint blue. Frowning, I brought my hands to my face. I puffed hot breaths onto the frigid skin in an attempt to warm them, and my breath clouded out in white wisps of steam. I paused, heartbeat skittering slightly as my teeth ached in the chill. It couldn't be below freezing inside the shop. We were in the middle of an unseasonably warm spring, the cold outside a harsh landscape of blue sky and green grass, and sun-baked cobblestone. And besides, our air conditioner was not nearly that powerful. I hadn't spent 3 summers broiling alive just for Ruby's Antiques to become a winter wonderland in the middle of April. A shiver climbed my spine, rattling my teeth until I clenched my jaw tight and tucked my hands inside my sweater sleeves. The cold was growing bitter, almost damp, tinged with a sour scent of mildew, like it was wafting up from the basement. Maybe I hadn't closed the door when I'd come up. Fear surged in my throat. Upstairs, I didn't remember climbing any stairs. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten out of special storage. There was just a door, and then there was the shop. What the... I whispered, then flinched. That was my 3rd swear word, my 3rd infraction. Any moment, Mrs. Rutledge would be texting my phone to remind me of the shop's politeness policy. Except my phone was nowhere in sight. It wasn't in any of my pockets. I'd left it at the register, face up, displaying the grubby grin of Puddles the street cat. It was sitting helplessly, gormlessly in the shop, while I was somewhere that was decidedly not Ruby's Antiques. This was still the unpredictable basement, and that light shining in from the outside, the familiar face of Mr. Callahan and my other customer. My mouth tasted like ash. All at once I realized just how impossibly quiet the shop was. No music croaked out from an ancient gramophone. No metal and jewels clinked as the unknown customer rifled through trays and bins and boxes of jewelry. Silence hung heavy in the air. I felt eerily alone, and yet the hairs rising on the back of my neck reminded me that there were 2 other bodies inside the facsimile of the shop. Slowly, I turned my head in the direction I'd last seen Mr. Callahan. I couldn't see him anymore. My other customer had gone uncomfortably still while she bent over the necklace display. I could only glimpse the back of her head, and the gnarled curl of her hands around the wooden shelves and rice paper screens, sectioning off the aisles of the shop. But something about the way she stood, it just wasn't right. She was more like a pose mannequin than a person. In the harsh light streaming in from the shop's sole window, her skin seemed plasticky and slightly discolored. I moved silently, carefully, as I leaned in my seat for a better look. Long black hair streamed down from her unmoving back, gleaming with iridescent undertones like an oil slick. Leather creaked under my weight as I tipped another few inches forward. It echoed through the silence like a gunshot. My heartbeat skittered and skipped. Cold sweat pooled at the base of my spine and in the crooks of my knees and elbows. I held my breath and swore I could hear my own pulse, a warm, wet pounding in the quiet. The customer with the long, oily hair began to move. It began as a twitch, a shudder, a small jitter of motion, accompanied by little plasticky pops and clicks, soft yet deafening. I sat perfectly still as her head tilted up, inch by agonizing inch. Fear spread through me like ice. I didn't know what would happen if she looked at me, if she noticed me, paid attention to me, but my nerves screamed at the idea. I didn't know where I was, but I knew I wasn't supposed to be there. Please, move, I begged myself in my head, frantic thoughts buzzing and biting like a swarm of flies. My fingers clenched uselessly around the armrests of the chair. The woman's face finally turned to meet mine. I felt sick. Sick. My vision narrowed to her relentless stare, and my throat closed around a choked-off gasp. I don't think I'd been expecting her to look like a monster, or to have some ghoulish visage straight out of a horror movie. Like I said, Ruby's Antiques isn't haunted by ghosts, but I wasn't expecting her to look so imperfectly perfect. Her skin was pale and shiny and flawless. It gleamed in the harsh white light pouring in through the window. From the facsimile of the world outside that set my teeth on edge, her eyes were big and dark, her body narrow and elegant despite its twitchy movements. She was too sharp to look at, like an over-processed image. I fumbled for Celeste's jewelry box with clumsy hands, shoving up from my chair with enough force to send it scraping back into the wall behind me with a clatter of wood. The woman tipped her head to one side. Dark hair slipped over one shoulder, slow and liquid in its movements. She had all the features I'd expect on a human face. Those big eyes, a narrow nose, a wide-set mouth with pale lips. But it didn't seem right. Every tiny jitter or twitch, for just a second, her features looked painted on. She started creeping closer. Her limbs moved slowly and spidery. Soft click, click, click noises creaked out with every movement. I did not want her close to me. With the silver jewelry box hugged against my chest, the way a child clutches a teddy bear to keep them safe from monsters in the dark, I slipped away from the register and into the cramped aisles of not Ruby's Antiques. The door I'd come through was near the back left corner of the shop, nestled between clothing racks and esoteric board games. If I retraced my steps, I would find my way back. Relief bloomed in my chest when the door came into view. That relief crumbled into panic when I opened the door to a narrow, dark staircase, descending even deeper. "No," I said through clenched teeth. "No." I closed the door and opened it again. The staircase was narrower and darker, and the air drifting up from below carried the chilling bite of frost. Click, click, click. Fear shot into my throat. I looked over my shoulder to see a slick of oil-black hair spilling into the aisle in creaky, slippery movements. The woman's face followed, peeking out from behind a wooden cabinet piled high with chessboards. Her pale, spidery fingers curled around the corners of the cabinet. I'm secure enough in my lack of masculinity to admit the noise I let out was a fairly undignified squeak. I stumbled back, heel nearly catching on the edge of the uppermost step. Gravity swooped in my gut before I righted myself. A long moment passed. Another, stretching out like strands of syrup. The woman crept fully around the corner. I spun on my heel and launched myself down the stairs, 2 steps at a time. My footsteps echoed in the tiny tunnel of the stairwell. The only light came from a naked white light bulb, buzzing and flickering with each step like any vibration might knock the wires completely loose. The staircase was abnormally long, and ended in a plain wooden door, painted in rough strokes of white paint. I didn't have high expectations when I wrenched open that door, but my stomach still flipped with delirious nausea. Because not only was I staring into Ruby's Antiques, but the woman was there, a foot or so closer than I'd last seen her. I whirled around and found a descending staircase behind me. Shiny tile floors gleamed under harsh fluorescent light. The air was so cold I couldn't feel my hand where it clutched Celeste's jewelry box to my chest. Panic had taken hold of me pretty thoroughly at that point. I barely wasted a second before bolting down those stairs. I could still hear the soft click, click, click of her moving, even as I stumbled off the last step and threw open the cold plastic door at the bottom of the stairs. There she was. Again.
even closer, staggering forward with jerky start-stop footsteps. Around her stood Ruby's antiques, coated in a glimmering layer of plasticky vinyl. Terror and frustration rose in my throat, wet and hot like a sob. I slammed the door shut and skittered down yet another set of stairs behind me. I nearly dropped the jewelry box when I opened the rusted metal door and was met with wide, black plastic eyes, staring from the shiny sockets of the woman's too pale face. Every time I opened the door, she was closer, closer, closer. But what choice did I have but to keep going down these stairs and pray I'd eventually find my way back to some semblance of normalcy? I staggered back as she inched closer, but my irrational panic had failed to account for the sudden, descending staircase behind me. My heel slipped off the edge of the first step, and I barked a wordless shout as my balance dissolved and my stomach shot up into my throat. My flailing hand managed to grip the stair rail and slow my wild momentum. Instead of tipping backwards down the stairs and cracking my skull open, I went down in a grimace tumble of slipping feet and one grasping hand. I landed hard on my butt at the base of the stairs and smacked the back of my skull into what felt like a flimsy wooden door, and the world spun in swirls of black and gray. Blearily, I blinked the clouds from my eyes. I immediately regretted it. The woman had finally crossed the threshold and was creaking down the stairs. My blood turned to ice. Panicked, shaking, I felt for a door handle with my free hand, finding nothing but the smooth seams of a door fitting perfectly into its doorway. The stairwell was impossibly narrow. The woman, even slender as she was, couldn't descend without her slim shoulders brushing the smooth concrete walls. I had nowhere left to run. All I could do was watch, heart thudding painfully in my tightening throat. As the imperfectly perfect woman crept down the stairs with all the grace of a stop-motion doll. I tried to stand, using the door to prop me up, but my legs were shaking too hard to hold my weight. My lungs burned from cold as I gulped down panicked mouthfuls of air. The strange, doll-like woman approached until the toes of our shoes were touching. She crouched and it looked wrong, her limbs bending slightly too far out of shape. Those big, glassy eyes were pinned on me, unblinking. She leaned closer, and the scent of her, metallic and sweet, like burnt sugar and melting plastic, invaded my nose and brought panicked tears to my eyes. In that moment, I remember my terror overflowing so much that I almost felt numb. I watched as her long, spidery fingers reached out, noticing the most useless details like the smooth, creaseless skin of her pale white palms. Her hand pressed against my chest. Her nails caught on the chunky knit of my sweater, just enough to fray the yarn. I'm not sure what I expected. Horrific scenarios swarmed my mind. Her white fingers digging beneath skin and bone and spurting fountains of blood. Her glassy black eyes swallowing me whole. That plasticky sheen climbing my own skin and swallowing me whole. When her hand delicately clasped the silver jewelry box and tugged it from my trembling grip, all my panic and terror briefly gave way to pure and utter confusion. She cradled the jewelry box in the bow of her arm, like a swaddled infant. Her slender fingers peeled back the handwritten label in Mrs. Rutledge's curly script, folded it daintily in half, and offered it back to me. I blinked. My voice felt caught behind the sob still in my throat. Eventually, through several embarrassing voice cracks, I managed to ask, "You're Celeste?" She didn't respond. I'm not entirely convinced that she could have, even if she wanted to. Her plasticky joints creaked as she stood. Click, click, click. And she turned and began climbing the stairs with the same shallow, jerky gait. I watched with my heartbeat hammering in my frigid fingertips as she disappeared through the doorway at the top, desperately trying to calm my frantic breathing.
When my legs could support my weight, I stood and slid open the door at my back. It, somehow, led into the basement's narrow corridor. The moment I stepped through, the door slid shut, and was nothing but a perennially locked door once again. I wasted no time. I scrambled up the hallway and the glossy tiled staircase, nearly tripping over the delicate chain at the top of the stairs when my ankle caught the employees only sign. Mr. Callahan gave me an odd look when I stumbled past him and clambered up and over a haphazard stack of dining chairs. But I had no mind to be embarrassed by my frantic, clumsy behavior. Warmth was beginning to chase away my chill, and crooning jazz echoed through the shop. But I had to be sure that I was back where I was meant to be. My phone sat exactly where I'd left it. When I tapped the screen, Puddles the street cat's gummy grin greeted me. Relief hit me like a truck. Wheezing from my retreating panic, and from the first bout of proper exercise I'd had in a week, shameful as that is to admit, I slumped into my plush leather seat and collapsed headfirst on the desk. The hollow thunk of my skull against wood was almost comforting. "You okay?" Mr. Callahan's gruff voice rattled from the base of my spine to the nape of my neck. "You look, I shot up, plastering a customer service smile on my face. Wayward, sweat-damp strands of flyaway hair stuck every which way, and I self-consciously smothered them down as best as I could without a mirror. "I'm fine, Mr. Callahan," I said chipperly, before leaping from my seat so fast even the unflappable Mr. Callahan jerked back. "But I regret to inform you that Ruby's Antiques will be closing soon. Very soon. Right now, in fact." He opened his mouth. Maybe it wasn't exactly polite to interrupt him, but I ached with the need to leave the shop behind for the day. Or the rest of the week. Possibly even the rest of April. Right now, if you have any purchases you need processed. I asked it futilely, knowing that Mr. Callahan never bought anything on his ventures into the shop. As expected, he shook his head. I stood on my toes to sweep my gaze across the shop, but I didn't notice any other customers, and they could find their own way out, were they so inclined. As I ushered Mr. Callahan out the door, into waning, reddish sunset, and the first true warmth I'd felt in hours, I clenched the 2 missed texts from Mrs. Rutledge on my phone. 2:26 p.m. Remember, impeccable customer service never involves foul language. 6:07 p.m. Great job, sweetie. Celeste is so happy with her order. You've gained yourself a repeat customer for sure. I didn't return to Ruby's Antiques for 6 days following the aforementioned events. I might have stayed away longer, but I only get paid for the hours the shop is open, and while this job pays exceptionally well for a customer service gig, I'm still not that well off. I haven't had another special order in the month or so since this happened, though, and every call or text from Mrs. Rutledge sends a fresh wave of frigid dread down my spine. Maybe I'll ask Mrs. Rutledge to hire another employee. Surely, if I had an underling, I could send them down into the basement to collect special orders, or in the rare cases where we need to access the water and electric. When she hired me, she told me her shop doesn't take kindly to most strangers, that the antiques liked my vibe, whatever the hell that means. One more stranger couldn't hurt, could it? I suppose I won't know until I ask. Before I get into this, I want to say 2 things up front. First, my wife is alive. As I'm typing this in the spare bedroom of our duplex, Sarah is downstairs at the kitchen table pouring herself a coffee, and she's humming, and that's the part that scares me the most. Second, if you share a digital calendar with anyone in your life, your spouse, your roommate, a coworker, anyone, I need you to put your phone down for a second after you read this and check it. I'll explain why. I'm not going to use last names. I'm not going to give you the city we live in. I had a long argument with myself about whether I should even post this, and I decided to. Because if there's anyone else this is happening to, you need to know what to look for and what not to do. Okay, let me back up. Sarah and I have been married for 7 years. We met at her sister's wedding. I do operations for a regional freight company. She does paralegal work for an immigration firm. We have a normal life. We rent the upstairs of a duplex on a quiet street. We have a cat named Mortimer, who is a moron. Both of us work weird hours, so about 3 years into our marriage, we set up a shared Google Calendar so we'd stop double booking ourselves on date nights. It worked. It was boring. For 3 years, it sat there doing what calendars do. About 6 weeks ago, on a Sunday, Sarah looked up from her phone over breakfast and asked me what I was doing on Tuesday at 9 p.m. I checked. My calendar was empty. I told her so. She turned her phone toward me. There was a single event booked off in dark blue. The name of the event was just one letter. M. It was scheduled for 9 to 9:45 p.m., and there was a small loop icon next to it indicating it was set to repeat every week. I told her I hadn't put it there. She laughed and said I must have added it half asleep and not remembered, which, and I want to stress this, is something we both did sometimes. There's no evil in that explanation. We just chalked it up to a sync hiccup and moved on. Here's what I should have paid more attention. The next morning, the event was gone from her calendar. Like, fully gone. Not in the trash, not in any history log. Gone. But when I opened my own phone, it was sitting on my Tuesday at 9 p.m. Just the letter M. Exactly the way it had appeared on hers. I deleted it. I figured one of those weird Google Sync things had double loaded the entry. No big deal. 2 days later it was back, but only on Sarah's phone again. This is the part that started to get under my skin. We tried everything. Sarah unshared the calendar from her end. The event came back. I deleted the entire shared calendar from my account. The event appeared on a calendar I hadn't yet recreated. We tried logging out, logging back in. We changed passwords. We called Google support, and a guy with a soft voice on the other end of the line told us he had never seen anything like that before, and that he could not reproduce it on his end. He told us to take screenshots and send them in. We tried. The screenshots came out blank. I want to underline that for you, because it's the moment I knew this wasn't a tech problem. We were holding a phone up, taking a picture of it with another phone, and the picture would come out wrong. The event was clearly visible to the eye on the screen we were photographing. The image file would not contain it. The pixels were just gone. The whole first week of this happening, we treated it like a joke. We started calling the event Mr. Eldritch between us. By the second week, neither of us were laughing. Tuesday night came, the first Tuesday after we noticed the event. I was on the couch, watching some show I don't even remember. Sarah was upstairs in our bedroom. At 9 p.m. exactly, I heard the bedroom door open. She came down the stairs already with her keys in her hand and her coat on, and she walked through the living room toward the front door without looking at me. I said her name. She didn't turn. I said it again, louder. She paused at the door, halfway through it, and looked back at me. Her face was completely blank. Not annoyed, not confused. Blank, like a piece of paper. She said in a voice that was hers, but somehow flatter. M, remember? And then she walked out and shut the door behind her. I sat there for a second. Then I got up and went to the door. Her car was already pulling out of the driveway. She came back at 9:46 p.m., 1 minute late. She walked in, hung the keys up, took her coat off, sat down on the couch next to me and asked what I was watching. I asked her how it went. She looked at me with what I can only describe as polite confusion, like a stranger trying to be friendly, and asked me how what went. She had absolutely no recollection of leaving the house. The keys had been hung up. The coat was on the rack. Her shoes were back in the hall. But when I pushed her on it, she said, "What do you mean? I've been upstairs reading." I checked her phone while she was in the bathroom. The event was gone. So was the location data for that 45 minutes. Google Maps timeline, which usually tracks her every move because we both have it turned on, just had a blank gap, like she'd been turned off. Okay, I want to pause for a second here. Because I know how this sounds. I know what you're thinking. I had the exact same thoughts. Affair, sleepwalking, some kind of stress fugue, early onset something. I've spent 6 weeks turning this over in my head trying to find an explanation I can live with, and I have found not one. Just keep that in mind as we go. The next week, the events multiplied. It wasn't just M anymore. There were entries with names like pick up at Eldridge, second meeting, bring the file. The timing always landed in the late evening or early morning, never during work hours. Each one only ever appeared on one of our phones at a time, and only ever in the future, never in the past, never in a way that could be checked. The Tuesday after that, Sarah went again. Same blank face, same minute late return, same total amnesia. That weekend, I told her we needed to take her to a doctor. I'd been keeping notes in a Word document on my work laptop, and I tried to show her the notes. She read them with a polite, almost amused expression. When she got to the part where I described her leaving the house and not remembering, her face changed. Not into fear, but into something more like recognition. She said, "Oh, that's strange. I don't remember any of that." And then she stood up, walked into the kitchen, and started loading the dishwasher. That night, around 2 a.m., I woke up because Sarah wasn't in bed. I got up to look for her. I checked the bathroom, the living room, the kitchen. Nothing. Then I noticed the door to the spare bedroom was cracked open, and there was a faint glow inside. I want you to picture this exactly the way I saw it. She was sitting on the floor of the spare bedroom in the dark, with her back against the wall. Her legs were straight out in front of her like a doll. Her phone was open in her lap, screen on, and her face was tilted down toward it. The glow was lighting her face from below. She wasn't moving. She wasn't tapping anything. She was just staring at the screen with her face about 6 inches from it, and her mouth was moving like she was reading something out loud, but no sound was coming out. I said her name from the doorway. She didn't react. I said it louder. Nothing. I crouched down next to her and looked at the screen. The calendar was open to an empty week. Nothing on it, not a single event. She was staring at a blank schedule and reading it like a book. I put my hand on her shoulder. Her skin was cold. Not skin temperature cold. Full-on cold pillow cold. I shook her gently. She blinked. She looked at me. She said, "What time is it?" I told her. She said, "I have to be up early." Then she stood up, walked back to bed, and went to sleep. In the morning I asked her about it. Of course she didn't remember. That was the moment I decided to follow her on a Tuesday. But before I could, and this is what tipped everything into something I couldn't pretend was normal anymore. Last Saturday, an event appeared on her phone in the middle of the day. That was new. Saturday afternoon, 2 p.m. The event was called Open Group. I made up an excuse to be out of the house when she left. I parked 2 streets over and watched her car pull out of our driveway at exactly 1:47 p.m. I followed her at a distance. She drove 40 minutes out of town, past the suburbs, past the highway exit we usually take, past everything I recognized. She turned off the main road and into the back of a closed strip mall. One of those dead retail plazas where the only thing left is a Dollar General and 3 empty storefronts with brown paper in the windows. There were 8 other cars in the lot. They were already parked, evenly spaced, and the drivers were already standing outside of them. Sarah got out, locked her car, and walked to the center of the lot. The other people walked towards the same spot. They formed a loose, irregular circle, maybe 15 feet across. Nobody spoke. Nobody made eye contact. They just stood there. I parked across the street behind a dumpster, with my engine off and my lights off. I had a pair of binoculars in the glove box from a camping trip last year. I used them. I want to describe to you what I saw because I am still not entirely sure what to make of it. For about an hour, those 9 people stood in a circle and did nothing. They didn't sway, they didn't shuffle, they didn't speak. They stood like mannequins. Their breath was making fog in the cold air, but otherwise they could have been dead. At some point, I want to say around the 50-minute mark, but my sense of time was gone by then. One of them, a man in a tan jacket, took 1 step forward into the center of the circle. The others didn't react. He stood there for maybe 30 seconds. Then he stepped back into his place in the circle. That was it. That was the whole event. At exactly 3, all 9 of them turned around in unison, walked to their cars, got in, and drove away. None of them looked at each other. None of them said goodbye. There was no signal that I could see. No one checked a watch. They just all turned at the same second. I followed Sarah home from a long distance. She got in around 3:42, when I came in 15 minutes later, pretending to be returning from errands. She was making lunch. I asked how her day was. She said, "Quiet. I just read." I went into the bathroom and threw up. That night, I went back through every photo on my phone from the last 3 years. I was looking for clues. Anything I've missed. Anything that would let me believe I was wrong about what I'd seen. I found 2 things that I cannot explain. The first, in a photo from our anniversary dinner 2 years ago, Sarah is sitting across from me, and her phone is sitting face up on the table next to her wine glass. The screen is on. There's a notification banner at the top. It's a calendar reminder. I zoomed in until the image went grainy. The event title is on 1 letter, and although I cannot be 100% sure, I am 95% sure it's M. 2 years ago. This has been happening for at least 2 years. The second thing is what made me stop sleeping. I went all the way back. Photos from before we got married, photos from when we were dating. There's one picture, taken at a brewery on what I remember as our 5th date, where Sarah is laughing at something off camera. In the background, sitting alone at the bar, there's a man. He's wearing a tan jacket. I have looked at that photo 100 times over 7 years. I have shown it to friends. It was my profile picture for a while. I never noticed him before. He is looking directly at the camera. He is not laughing. He is not drinking. He is not doing anything except looking at the lens with a flat, patient expression. It's the same man I saw in the parking lot last Saturday. The one who took the step. He was at our brewery on date 5. I don't know how long this has been going on. I don't know if Sarah was scheduled before I met her. I don't know if our entire relationship was scheduled. I don't know if I was scheduled too and just don't remember being told. I don't know if she'd recognize me if the calendar told her not to. This morning, a new event appeared. It's on my phone for the first time. Not hers. Mine. It's tonight, 9 p.m. The name of the event is Last. That's all it says. I am writing this from the spare bedroom. Sarah is downstairs humming. My keys are on the dresser. My coat is on the back of the chair. I have not put either of them on. I am staring at them right now, and I am not sure if I am the one who put them there.
If you share a calendar with anyone, please go look at it right now. Look at every recurring event. Look at every single one. If there's anything on there that's just a letter, or a single word, or a meeting you don't remember making, don't delete it. Don't even acknowledge it. Don't ask the other person about it. Don't take a screenshot. And if you read this and you feel a small pull, like you should be standing up, like you have somewhere to be, sit back down. It's 8:34 p.m. I have 26 minutes. I'll update if I can.
I'm not writing this so anyone will pity me, or to make people feel sorry for me, or to hear that I somehow deserved what happened. I'm writing this so others can see how far things can spiral if you're someone like me. Everything started 5 years ago. The perfect example of cause and effect, how one single moment can trigger a landslide. Nora and I had been married for 16 years. We'd had our rough patches, and yes, I'll admit it openly, sometimes I was hard to live with. Stubborn, careless, and always taking her for granted. I thought Nora would never leave me, that she wouldn't even know what to do without me. But after the kids were born, everything became unpredictable. We had 3 children together. Jack, our oldest boy, 14 years old, Luna, 8, and Samantha, just a year and a half. That night, the night everything went to hell, we had a horrible fight. I'd been drinking, stopped at a bar on the way home. Nora snapped at me, and that was all it took. She never acted like that, but when she started yelling, something inside me broke loose. I lost it. I slapped her. Yeah, I know, I'm a piece of crap. There's no excuse. Because of that, Nora packed up right then and there, still in the middle of the night, and stormed out. She took all 3 kids with her. I just kept yelling, so blinded by anger, I barely even noticed that my family was leaving for the last time. God, if I could go back. If I hadn't been such an idiot. According to the police, Nora lost control of the car. She drifted into the oncoming lane, and then she hit a truck head-on. Nora and Jack didn't survive. Luna was in awful condition and had to be rushed to the hospital, same as Samantha. And me? I was at home, drunk and raging, not knowing a thing. After that, I fell hard. I won't go into every detail, but I regret everything I did, every ounce of suffering I caused. Luna survived, but her spine was so badly damaged, she'll never walk again. Samantha, by some miracle, was the only one who escaped without serious injury. And me? I kept drinking. Every day. I was drunk morning to night. That was my escape. My way of hiding from what I'd done. Because no matter what anyone says, I caused their deaths. It was my fault. They took Luna and Samantha away from me. I was furious, like some deranged animal, but the booze had rotted my brain by then. Now I know they were better off. Nora's sister took them in, a good family. They cared for each other. They could give Luna the kind of support I never could. And I had no one left. Except for Snail, the dog. Snail was the only thing that stayed with me through those years. A 2-year-old Weimaraner. A sweet little boy the kids had named together. One of my last pathetic attempts to hold the family together. But even he couldn't stop me from tumbling down the cliff I'd created for myself. I overdosed on pills one night, hoping I'd never wake up again, thinking the only justice left would have been if I had taken Nora's place in that car. I survived. But why me? Why the hell did I survive that night, and not Nora and Jack? They took me to the hospital and I stayed there for a long time. Therapy, rehab, group sessions, all the things they give someone who's fallen straight to the bottom of the pit. And somehow I managed to climb up a little. When I finally got out, I tried to set things right. I even went to see my girls. It took me 2, maybe 3 years before I could even force myself to look them in the eyes. Luna was 12 by then, a young lady, and she didn't speak to me. Not a word. She wouldn't even look in my direction. Samantha, she was just a little girl, but she didn't know who I was anymore. She stared at me like I was a stranger on a bus, and honestly, I deserved that. I couldn't be angry at them. I was the reason their lives had been shattered. So I stopped visiting. It wasn't just painful for me, it hurt them to see me. And just like that, I was alone again. But at least I had quit drinking. I needed something new, something to keep my hands and my mind busy. That's when I turned to hunting. It wasn't unfamiliar. When my dad was still alive, he used to take me out into the woods with him all the time. I learned how to handle myself out there, and I still had his rifle, my inheritance. For a full year, I went out to the nearby woods almost every single day. It felt good, calming even. Out there in the quiet, I finally had space to think about everything, about the things I'd ruined, the things I'd lost. And Snail always came with me, my loyal companion. At least it wasn't just me getting out of that empty house for once. He did too. Over time, he became my closest friend, the one soul who stayed beside me during the worst moments of my life. And maybe he carried some small piece of the family I'd once had. So we walked the forest every day, sometimes after work for an hour or two. Sometimes I spent an entire weekend out there with him. That Friday was no different. I was sitting against a fallen tree, rifle in my lap, a young buck through the scope, maybe 650 feet away. Snail, though never trained as a hunting dog, had somehow learned exactly when to stay silent, blending his gray coat into the brush like he'd been born to do it. I aimed at the lower cervical vertebrae of the deer. It would have been a perfect shot, one of those clean textbook kills. But I didn't pull the trigger. My finger was there, resting on it. One tiny movement, and it would have been done. I'd been going out there for a year, and I had never killed a single thing. I carried the rifle like it was part of me, but I never fired it. Deer, boar, foxes. I'd had them all in my sights at one point or another, but something inside me, my mind, my soul, whatever, refused to let me squeeze the trigger. It was better this way. I didn't want to bring any more harm into this world. The buck lifted its head, then bolted away in an instant. I lowered my rifle calmly, same as always. It almost relaxed me to watch the animal run free like that. Snail burst out of the bushes, his gray body shaking with excitement. His tail wagged as if he understood, as if he too was happy we let the deer go. "Good boy, Snail," I said, rubbing the top of his wet gray head. "Come on, let's keep moving." But as I took a step forward, Snail snapped his head up, like he'd heard something he'd never heard before. "What is it, buddy?" I asked, frowning down at him. Then I heard it too. A voice, far away, somewhere deep in the woods. Someone crying, someone screaming for help. For a second, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a cougar, maybe a fox mimicking a cry. But the voice sharpened, growing clearer and more desperate, and there was no mistaking it. Someone was out there. Someone in real trouble. "Go, Snail. Find it," I urged, and he shot forward immediately. The cries grew louder. We crashed through the woods together, branches slapping against my arms as I gripped the rifle tight, terrified I'd drop it. Snail, in his usual clever way, found the easiest paths between the trees. The woman's voice, it was definitely a woman, kept crying, wailing, begging. Then we broke through the line of trees into a small clearing, and for a second I thought I was hallucinating. A woman was kneeling in the grass, wearing nothing but a white bathrobe. For a moment a memory slammed into me. Nora. But it couldn't be her. Nora was dead. For a moment I was just weak, The world seemed to freeze around me. It wasn't Nora. Of course it wasn't. Nora had been tall, with long, straight, dark brown hair. This woman had short black hair. Her face was buried in her hands as she sobbed, like a lost child. "Ma'am, are you okay?" I asked once I snapped out of my initial shock. "Help me, please," she said without lifting her head, without moving an inch. "I'll help you," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "What happened? Are you hurt?" But she just kept crying. Deep, raw, hopeless sobs. I stepped closer, gripping my rifle as if it were the only thing holding me upright. Snail didn't move. He stood at the edge of the clearing, stiff, confused, like he didn't understand what was happening at all. "What happened?" I asked again. "Should I call an ambulance?" "Help me," she sobbed again, the same broken tone. I took another cautious step, staring at the ring of stones arranged around her, a perfect, deliberate circle of small rocks. What the hell is this place? I'd walked these woods for years. I had never seen this clearing before. "Ma'am, what happened?" I asked, finally reaching out and placing a hand on her shoulder. The feeling of her skin, or whatever it was, made my stomach drop. It wasn't soft. It felt hard, wrong. Then everything happened at once. A flush, or maybe just my brain snapping, and Snail started barking like he'd lost his mind. I looked at him in confusion. Why was he growling at us? And then the woman lifted her head. Or rather, she lifted what should have been her head. She didn't have a face, not even a distorted one, just a wet, bloody mass where her features should have been. I screamed and fell backwards into the dirt. Her white robe dropped from her body. Her bare skin began to stretch upward, unnaturally long. Her arms twisted and cracked, bending backward, splitting open. More limb-like stumps burst from her torso, writhing like they were searching for something to grab. Her entire body darkened, the skin turning into some chitinous, segmented armor. She shrieked, not like a human, but like metal scraping against bone, thrashing until she finally transformed into something out of a nightmare. A 4-meter-long centipede horror, glistening in the light that suddenly vanished. As if someone flipped a switch, the sun blinked out, and the sky above us bled into a deep, violent red. In the dull red glow, Snail leapt in front of me like some ghostly guardian, planting himself between me and the grotesque centipede thing. He barked and snarled, his whole body rigid with terror and defiance. The creature shrieked in response, a piercing metallic scream, and its long body writhed like a pine tree whipping in a storm. I couldn't move. I just stared, frozen, at the shimmering plates of its chitin armor, catching the red light. Then it struck. Its massive mandibles slammed into the ground where Snail had been a second before, the impact shaking the earth beneath me, and in that moment, a single thought carved itself into my mind. If I don't act now, I'll lose the last thing I have left in this world. Instinct took over. I shoved Snail as hard as I could, sending him tumbling across the dirt. The creature's jaws tore into the soil where he'd just been. "Run!" I screamed, my voice cracking. "Go, Snail, run!" I snatched up my rifle and aimed at the monstrous thing. It lifted the front of its body, rising like a cobra, its head towering above us as it watched. My hands trembled on the trigger, but I didn't hesitate. The gunshot cracked through the red-tinted forest. The bullet hit. I heard it, a sharp metallic clink. But the creature didn't even flinch. It didn't bleed, didn't stagger, didn't react at all. My blood went cold. There was only one option left. Flee. I grabbed Snail by the collar and yanked him forward, giving him one last push. He barked wildly at the abomination, refusing to leave me, but finally, Blessedly, he turned and bolted toward the trees. I ran after him as fast as my legs could carry me. We ran into the forest as fast as my legs could move. Under that blood-red sky, Snail's gray coat was almost impossible to track. Within seconds, I lost sight of him. "Snail?" I shouted into the glowing crimson woods. "Where are you?" But it was like screaming into a void. The pines looked wrong under the red light, warped, twisted, and the nightmare only grew worse. I stopped for just a second, grasping for air. I couldn't hear Snail barking anywhere. Nothing but my own ragged breathing and the distant, pulsing roar of the red sky. "Snail?" I screamed again, my voice breaking. "Where are you?" A crack of splintering wood snapped me out of it. Something huge was approaching. Fast. It plowed through the trees like a bulldozer, snapping branches and tearing through undergrowth. I could hear its hundreds of legs clicking across the forest floor like a hailstorm. I ran again. I didn't even know which direction. Just deeper, anywhere, gripping my father's rifle like a lifeline. The dark red sky lit everything in an unnatural glow, and only then did I realize the cold sting against my skin. It was raining. But the rain looked black under the light, pouring down in freezing sheets, soaking me in seconds. I kept running, stumbling, glancing back every few steps to see if the creature was on my heels. It was. Always. "Snail?" I gasped again, barely able to breathe. I leaned against a pine tree, completely drenched. Where the hell was I? What was this twisted world? I tried to gather what strength I had left, scanning the forest, looking for any sign of movement, any hint of where the creature was coming from. But what I saw instead was worse. Between the trees, figures, still black silhouettes watching me, not moving, not breathing, just staring. When I focused on them, they slipped behind the trees. But they were still there. I could feel them watching, judging, as if they knew every sin I'd ever committed. My body trembled. My mouth went dry. "Snail!" I screamed, using the last of my voice. The bushes rustled behind me. I spun around, raising the rifle, refusing to loosen my grip. And then, a bark. A familiar bark. A soaked gray shape burst through the foliage. In the red glow, Snail looked almost ghost-like, but he was real. Thank God. He was real, and seeing him there was the most comforting sight of my miserable life. I hugged Snail harder than I ever had before. I could feel him trembling. His confusion was obvious. He didn't know where we were, didn't recognize a single scent, a single landmark. No wonder he hadn't found me sooner. "Come on, Snail," I whispered, stroking his soaked fur. "We have to move before that thing finds us." I glanced back toward the forest. The shadow figures were gone. Maybe Snail had scared them off. God knows I hoped so. I slung the rifle over my shoulder and moved forward, fast but not running. Snail padded at my side, sticking close. I had no idea where we were heading, but the forest felt endless, a red, twisted labyrinth with no exit. We reached a slope and I slowed down, carefully trying to make my way down the hillside. That's when I felt it, even through the thick soles of my boots. The ground trembled, hundreds of legs hitting the earth at once. I snapped my head back, just in time to see a pine tree rip straight out of the soil and topple over. The creature was coming. "Run!" I shouted again. "Snail, go!" But this time, the creature wasn't just chasing. It was furious. In the blink of an eye, it was there. The trees beside me exploded into splinters as its massive mandibles slammed into it. Chips of wood blasted in every direction. I stumbled, trying not to tumble down the slope, and then Snail's barks. Wild, desperate, furious. "Snail, where are you?" I shouted, scrambling. He was close. I saw him. My brave, idiot dog was attacking the monster, throwing himself at its legs without fear, snapping and biting with everything he had. No, 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 I screamed. Snail, come here. Run. But Snail had latched on, shaking his head violently, tearing at one of the creature's limbs. I couldn't leave him to fight alone. I spun back around, ripped the rifle from my shoulder, and aimed again. The black rain was pouring harder now. It stung my eyes, ran down my face, soaked my hands, making everything slippery. I fired. A perfect headshot. This time it connected. I heard the crack as the bullet smashed into one of the creature's churning mandibles. It screamed, a horrible, high-pitched metallic shriek, lifting the front of its body high and thrashing in agony. But I didn't expect what happened next. The rain, the mud, the creature's massive weight shifted the hillside, and the whole slope gave way. The soil slid out from underneath it, and the monster tumbled down the hill, crashing between the trees and disappearing into the forest below. It was gone. I might have actually beaten it. But something was wrong. The last time I'd seen Snail, he was still attached to that thing. Where was he now? I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, stumbling, slipping, clawing at branches, doing anything I could to reach where the creature had fallen. Trees lay toppled and crushed under its weight as it slid down the soaked hillside, but no matter how hard I pushed myself, it felt like I never got any closer. I fell hard, face first into the mud. Then I crawled, dragged myself forward, clung to every exposed root and jagged rock, like a desperate animal trying to pull itself from a pit. "Snail!" I screamed, my voice shredding in my throat. No answer. The rain only grew heavier, hammering down on me. The sky burned deeper and deeper red, pulsing like some living wound in the heavens. I forced myself upright, mud dripping from my face. Something flickered between the trees below. A shape, a shadow. I couldn't tell. "Snail?" I yelled again, whistling as loud as I could. Still nothing. I bolted forward once more. My father's rifle weighed me down, so I threw it into the mud, not caring where it landed. I grabbed at branches, trying to keep my footing, but my foot slid on the soaked earth and I collapsed again, slamming my body into the ground like a helpless rag doll. As my face hit the mud, I heard it. A bark. A single, sharp bark. Snail. It had to be Snail. I scrambled to my feet, and the world changed. Completely. The sky was blue, bright, clear, untouched. The trees stood tall and familiar, exactly as they had been before the nightmare began. And I was on my knees in the mud, soaked, shaking, gasping for breath. My head pounded. My heart hammered like it wanted to burst out of my chest. I could feel my blood racing with panic and exhaustion. "Snail!" I screamed again, voice cracking as it tore its way out of me. I didn't find anything. I spent days out there in those woods. Days. No tracks, no sound, no traces of what had happened, like the whole nightmare had never existed. But Snail was gone, and so was my father's rifle. Both of them left behind in that thing's world. The only intact piece of my old life, the little dog my girls had named, had vanished without a single sign. But I knew he was alive, somewhere in that red place. I could feel it. Snail was still out there, still fighting, still waiting. When I finally went home, I gathered everything I had left. Supplies, maps, anything that might help. That afternoon, I bought a new rifle. I'm going back, and if anyone reads this, know that I'm out there in the forest, searching as long as my legs will carry me. I'm bringing my dog home, even if I have to walk straight into hell to do it. I won't let him be lost too. We had started out the evening with a bottle of expensive Merlot I ordered off the wine menu. Monica always loved it when I took charge this way, and saved her the trouble of having to browse the selections herself. Besides, after 6 months of dating, I was confident I had her preferences down to a T. When the bottle arrived, I pointed out the label to her. "Did you know Merlot is French for blackbird?" I asked as our server poured us 2 glasses. We were at our usual table, rooftop seating, with an expansive view of the city. "I did not know that," Monica acknowledged. I could always tell she was grateful when I taught her something new. I was glad when she didn't ask about the rest of the label. Probably could have figured it out if I tried, though. I've always been good at picking up on context clues. You know, speaking of birds, I read something interesting the other day, I mentioned as I swirled my glass. They just published a study that found birds in the city are more afraid of women than men. You'd think it'd be the other way around. Who even pays for those studies? Monica wondered. She surprised me by breaking off a piece of bread. Monica never ate bread, but it was only to crumble it up and sprinkle it near her chair. "Seems you have no trouble endearing yourself." I smirked as I watched a sparrow hop over to cautiously peck at the crumbs she had scattered for it. "Guess I'm dating a real-life Disney princess." "Maybe if one lands on me you can say that." She played along with a laugh. "Or if I spontaneously break into song." "I'd kind of like to hear that." She scrunched her nose in a way I found adorable. "Take me out to karaoke next time." Next time. If I had my way, there would be plenty of next times. I was going to marry this girl sitting across from me watching that little bird hop around her heels. She was funny, smart, beautiful, and judging by her intense focus, fascinated by the wonders of the natural world. She observed that bird like couples at neighboring tables observe the glowing screens of their devices. It didn't hurt that she didn't break the bank every time I took her out, and insisted on treating her. She barely ate as far as I could tell. Yep, I was definitely a lucky guy. "Hey, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick." I set my napkin aside, still smiling, and rose. Monica looked up from the bird to beam at me. God, she was gorgeous. Really, I wanted to flag down our waiter without arousing her suspicions, and see if there was anything special I could do for her tonight. Maybe I could lie and tell them it was her birthday so they made a big fanfare about it. Pretty sure she would love that, and the servers always looked like they enjoyed themselves in those moments. Sometimes I'd see them called to different tables 5 or 6 times in the course of a single evening. I'd never worked in the service industry, but it seemed like a fun job. I never located our server. On my way back from the bathroom, I paused at the entry to the deck. Surprised, as I spotted Monica still sitting alone at our table. She had something in her hand, but that something wasn't her phone. I realized it was the bird she had been feeding earlier. She held its tiny body clasped in one hand, and was gently massaging the fragile dome of its head with one fingertip. Its beady little eyes were squinted half-closed in... was that contentment? Or fear? An uneasy feeling stole over me, but I shook it off. No, it looked like it was being lulled to sleep by her caressing. I wondered how she'd got a hold of it. Clearly it trusted her enough to be held. My girlfriend, the Disney princess, communing with nature. I stood back and observed a moment with an indulgent smile on my face. I probably look like a cornball. Not something I've ever been accustomed of being, but I couldn't resist. I watched as Monica brought the bird nearer to her lips. I thought she was going to plant a kiss on it before letting it go, an idea I was less enthusiastic about. Thoughts of avian germs, lice, parasites flew from my mind the next moment. I could see the bird visibly struggling now in Monica's fist, her skin bleaching white with the ferocity of her grip. She opened her mouth and it was so much more than a kiss. Her lips parted wide, wider, until I thought her jaw would dislocate, and then it seemed to unhinge, and continue opening wide, ropes of saliva trailing between her upper and lower teeth, the crown of her head practically sinking back into the nape of her neck. The bird gave one last fearful struggle in her hand, but it was too late, as its head disappeared inside my girlfriend's mouth. She didn't finish it in one bite, even though she could have, easily. Her teeth, so much longer than I knew, chomped down, wrenching the bird's head from its spine, like Saturn devouring his sun, a Goya painting I once described to her in great detail on our first date in a way that impressed her enough to agree to a second. I had guessed from the outset that Monica preferred a man of culture, but I was starting to wonder what I knew about Monica's preferences, actually. Her mouth opened a second time, like the act of eating was mindless, automatic. Her tongue the conveyor delivering the rest of the bird, still flapping. How was it still flapping? Down the yawning chasm of her throat. Her jaws snapped shut, her lips pressed tight together, and I watched the wiggling lump slide under her skin and disappear beneath the pressed Peter Pan collar of her dress. I thought about bolting. I had never dined and dashed in my life, but wasn't Monica the only one who had dined at this point? My vision was tunneling, and still I stood rooted to the spot. Fight or flight? Hadn't the bird tried both and lost, giving way to freeze? Monica glanced up then and spotted me, and there was no escaping back into the restaurant undetected. I walked slowly over to our table and sat down. Our server reappeared within moments to take our order. Just the house salad with dressing on the side for me, Monica said, folding her menu shut. I stared at something caught in her teeth. She noticed and closed her lips abruptly, feeling around, her tongue bulging out a pouch in her lower lip before sweeping sideways to her cheek. She fiddled this way for a while, then plucked the detritus free and laid it out neatly beside her plate. You know what they say about girls who can tie cherry stems into knots with their tongues? She said slyly. They don't say they're Disney princesses. Uh-huh. She hadn't been drinking any Shirley Temples I was aware of, and the gnarled trophy she had produced for me definitely wasn't a cherry stem. When our entrees arrived, I watched her sip wine and move leaves around her plate as she carried on convivially. At least, she was giving the impression of eating. I hadn't even touched my chicken parmesan. I was too busy shooting furtive glances at all the other female diners, single, paired, gathered in groups, and noticing the identical house salads plated before them with dressing on the side. I could have sworn several of them were looking at me. The sun had just sunk below the horizon, and either the lengthening shadows or their evaluating gazes made my skin grow cold. There were no more birds hopping around underfoot. Maybe they had all flown away. What? I asked when I realized Monica was awaiting a response. I was just thinking, when we move in together, we should set up a bird feeder, she repeated, or even a birdhouse or bath. We can make it really welcoming for all the urban birds in the neighborhood. That way, they'll know I'm not something they need to be afraid of. Uh-huh. She smiled again, then dabbed her mouth with the corner of her napkin. She seemed to be having some indigestion. I rose without meaning to. I think I need to use the... I was suddenly surrounded by a crowd of people. I sat back down, sweating bullets, hemmed in on all sides. Someone slid a slice of cake in front of me, right next to my untouched meal, and a fleet of servers started clapping and singing in unison. A pair of hands garroted me with an elastic band as a conical hat was affixed atop my head. When you were in the bathroom earlier, I told them it was your birthday. Monica crowed. I had never done the school run before. Work took up practically all of my time from Monday to Friday, but in the last week of the summer holidays, my wife's mother passed away. She had gone down south to support her father and help with the funeral arrangements, which left me to hold the fort. As much as I miss her, it's been nice to spend so much one-on-one time with Hilda. She is the spitting image of her mother, and her likeness doesn't stop there. She has the same sharp wit and an emotional intelligence way beyond her 6 years. I suppose with me, always being at work and Hilda being an only child, it makes a lot of sense. They spend a lot of time together, especially over the holidays. Hilda was happy to give me directions as I drove her to school. I do know the way, of course, but I enjoyed playing along with the idea that I didn't. "So, first day of year 2, I teased. She turned and frowned at me. I could tell exactly what face she was pulling without taking my eyes off the road. "What?" I laughed. "It's year 3, actually," she said matter-of-factly. "No way. When did you get old?" She just smiled and turned to look out the window. "Daddy?" Whenever she had anything to say, Hilda always had to say my name first, then wait for my response. I told her many times that she could just start talking, and I would know that she was talking to me, but it didn't seem to ever sink in. It was cute, if not a little frustrating sometimes. "Yes?" "Was it dangerous when you went to school?" That caught me off guard. "Dangerous?" "Yeah, because of the dinosaurs." She erupted into laughter at her own joke. The sound of it was so infectious. "Very funny," I chuckled. "Are you looking forward to your first day back?" "Yeah." Kids. Brilliant at carrying conversations. "What are you looking forward to the most?" She didn't answer right away. I could almost hear the cogs ticking. "Playing with my friends. Oh, and my new teacher is Mrs. Gibson. Layla says she's the best." Layla is Hilda's cousin. On my wife's side. She's in the year above. "Won't you miss your old teacher?" "No." She responded so quickly that she must have felt strongly about it. She was the worst teacher. I felt a sudden pang of guilt. My own daughter had suffered a year with the worst teacher and I'd had no idea. "How was she the worst?" I prodded. "She was always cross. She didn't like fun. She told me off when I cried." "Oh, that's not very nice." On the last day of school, I played a trick on her. Hilda giggled to herself and shot me a mischievous smile. "That's my girl," I thought. "It was Charlie's idea," she continued. "We were in the art hut, and she went into the cupboard where the pens and paper are, and I locked the door." I laughed. I remember doing something similar back in my school days. "That way," Hilda shouted, leaning forward in her seat, pointing down the road that led to her school. I had seen it coming a mile off, but had chosen to pretend that I didn't. Hilda was looking very pleased with herself. I parked as close as I could to the school gates, which was not close at all. My wife had complained about the school drop-off before, but it was even worse than I'd imagined. I walked Hilda down the pavement and to the school gate. I gave her a big hug and kissed her on the forehead. "Have a great day." "I will," she chirped, then ran off to join a line of other kids about her size. I watched her for a while, finding her friends, talking about whatever little kids talk about, always smiling. My attention turned to the teachers. They all looked stressed. They weren't even pretending to be happy about being back at work. Hilda glanced over at me. I gave her a wave and made my way back down the pavement. A group of moms filled the pavement ahead, 2 pushchairs causing a barricade. They seemed engrossed in serious conversation, or serious gossip. I couldn't tell which at a distance. As I got closer, I overheard little snippets of information. "Mrs. Baker didn't show up to teach the year 2s. She's not answering her phone or anything." I heard she wasn't at the teacher training day either. A friend of mine is her neighbor, and she says she hasn't seen her all summer. I stopped in my tracks. A wave of dread rushed over me. Mrs. Baker, the year 2 teacher, Hilda's teacher last year. I turned back towards the school and marched up to the gates on wobbly legs. The children had all gone inside. I walked up to reception and tried to calm my breathing. Hi, I'm Hilda's dad. She left her coat in the art hut before the summer holidays. My wife asked me to get it back. I just about managed to get the words out. Yes, of course, the chirpy receptionist replied. It's just around the left side of the building. It's not been opened yet, so here's the key. Just drop it back when you're done. You can leave it open. She smiled a bright, over-friendly smile and returned to her work. It's a coincidence, I kept telling myself as I walked around the left side of the building. The art hut was one of those temporary classrooms. Almost like a static caravan, but more basic. The walls were a rough texture, painted navy blue, and it had a flat, felt roof. My stomach was in knots as I approached the door. The keys jingled in my unsteady hand. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Dust motes swirled in the sunlight, casting long rectangles across the room. My eyes swept about the place, then focused on the desk. A handbag sat upon its surface. Hilda's words echoed through my mind. I played a trick on her. I locked the door. My heart raced as I looked to what I assumed was the storage cupboard. I walked slowly towards it, my feet barely leaving the floor, my mind expecting the worst and trying to reassure me at the same time. I tried the door. Locked. Please, no, I whispered to myself. I turned the latch. The door swung open by itself. The sound came first. The wet thwack against the carpet, then the smell. I leapt back, gagging, covering my face with my hands as my breakfast sprayed out from between my fingers. As much as I didn't want to look, I couldn't look away. She was curled in a ball, holding her knees to her chest. I guess she had been leaning against the door. Her skin was brown and leathery, wrapped tightly around her bones. Her white summer dress was stained with large, wet blotches of yellow and brown. She was dead because of my poor, sweet, innocent Hilda. A childish joke with severe consequences. I sobbed uncontrollably as I burst back outside. What would I say? What would it do to Hilda if she ever found out? If I tell the truth, everyone will know. If I lie, if I just so happen to discover the body while looking for Hilda's coat, then what? It wouldn't take long for questions to be asked. Who locked the cupboard? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm scared to go home. In fact, I don't think I will ever return. I don't care that everything I own is there, or even that it is my childhood home. I'm never going back. It was only a few months ago that I received the call that would change my life. I sat in my dorm studying for a psychology exam, when the monotone chirping of my phone broke through the tranquil silence. Hello? I answered blankly. Yes, am I speaking to Aaron? A thick, masculine voice broke through the speaker. Yeah, it is. Whom am I speaking to? Well, ma'am, I am Sheriff Watterson from back in Centerville. Your father is Roger, correct? My voice cracked as I whispered. Yes, is everything okay? A heavy, pained sigh came through the phone. Dad's funeral was harder than Mom's. Mom's was a long time coming. The cancer had pillaged her body for years. It laughed with glee as it poisoned her blood, and left her a hollow husk months before her final breath. But Dad had drowned. Not in a lake, not in a pool, in his own home. They told me he fell asleep in the bathtub. 3 days after the sheriff's call, I stood in the small, traditional Wesleyan chapel. As I stood in front of the simple casket, wrapped in a black dress, I realized I was now an orphan. Later that evening, Dad's lawyer sat me down to walk me through the last will and testament. I sat there on the couch in a grief-induced shock. The legal jargon spouted from lawyer overwhelmed me like a flood. Very few of his words reached my mind, but one of his final statements broke through my stupor. And finally, your father has left you the entirety of his estate, including the house. Wait, what did you say? I asked the dry lawyer. Your father left you the house, as well as the majority of his earthly possessions. He replied as if it was the most mundane statement ever. Oh, was all I could muster. Also, your father left you this, he said as he handed me a small, simple envelope that bore my name. Thanks, I said as I stuffed it into my purse. Days passed filled with casseroles, hugs, and sloppy signatures on legal documents. Several members of the family advised that I sell the house to pay for my schooling. But how could I? How could I sell the first and only home my parents ever bought? How could I sell the home that held my childhood? Instead, I kept it. I transferred to an online program, and before long I found myself moving the few boxes from my dorm into the house that was now mine. A few short weeks later, I found myself alone in the house for the first time since Dad died. No one tells you how loud it is after the funeral, nor how quiet it is after everyone leaves. The silence brought to mind every good memory of my dad, though they were tainted by loss. There would be no new memories shared, no happy hugs as I graduated college, no tearful laughter as he walked me down the aisles. I had every memory of my dad that I would ever have, and as I grew older, they would fade, eventually disappearing together. Then my dad would truly be gone. As gentle tears ran down my cheeks, a memory of a note hidden in my purse came to mind. Grabbing my purse, I fished out the letter that bore my name in my father's shaky yet elegant handwriting. A single tear dampened the envelope as I gently opened the letter. My heart awaited eagerly for the wisdom it may contain. Yet to my surprise, it only had one single sentence. Always keep a glass of water on the nightstand. I don't know how long I stared at the lone sentence, but as I did, anger boiled up within me. And before long I screamed, "That's it? That's the best advice you could think of? Gee, thanks, Dad. I'll always be hydrated at night. What about, I love you, or I'm proud of you?" I screamed at an empty house as I slid to the ground and wept. Why did you have to go? Why did you leave me? That night, I got drunk. A cocktail of anger and grief fueled my drive to the local liquor, where I bought enough boozes to supply any frat house for a week. After several bouts with Jack Daniels, I finally collapsed on my bed in a drunken stupor. It was around 3 a.m. when I coughed and gagged myself awake. It felt like my lungs were full of water. I sat up quickly, fearful that I was choking on my own vomit, but as I lurched upward, the feeling passed. My airway opened, and I greedily sucked in as much air as I could. My hands shook uncontrollably. As I tried to calm down, standing up, I walked into the master bathroom and bent to the sink to splash some cold water on my face. Glancing up, I saw my sorry reflection in the mirror, and for a moment in the reflection, I saw movement. It was slight, but there in the reflection of the gaping darkness that was the doorway to my room was movement. The kind of movement your eyes notice a second too late. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as the implications reached me. Slowly I turned and faced the dark void that used to be my bedroom. Armed with only a hairbrush, I cautiously entered the room. "Hello?" I said, trying to disguise the fear in my voice. "Is someone there?" The room was empty. No one was there, and I soon turned my attention to the door to the hallway. Peeking my head into the hole, I looked down both ways, and as I did, from behind me I heard the gentle trickle of water. My journey back to the bathroom felt like it took hours. I kept expecting something to touch me from the dark, but soon I stood fully in the low white light of the bathroom. Before me was the sink. A thin stream of water flowed from the faucet. My mind offered dozens of explanations, but the one I settled on was that in my fear, I failed to fully turn off the faucet and didn't notice until my terror had passed. It's nothing. Just the alcohol. I whispered aloud to myself as I locked the bedroom door and returned to bed. The next morning, I awoke in a strange mix of groggy exhaustion and quiet hope. I found myself somewhat embarrassed about the night before, both the drinking and the fear, and though I was still grieving, I told myself I wasn't going to be controlled by the loss anymore. That morning, I started to unpack and clean. The work was good for me. It kept my mind from dwelling on the loss. Soon, I started back on my studies, which brought me some enjoyment. For the first time in days, I felt hungry. So I walked a few blocks down to the pizza place, the same one I worked at in high school. Billy, the owner, greeted me warmly with a hug as he told me how sorry he was for my loss. "Thanks, Billy. That means a lot," I replied. "We love you, kiddo, and you always got a job here if you want it." I smiled. "If you're serious, yeah, that would actually be great. I could really use a distraction right now." He nodded. "Start whenever you're ready. We'll take you any time." "How's tomorrow sound?" He patted my back. "Tomorrow is great." A few moments later, my large pepperoni pizza was ready. As Billy handed it to me, he said, "On the house, kiddo. It's the least we could do." I thanked him and carried my dinner back home. I wish I could say that night was normal. What I thought was just a drunken reaction to grief turned out to be something greater. Every night that week, at 3 a.m. I awoke feeling like I was drowning. Every night the feeling grew more intense, and lasted longer than the night before. After a full week of restless sleep, I couldn't take it anymore. Not knowing what else to do, I emailed one of my professors and asked if we could schedule a video call. Dr. Martin was one of my favorite professors. He warmly encouraged my desires to become a psychologist, and after some small talk, I opened up to him. I told him about my father's death, how he had drowned. I told him about my nightmares and the terror I felt as my lungs filled with imaginary water. All the while, he listened attentively. As my account came to an end, Dr. Martin stared intently into the camera, clearly deep in thought. A moment later, he spoke. "Honestly, Aaron, it sounds a lot like grief-triggered sleep paralysis." "Sleep paralysis?" I echoed. "Yes, it seems to be that your subconscious has taken this grief and internalized it in the form of a paralysis experience that mimics the final moments of your father." I stared for a moment as the news sunk in. "Well, is there anything that would help?" I asked. "Well, if you're wanting to go the medication route, I'd have to refer you to someone. But if you'd ask me, medication might not be necessary. Perhaps all your mind needs is some form of closure." I thought for a moment, before nodding. "Thank you, doctor. You've been really helpful." "Of course, Aaron. Happy to help." Closing my laptop, I sat there at the end of my bed, trying my best to digest what I had just been told. What would closure even look like? Moments later, it hit me. The note. The stupid one-sentence note my dad had left me. The note that was currently hiding in the back of my junk drawer. Soon I found myself staring at the wrinkled piece of paper. All it said was, "Always keep a glass of water on the nightstand." Why would he write this? The thought bounced around my mind over and over again, but ultimately it doesn't matter. If listening to the note would give my mind closure, I'd do whatever it said. That night before bed, I set a tall glass of clear water on my nightstand. I stared at the cup as my eyelids grew heavy, and soon I was fast asleep. I woke in the morning shocked. Not only had I slept all the way through the night, but it was some of the most restful sleep I'd ever had. I felt relaxed and energized, ready for the day ahead. My smile rarely left my face all day. Later that afternoon, Billy remarked, "You're in a good mood today, Aaron. Glad to see it." I chuckled slightly. Yeah, it finally feels like I can move on with my life. He smiled and nodded as we got back to work. That night, I dumped out the glass and filled it to the brim with fresh water. Hopping into bed, I silently hoped that night would be just as good as the night before. Again, morning came, and with it the renewed energy of a restful night. I woke with a smile on my face, but out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something was different. It was the glass. It was half full. I stared at it for a moment. I vividly remember filling it full last night, but now it wasn't full. It took a moment to convince myself that I had just taken a drink in the middle of the night and simply didn't remember. Weird, I said aloud as I forced a shrug. Despite my efforts, a feeling of unease stuck to me all day. The day itself was a blur. I couldn't tell you one thing about that day, only that I spent every moment of it wondering what happened to the water. Again, evening came, and I found myself filling the same glass with fresh water. As I set it on the nightstand, I took a moment to note the exact amount of water that the glass held. It took longer to fall asleep that night, but eventually sleep took me. Again, I awoke refreshed and happy, but it lasted only a moment as I looked to the nightstand and saw that the glass was a little more than half full. Definitely less than the night before. That day my mind was consumed by one thing. The water. Did I drink it and I just don't remember? I must have. But why don't I remember? Where else could the water have gone? Everything okay, kiddo? Billy's voice broke through my questions. Oh, yeah, sorry. Just a lot on my mind. Well, if you need to talk about anything, just say so. I nodded as I tried to distract myself with work. That night I had an idea. After filling the glass, I took a red marker and marked the water line. In the morning there would be no doubt about how much water I had put in. The next morning the glass was completely empty. In a fit of anger and fear, I threw the glass across the room. It shattered as it hit the wall. What the hell is going on? I screamed at the empty house. That afternoon as I walked to work, I realized that before I overreacted, I needed to be sure that I wasn't drinking the water. For all I knew, I could have been sleepwalking. If I could see that I was drinking the water, that would put an end to it. I knew my phone wouldn't record all night, and I didn't have time today to drive to the city over and purchase the security camera. So if I couldn't record video, maybe I could record audio. I often used a voice memo app to record college lectures to help with studying, and I knew that there wasn't a limit to how long the app would record. By the time I walked into the pizza parlor, I had already decided. Tonight, I would record everything. As night fell, I made another decision. I decided to fill 4 glasses instead of just 1. If it turned out that it was just me guzzling water while sleepwalking, 4 glasses of water would certainly cause me to have to use the bathroom, and the discomfort would wake me. And so, with 4 glasses of water on the nightstand, and my phone recording every noise in the room, it didn't take long for me to fall asleep. As consciousness returned in the morning, I quickly turned to the nightstand, and a cold chill ran through my body as I saw 4 empty glasses. With a sweaty hand, I picked up my phone and began to play back the 8-hour recording. The first few hours, no sound other than my light snoring was heard. I sped up the playback even more, till around 3 a.m., when suddenly a new sound came across the phone. It was a startling sound, the type of sound only heavy inhaling of water can create. It sounded like a thirsty horse was violently lapping water from a drinking trough. It lasted about 30 seconds, and as quickly as it came, it was gone. The rest of the recording was just my snoring. I was horrified. That couldn't have been me. I couldn't have made those sounds. But I dared not consider the other option, the option that said something else was drinking the water. I hadn't heard any footsteps, no other breathing, nothing, just the unhuman lapping of water. I had no other choice. Hearing wasn't enough. I needed to see what was going on. I called Billy and called off my shift that afternoon. I told him I was sick. He wished me a quick recovery. Not long after, I hopped into my car and headed out to buy a camera. Centerville wasn't big enough to have any stores that sold the type of camera I needed. The nearest store that did was 45 minutes away. I walked into the store and quickly found the tech section. The young man behind the help desk looked up as I approached. With a grin, he said, "Hi, can I help you?" Yeah, you can." I quickly replied, "I'm looking for a home security camera that has night vision and I can access from my phone. Sure, we got a few options over there if you want to follow me. Out of the 4 options, I chose the cheapest. That's a good model, he said. The camera app will work as long as your phone has Wi-Fi. Great, I replied. After the employee walked me through the setup progression and user functions, I returned to my car and headed home. As my father's house came into view, I was startled by how foreign it felt to me. It was no longer the home that protected me as a child. It was no longer the home that filled my mind with good memories and peace. Instead, it was some twisted version of that place. I wanted to leave and never come back. I really did. It was the house that killed my father. But if I left, then Dad was really gone. As I entered, I felt nothing. No love, no nostalgia, no comfort. Only fear. I set up the camera as quickly as I could. I couldn't stand being in the bedroom anymore. The only thing that kept me going was the desire to know the truth. After setting up the camera and ensuring it was connected to my phone, I walked down to the local pharmacy. I walked into the small, dusty place illuminated by dim fluorescent lights that emitted a flittering green glow. It didn't take long to find the sleeping pills that I was looking for. I doubted I could have fallen asleep on my own that night. Some help would be nice. A frail old man stood behind the counter and offered me a gummy grin as I walked up. "Hello, young lady. Find everything you need?" "Yes, sir. Thank you." He looked at the pills as he put them in a small bag. "Trouble sleeping, ma'am?" With a nod, I said, "Yeah, I guess you could say that." "Well, hopefully these will help. Take care now." "You too," I said as I walked out. Night fell. With shaking hands, I filled a glass to the brim with water, checked one more time that the camera was working and facing both the bed and nightstand, and took 2 pills. My heart beat fast as I climbed into bed, and with a sigh, I turned off the lamp. Morning came, and I can honestly say it was the best night of sleep I've ever had. With a stretch and a yawn, I rose from the bed, happy and ready for the day. But it took only one glance at the empty cup for all the fear and dread to fall back onto my shoulders. I didn't even bother to change out of my pajamas, as I grabbed my phone and walked out onto the porch. After connecting to the camera, I saw my room at 11:30 the night before. The camera's infrared illuminated my room with an eerie white and gray glow. I watched myself sleep at 3 times speed, and between 11:30 p.m. and 3 a.m., nothing happened. The room was quiet and peaceful, but what I saw at 3:01 took the breath right out of my lungs. From beneath my bed crawled a form as quietly and smoothly as fog sliding over mountaintops. It was impossibly tall. When it finally stood, it had to bend over. Its head and shoulders rested against the ceiling. Its back, which faced the camera, was damp and disgustingly thin. Every vertebrae of its spine was visible. Its arms reached below its knees. It didn't move like a predator in a hurry. It moved like something that already owned the room. The thing slowly reached for the glass of water, which looked tiny in its massive hands. It raised the cup to its lips and loudly sucked the water down, and after it finished, its neck turned its head to me as I slept peacefully in my bed. As it stared at me sleeping, it raised a hand and gently ran its fingers through my hair and eventually down the side of my face, where one of its claws pressed against my cheek hard enough to break the skin. At this, I began to stir. I mumbled for a moment, then my sleeping mouth spoke the words. "Dad, is that you?" The creature stared at me, then its body shook with wet, choking laughter. And then with a creaked, unhuman voice, it replied mockingly, "Yes, it's me." "I missed you so much, Dad." It then bent over and kissed my forehead, before silently slinking back under the bed. I couldn't breathe. My stomach churned as I stumbled off the porch and into the yard. I couldn't make myself look back at the house. I just wanted to get away, to put as many miles between me and that thing as possible. So I got in my car and drove. I'm hours away now. writing this from a hotel room in another state. I'm never going back. I think it knows I left. I've been watching the camera feed, and 30 minutes ago, it crawled out from under the bed. Since then, it hasn't moved. Its eyes have been locked on the camera the entire time. They're horrible eyes, pure black with tiny white pupils. It hasn't blinked once. It's getting late now. I don't want to go to sleep. I'm afraid I'll drown. Hey guys, so as the title says, me and my boss found an alien, and we really don't know what to do about it, especially considering what happened recently, looking for advice or whatever. So, to make a long story short, I work for a quick check in Scotch Plains, New Jersey. Started working there as a summer job, but now, ever since the old art degree didn't pan out, it's been that and Uber for the past 3 years. My parents are sick of me, but what can you do? I'm in the store around 5 in the morning. No one's been in there for I'd say 30 minutes. And that was just Dale for his morning coffee. My boss walks in and immediately he starts sniffing around. Jay, did you crap yourself? What? Mike, no. What are you talking about? I smell something rancid. Did someone leave out a thing of milk? No. I inhaled deeply as well, and sure enough, there was something faint and sickening from inside the store. It's probably a dead rat. Better not be. I paid way too much for those ladybug pest people to not get rid of the nest. He went behind the counter and grabbed a broom. I'm gonna look around. Knock yourself out. My boss started circling around the quick check, checking under displays and checking out the employee break room. He went into the back storage and let a soft, "The hell?" out. He came out and walked out towards me. Whose weird stuffed animal is that in there? He asked. Stuffed animal? I repeated. Might be Kevin's. Yeah, but it smells like rot, man. Like he's been jerking off into it when he's on his break. I shuddered. You need to get rid of that thing. No, I don't want to touch Kevin's weird thing. I haven't reported you for those Zins that have gone missing. You owe me. I groaned as I grabbed a trash bag from under the counter and trudged to the back of the store. When I entered, though, he wasn't there. Where did you see it, Mike? It's on the table. No, it's not. What? Do I have 2 Kevins? He walked towards me. It's literally right. He pointed at the table and he fell into a hushed silence. It was there. He turned to me. Okay, Jay, screw off. I don't know what sick prank you're pulling, but whatever plush toy you filled with crap or whatever. What are you saying, Mike? I didn't. We were both cut off by a loud gurgle. We looked up above our heads, and attached to the ceiling was the creature. It had 2 bulbous and wrinkly sacs on each side of its head, a beak, and had nothing I could note as eyes. Its torso, if you could call it that, was excreting some kind of viscous slime onto the ceiling, allowing it to cling, assisted by 5 spider leg-like tentacles. Mike, is that the stuffed animal? We looked at each other incredulously, and bolted out of the storage room, closing the door on the way out and pushing against it with our backs. We breathed heavily, the smell becoming even stronger. Jay, I swear to God, if this is some kind of prank, you're not only going to be fired, but my foot is going to be shoved so far up your... Mike, I promise you, I have 0 clue what that thing is. We stared at each other for a moment, as Mike slowly backed away from the door and I cracked the door slightly to look at what we were dealing with. Is it still there? Yep, still chilling on the ceiling. It started to make soft cooing noises as it descended slowly. It was aware of my presence, I think.
as it guided 2 tentacles onto the lunch table to steady itself before coming down. When it did, the sacs on its head inflated, allowing it to pull together all 5 tentacles into one firm mass, as it wiggled and gyrated on the table, leaving a firm layer of mucus. It then guided itself off the table and went into the back of the storage area. I cracked the door further and started to step inside to approach the table. It wrote something. What do you mean it wrote something? Mike hissed. I approached further and saw a drawing of an oval, with 2 triangles on the bottom, 2 dots, and a bird-like shape in the center. It was then I noticed the garbage strewn across the room. It drew the Pringles guy. What do you mean it drew the Pringles guy? Mike said as he stormed irritatingly into the back room. He then gazed thoughtfully at the table. It drew the Pringles guy. It drew the Pringles guy. The creature happily cooed. Well, what do we do, Mike? We give the thing what it wants. Mike marched out into the store, grabbed a can of Pringles, and rolled it carefully towards the creature. The creature burbled and grabbed the can with 1 tentacle. It stood the can upright, then, reinflating the sacs to float, and using 2 tentacles to pry the lid in half, used the remaining 3 tentacles to scoop the chips into its beak, which separated into 4 pieces, allowing for a cavernous mouth to form. When it was done, the creature clicked its beak with seeming happiness, and rolled the can back over to us. Son of a... I said softly. Quick, get him another, Mike said eagerly. I did, and again, the creature repeated the same process. We grabbed salt and vinegar, sour cream and onion, barbecue. The thing sucked literally every crumb out. After the 7th can, it cooed as it approached Mike and I, reaching out a tentacle. I think it wants to be friends with us, I said, mesmerized. Yeah, grab its hand, Jay. I ain't grabbing that tentacle. You grab it. No, man, I'm your boss. You want OT or what? I groaned and reached my hand out for the creature to touch. When it did, it was as though time itself slowed down. I could feel every muscle of the creature's body, every muscle in my own body. It felt as though we shared a mind. I saw a lush yellow paint, and I saw grand, majestic creatures. And then I saw the empty vacuum of space, and the deep, deep cold, for what could have been millennia, until there was an unfreezing and he was here. I started to cry. Jesus, are you okay, man? I disconnected from the alien. No, I mean, yeah. He's beautiful, Mike. He's just like us. Mike stared at me incredulously. What? Did he make you gay? No, it's not that, it's just... Hello? Is anyone here? A shrill voice echoed through the store. We're on the clock. I pointed to the alien. You stay here, little guy, okay? The alien clicked his beak. Then Mike and I left the storage room. When I came out, there was a woman at the counter, tapping her foot impatiently. In one hand was a $10 bill. In the other was a gallon of milk. Mike went into his office, and I went behind the counter. Hi, I'm sorry about that. I went to grab the money out of her hand when I noticed the viscous goo that coated it from when I touched the alien. The woman looked disgusted. I get y'all can do that now, but like, at work? No, nothing like that, trust me. I chuckled as I wiped the goo on the side of my jeans, making the scene look slightly more suspect. Okay, just give me my change, she said as she looked away. She sniffed in and then looked back at me, and then towards my torso and grimaced. Do you even know what condoms are? I don't know. Do you know how to keep your mouth shut? I said, counting the change. She scoffed. How rude.
You people need to treat others with respect, she said, grabbing her change in her fist and leaving the store. I sighed deeply before going back to the storage room with a can of Pringles. I watched the little guy suck them down. As he climbed around the storage room, I tried to give him other snacks, Lay's chips, fruit snacks, heck, even a sandwich, but he only liked the Pringles. "Hey Jay," Mike said, entering the room and closing the door. "So I get that thing is an alien, but like, what do we do with it?" He squatted down to look at him. "This feels like an FBI kind of situation." "Yeah, but like, he's intelligent, and he's good. Like, I don't think the government will treat him well. He might get tortured." "Yeah, but Jay, it's an alien." He looked to me. "It could have any number of diseases, or it could tell its homeworld that we're a good planet, or like..." "No, Benjamin would never." "Benjamin?" "Yes." "Like a vape?" "'Cause he sucks on the Pringles and he can draw." Mike stared at me. "Listen, Benjamin could be evil, dude. We don't know." I looked at the little guy, his little face sacs rumbling, when I heard the front door slam. "Excuse me." I said, leaving the back to go to the front. There again was the lady holding the opened container of milk. "This milk is expired. Expired. How dare you? Are you trying to poison me and my children?" she screamed. "No, ma'am, nothing of the sort." "What day is it today, What day is it?" "The 17th. "Yes, and what does it say on this milk?" She pushed the milk towards my face, her other manicured hand tapping her nail against the date. "May the 16th. "Oh, so we can read. I need to speak to a manager, or else I'll be speaking to corporate, and..." "What is that?" She pointed down at the ground. I turned to see Benjamin. "Oh, that... funny story." "Oh my god, ew. That thing is disgusting," she screeched. Benjamin's head sacs vibrated uncomfortably. "You people have vermin in this store?" "No, so actually... I'm calling the cops right now. You're disgusting. I'm going to get this place shut down." Benjamin let loose a high-pitched screech and sprinted over to the woman. It latched itself onto her, climbing up her leg, then to her torso. "Get it off, get it off." She closed her mouth once its tentacles got her to her face. The alien then took its 2 tentacles onto the woman's lips and forcefully separated them, her jaw becoming limp. I watched on in horror. The other 3 tentacles reached deep into the woman's throat, making it bulge and writhe as her organs were pulled out of her torso. First her lungs, then her heart, then some intestine. Sucked up like it was spaghetti into the bottomless mouth the beak revealed. The woman spasmed, her body being rooted around for any morsel of nutrition, before going limp and falling to the ground. The alien, its beak covered in blood and viscera, released her, her body more or less just a pile of misplaced bones and hollow skin. I fell back as Benjamin grabbed another can of Pringles and went into the back storage area. "Hey, I heard a commotion," Mike said. "Everything all... What the..." he cried, looking at the woman's body. We stared at each other. "Hey, listen, Mike. I didn't know that was gonna happen." "Get the mop." "What?" "Look, Jay, I'm not going back to prison. You see this?" He lifted up his pant leg to show an ankle monitor. "This is the only reason I'm able to see my kids. Get the mop." "Mike, please, dude, a woman died." "And you think the cops are gonna believe an alien did it?" he screamed. He was right, so I got the mop. We dumped what remained of the woman in the Watchung reservation. There was a nearby creek that was pretty active, so she kinda just floated away. The whole situation kinda has torn me up inside. No pun intended. Anyway, coming over here to ask if anyone has any experience with this kind of thing, and maybe I could get some help from someone who believes all of this. I don't know. Good to get it out, though. Peace.
I'm the senior deckhand on a 68-foot trawler called the Margaret Ann. I have worked this boat for 14 years. The crew is 6. Captain Hal, First Mate Donnie, Engineer Pete, and 3 deckhands. Me, Manny, and Ruben. 6. Hold on to that count while I tell you the rest of this. I do the head count before every dredge. That's my job as senior deckhand. Before we lower the trawl, before we haul it back, before we open the code end, I count. 6 men, accounted for, all in their right positions. It's a safety thing. The code end can swing when it comes up full, and if we're missing a man we don't know about, he could be in the water. I have done this head count on this boat for 14 years. The number has always been 6. I want you to remember that I am the one who knows. 3 days into the trip, we set the trawl over a section of bottom Hal had marked on the chart, 800 feet, the kind of depth where the haul takes nearly an hour and the cable hums under the load. We started bringing it up around 2 a.m. Hal called down asking what we had, and Danny said the sonar was reading a mass that wasn't fish, just a single dense object in the code end, big as a small car. Manny said it was probably a container, lost cargo from a freighter. We've pulled up tires, refrigerators, an entire fiberglass dinghy once. Whatever it was, we couldn't dump it back. The net was tangled around it and the cable was straining. We winched it onto the deck. The code end hit the planks with a sound I had heard before. 11 years ago I worked recovery on a ferry that capsized in fog. We pulled 14 people out of the water that week. They all sounded like that when we set them down on the deck. Not a thud, a wet weight. The way a body sounds when it has been in cold water long enough to take some of the cold with it. I had not heard that sound in 11 years. I was hearing it now. We did not open the net. Hal came down from the bridge. He looked at the code end for a long time. He told us to lash it down where it sat, leave it under the tarp, and not open it until daylight. He said he wanted Pete to look at it first. I did the head count. 6. Hal back on the bridge. Donnie on the bridge with Hal. Pete coming up from the engine room. Manny lashing the tarp. Ruben holding the spotlight. Me at the rail. We went to bed. In the morning we opened the net. There was nothing inside. The code end was empty. Not the catch fell out empty. Empty. The cinch line was tied. The mesh had a gap. It was a small gap, right at the seam where the cinch meets the body of the net. The cordage was unraveled, not torn. It had come apart, like fingers had worked at the knots from the inside until the seam gave. I stood looking at the gap for a long time before Hal called me over to help with the deck. I did the head count. 6. We started cleaning up. I was coiling the lazy line when I saw it. There was a handprint on the deck where the code end had been resting. 5 fingers, palm flat, the heel of the hand pressed into the planks, the size of a man's hand, already drying in the morning sun. The wood around the fingers was wrong. The grain was raised, splintered slightly, lifted away from the surface, not pressed down, pulled. The handprint hadn't been left by something resting its weight on the deck. It had been left by something dragging itself across the deck, fingers digging in for purchase, the wood resisting and giving way in small fibers. I scrubbed the print with a deck brush before anyone else came back to that side of the boat. I don't know why I did that. We kept fishing. The next day, the catch was thin. We dragged the same bottom and pulled up almost nothing. Hal said we had spooked the fish. He moved us 30 miles east. That night around 1 a.m., I came up from the bunk to use the head and Ruben was sitting at the galley table. Ruben does not work the late watch. Ruben should have been asleep. Ruben works the morning watch with me. We both came up at 4 a.m. He was sitting at the galley table with his back to me. He was not eating anything. He was not on his phone. The galley was dark except for the small light over the stove. I said his name. He turned around. It was Reuben. His face, his shape, but he was looking at me like he didn't know who I was, and his eyes weren't focusing on mine. They were focusing somewhere about 6 inches behind my head. I said, "What are you doing up?" His mouth moved. The shape of his mouth made the words, "I'm hungry." The sound came a half second later. The voice was Reuben's voice, but it arrived after his lips had already finished the sentence and gone silent, as if the words had to travel from somewhere else to reach me. There was nothing in front of him. No food, no plate, no cup. I stood there for a few seconds. He turned back around and faced the dark wall again. I went to the head. When I came back through the galley, he was gone. The chair he had been sitting in was still pulled out from the table, not pushed back in. I put my hand on the seat. The wood was warm, body warm. I went down to the bunk room. Reuben was in his bunk, asleep, snoring the way he always snores. I checked. I shook his shoulder. He woke up enough to swear at me and then went back to sleep. I stood in the bunk room and counted. Hal in the captain's cabin, Donnie on his bunk, Pete in his bunk, Manny in his bunk, Reuben in his bunk, me, standing. 6. I went back up through the galley. The chair was still pulled out. I put my hand on it again. Still warm. I went to bed. I came up at 4 a.m. for my watch. I walked through the galley on the way to the deck. The chair was still pulled out. I put my hand on it. Still warm. Same temperature it had been at 1 a.m. Body warm. The chair had been warm for 3 hours, and the wood was old, and the galley was cold, and nothing should have stayed warm that long. Whatever had been sitting in that chair was warming it from inside the wood. I worked my watch. I came back through the galley around 6 a.m. The chair was still pulled out. The wood was cool now. Whatever had been sitting there was finished. The next day, Reuben did not remember being in the galley. I asked him. He said he had slept through the night. I asked Manny if he had heard me come up. Manny said he had not heard anything. I started counting more often. Every time I came up on deck, every time I went down to the bunk room, every time I passed someone on the corridor. The count stayed at 6. The count was always 6. I am writing that down because I want it on the record that the count was 6 right up until it wasn't. Day 6 of the trip. Hal called everyone to the wheelhouse for a quick meeting about the route home. We stood in a half circle around the chart table. I counted heads. 6. He talked for about 3 minutes. He told us the bottom east of here had been dead, and we were going to pack it in early and run back to port a day ahead of schedule. Then he told us to get back to work. We started filing out of the wheelhouse. The rest of the day I worked the deck. We were stowing gear, breaking down the trawl, washing salt off the winches. I counted 3 times that afternoon. Each time I came up at the same number. 5. I did not register that the number had changed. I want to be precise about this. I counted 5 and I wrote 5 in my head, and I did not feel the count was wrong. I just kept working. It was sometime around dinner that I realized I had been counting 5 for hours, and that an hour ago I had been counting 6, and that no one had left the boat. We were 150 miles from shore. No one could have left. I went to Hal and asked him who else was on the boat. Hal looked at me for a long moment. He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "How many of us are there?" He said, 5. Always been 5. You feeling okay? I went back to my station. I did not finish the evening's work. I sat with my back against the rail and tried to remember the name of the 6th man. The name would not come. I have worked with him for 14 years. I should know his name the way I know my own. But when I tried to think of him, I could only think of his place at the rail, his hands on the cinch line, the way he laughed at one of Hal's jokes once, on a calm day, 4 trips ago. I could see the place where he should be. I could not see him. I went down to the bunk room. There were 5 bunks. I had never noticed there were only 5 bunks. I would have sworn there were 6. The space where the 6th bunk should have been was wall. The wall was old. The wood matched the rest of the bunk room. There was no seam, no hinge, no evidence anything had ever been there. I am writing this from my bunk. I have been here for about an hour. The crew is treating me normally. They keep asking if I'm feeling okay. They think I'm having a breakdown. I just got up and looked at myself in the small mirror over the sink in the head. It is my face. Every detail is right. The scar above my left eyebrow from the winch cable in 2019. The way my hair grows in 2 directions at the crown. The chip in my front tooth from a fight in 2014. I stood and watched the face for a long time, looking at what was wrong. The face was breathing slightly behind me. When I inhaled, the reflection inhaled a quarter second after. When I exhaled, the reflection exhaled a quarter second after. The chest rose flat. The chest fell flat. I held my breath. The reflection held its breath. I tried to catch it not breathing when I wasn't breathing. I couldn't. But the timing was wrong. I came back to my bunk. I sat down. I was looking at my hands. They were my hands. The scar across the right knuckle from the winch accident in 2019 was there. The ring of paler skin on the left finger from where I'd worn a wedding ring for the 4 years before the divorce. The small permanent stain of net tar on the right thumb that no soap had ever fully cleaned off. The hands looked right. I pinched the back of my left hand with my right hand, pinched hard, the way you would to wake yourself from a dream. I felt the pressure, but no pain. I pinched harder. I twisted the skin between my fingernails. I watched the skin redden and crease. Nothing. I bit the side of my hand. I bit hard enough that I should have broken the skin. The skin did not break. My teeth pressed into something that gave like meat, but did not bleed and did not hurt. The hands look right. But whatever they are made of is starting to forget what hands are made of. I took out my phone. I have a photo from before we left port. The crew standing in front of the boat at the dock. I keep it as my phone background. I opened the photo. There were 5 men in the photo. Hal, Donnie, Pete, Manny, Ruben. I counted them 3 times. 5. I have been looking at this photo for 8 days. I know this photo. I was at the dock that morning. I remember Hal making a joke about the weather. I remember Manny's mother dropping him off. I remember standing on the left side of the group, between the cooler and the bollard, with my hand on Ruben's shoulder. I am not in the photo. The cooler is there. The bollard is there. Ruben's shoulder is there. And there is no hand on it. I have been at the dock. I have been on this boat. I have been at this rail and this wheel and these winches for 14 years. I am being unmade. The thing we pulled up from 800 feet did not come onto the boat to live here. It came onto the boat to take my place. It worked the knots in the coat end from the inside until the seam gave. It dragged itself across the deck on its hands. It sat in my chair in the galley and warmed the wood from the inside. It wore Ruben's face for a few seconds at 1 a.m. to see how a face was worn. It is wearing my place now. Hal does not see me anymore. Hal sees 5 men, and one of them is in my spot, doing my job, with my hands on the lazy line. Hal is concerned about the man who keeps asking strange questions, but Hal does not know that man's name, and tomorrow Hal will not see him at all. I have been trying to remember my own name. I had a name an hour ago. I was using it in my head, like a word you wear. I just tried to write it down and the letters would not come. I tried to write the name of my mother. I tried to write the name of the town where I grew up. I tried to write the name of my first dog. The shapes are slipping. Hal, Donnie, Pete, Manny, Ruben. I know those names. I have known those names for 14 years. One of those names was my friend. One of those names called my name across the deck on the morning the photo was taken. I do not know which. The trip ends in 2 days. There will be 5 men walking off the boat in port. They will not be missing anyone, because by then, there will be no one to miss. If you are reading this and you remember me, please, tell me my name.
I didn't think much of the house when I first moved in. A friend of mine told me he was renting out a house. Cheap, quiet, perfect for me. He casually mentioned that a woman had lived there before, but she's not there anymore. I didn't ask any questions. All that mattered was getting the keys and finally having my own place. On the day I moved in, he handed me the keys and simply said, "If anything comes up, text me." Then he left. From the outside, the house looked completely normal. If anything, it was just a bit too quiet. No cars, no people, nothing going on. I actually liked that. Inside, everything was clean. Almost too clean. There were no pictures, no personal belongings. Nothing that made it feel like someone had actually lived there. Just furniture and empty space. As I went upstairs, a door at the end of the hallway immediately caught my attention. It was closed and the frame looked slightly warped, like it had been forced at some point. I tried the handle, but it didn't move at all. Probably just stuck, I muttered to myself before leaving it alone. Later, while checking out the attic, I found the first real sign that something felt off. The room was dusty and cluttered, completely different from the rest of the house. Old women's clothes were scattered across the floor. Sweaters, jackets, shoes. Like someone had left in a hurry and never came back. In one of the jacket pockets, I found an ID. It belonged to the previous tenant. I stared at it for a moment longer than I should have. Something about it didn't sit right with me. Still, I took a picture and texted my friend. "There are still some things from the previous tenant here. Is someone going to pick them up?" He replied almost immediately. "Yeah, someone will come tomorrow." That was enough for me. I put everything back and went downstairs to finish setting up. I built my PC, played a few games, and put some music on in the background. Outside, it started raining. At first it was just a light drizzle, but it quickly turned into a heavy downpour, the sound of it echoing against the windows. Everything felt completely normal, until the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, a woman was standing there. She seemed friendly, but there was something off about her. "I live next door," she said, holding out a cake. "I just wanted to introduce myself." Her eyes kept shifting like she was constantly checking her surroundings. "Would it be okay if I came in for a moment, just until the rain calms down?" I didn't think much of it and let her inside. She sat down on the couch and we made some small talk. Nothing unusual, but the silence between our sentences felt strange. Like something was missing, or like she was waiting for something. After a short while, she stood up again, gave a quick, polite smile and said, "I should go." And just like that, she left. I shrugged it off and went back to my PC. At some point, though, I started hearing something outside. Footsteps. Slow, heavy, coming from the yard. I took off my headphones and listened more carefully. There it was again. Footsteps. I walked over to the window, but there was nothing there. I even stepped outside for a moment, but the rain soaked me within seconds, and the yard was completely empty. Just my imagination. I muttered as I went back inside. Still, something didn't feel right anymore. The house felt different. Too quiet. Too aware. Eventually, I went to bed. I don't know how long I had been asleep, but the sound of the doorbell suddenly jolted me awake. I grabbed my phone. 2:45 a.m. My heart immediately started racing. I got up, went downstairs, and opened the door. She was standing there again. The neighbor, completely soaked, her hair stuck to her face, breathing heavily. "There's someone outside," she said. "He's walking around the houses. I saw him." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "Can I come in? I don't want to be alone." I hesitated for a second, but I didn't want to be alone either. So I let her in. "Sit in the living room," I told her. "I'll check upstairs, see if I can find something." I didn't even know what I was looking for. As I walked upstairs, I texted my friend, "There's someone outside watching the houses." He replied almost instantly, "I'll send someone over. A friend works with the police. He'll be there soon." I added, "I let the neighbor in so I'm not alone." I slipped my phone back into my pocket and went downstairs again. The living room was empty. She was gone. My heart skipped a beat. "Hello?" No response. I grabbed my phone again. A new message. "Which neighbor?" I felt a cold chill run through me. I typed back, "The one next door." A few seconds passed before he replied, "No one has lived next door for years. I own that house too." Everything inside me dropped. I ran upstairs without thinking. My eyes immediately locked onto the door at the end of the hallway, the one that had been stuck before. It was open now, just a dark gap, and somehow I knew she was in there. Without thinking, I rushed into my room, yanked open the closet, crawled inside, and quietly pulled the door shut behind me. My hands were shaking. My breathing was way too loud. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow. Followed by a soft dragging sound across the floor. She was inside the house. The rain kept pouring outside, its sound echoing through the walls as she moved through the rooms, searching, checking, getting closer. "You're here, somewhere." Her voice was quiet, way too close. I held my breath. My phone vibrated in my hand. I barely dared to look. A message from my friend. "You need to get out now. That woman is the previous tenant. She's mentally unstable." My heart was pounding so hard it felt like she had to hear it. All I could feel was fear. Cold, paralyzing fear. I'm sitting here now, in the dark. The closet is the only thing between me and her. I can hear her outside. Her footsteps. Her whispering. And now, I can hear her coming up the stairs again. If she opens this door, it's over. I just have to hope the police get here before she finds me. My roommate doesn't seem to like me very much. I remember introducing myself and he was so startled. He nearly fell out of his chair. I chuckled under my breath and tried to apologize, reassure him, but he promptly stood up and left. I came across him watching TV. I offered a, "Hey, how's your day been?" He turned the volume up so loud the sound came out all distorted. I only tried to interact a few more times after that. He ignored me completely. This one time I tapped him on the shoulder, just trying to get past, and he practically jumped out of his skin. He ran off to his room and slammed the door shut. The sound of something heavy being dragged over the floorboards rumbled through the house. His housekeeping skills don't make up for this either. He's the worst, to be honest. He rarely cleans after himself. His dishes are always piled in the sink. There's dust everywhere, and he's plastered over the windows with old newspapers. I don't know why. He's even taken all the mirrors down as well. There's not even a single piece of shiny cutlery to chance a reflection off of. Everything is plastic. I tried to peel some of the newspaper off a window once, and he screamed at me until I stopped and backed away. He retreated to his room for a while. I noticed the paper had been replaced an hour or so later. I've kept mostly to myself since then. Of course, I still bump into him, but he doesn't stay in the same room for long. I thought I'd try to be helpful and announce where I was and where I was going, to avoid another startled incident, but this seemed to make things worse. He started whispering things, never loud enough to make out, but it had a similar rhythm to them each time, so I stopped. I'm relieved that he doesn't come anywhere near my room. He barely acknowledges that too, my sanctuary after dealing with his oddness for most of the day, because he is here all day, or used to be. I was up in my room and there was a loud bang on the front door. It burst open, followed by the sound of multiple footsteps. I stayed in my room not really knowing what to do or expect. A soft, muffled voice came floating up the stairs. A woman's as best as I could tell. A few more words were exchanged and then another bang. I could hear my roommate sobbing. It got louder before fading again and I realized he was being taken away. He was being taken somewhere. I ran to the window at the front of the house, tore off the newspaper, and saw him being carried into an ambulance. A few neighbors looked on with hands over their mouths, or heads hung low. I didn't know we had neighbors. His last act before being bundled into the back was pointing back at the house. At me. Directly at me. One of the medics turned to look. It must have been windy as they shook off a chill and returned their attention back to my roommate. No one came back for me. They left me. For the first time since I can remember, I was alone. That was 3 days ago now. I wondered when he would return. I didn't really like him, but he was a constant in the house and now he's gone. It feels rather empty. I never, ever stepped foot into his room before, and I'm not proud, but I didn't know what else to do. So I went snooping. The door was wide open. The floorboards had worn out grooves leading from the doorway to his dresser. His room was a state. Newspapers piled high in each corner. Empty takeout containers scattered around the room, growing with mold. Flies buzzed somewhere, searching for what I didn't want to think. His desk was the only area he'd kept relatively clean. A laptop sat open in the center with a scattering of notes pinned to a cork board behind it. I went over and booted it up. It blinked asking for a password. I scanned the notes looking for a clue, but my fingers instinctively moved to the correct keys. Numbers 020226. The desktop was a chaotic mess of saved notepad entries and links to various web pages. I tried a few. There were some for self-help, some on how to deal with grief, coping strategies. Then I found something far more curious. His most recent searches were on topics like seeing things, feeling things, voices, unwanted spirits, exorcisms. His coping mechanisms were obviously failing him. I regretted never trying to get through to him properly. Maybe I could have helped. I tried the notepad entries next, a journal of sorts, starting from March 28th, 26. My therapist wants me to write a journal, like I'm a 14-year-old schoolgirl. Nothing else has worked, so why not, right? I can still see it, hear it, the smell of burning oil and rubber and something else. I want it to stop. I wish I had them back. I'm so sorry. Elias. I jumped forward a few days to March 31st, 2026. I keep seeing it standing there, watching me. It doesn't do anything. It just watches. It's better when it's dark. I can't see it in the dark. I've blocked the windows and taken down the mirrors. If I stop looking, maybe it will leave me alone. Elias. April 1st, 2026. It spoke to me. Hello, it said. Its voice garbled, an amalgamation of theirs. One's own imagination can be very cruel, it would seem. I couldn't stand to hear it again, so I left the room. I don't know where it went after that. Elias. April 2nd, 2026. This thing is growing bolder by the day. I saw it drift into the living room out of the corner of my eye. It sat in the space next to me. I could feel it so close. But I kept my eyes on the TV. Ignore it and it will go away. It tried asking me about my day.
It sounds so much like them. I barely held it together. I turned the volume up louder so I couldn't hear it. I'm sure I'll get complaints because of that, but I don't think I could have stomached another word. Elias. April 3rd, 2026. It touched me. Physically touched me. It wasn't in my head. I know it wasn't. It crept up behind me and touched me. The thing touched me. I ran as fast as I could up here and barricaded my door. It can't get me in here. I know it can't. April 4th, 2026. It tried to peel off the newspapers. It wants me to see it. It is trying to torment me. It wants to torment me. I stared. For too long I stared at its face. I could make out some features. Of all of them. Her nose. Her wide, innocent eyes. My sweet boy. I'm so sorry I've made you into this thing. I need to make it dark again. April 5th, 2026. Ignoring it seems to be working. I haven't seen much of it lately, and when I do, I immediately leave and it leaves me alone. It doesn't follow. It doesn't talk to me. I think it's working. It's finally working. I'll be okay. I'm going to be okay. April 6th, 2026. No, 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 no. It's telling me where it is in the house. Why? Why would it do that? Can it not tell I don't want it here? I want it gone, out of my life. I just have to keep reminding myself. I'll be okay. I'm going to be okay. I'll be okay. I'm going to be okay. I'll be okay. The last entry is nothing but that same phrase repeated over and over again. I realized that was the same day he was taken. He must have still been typing that when they came. I had seen enough. I powered down the laptop. The screen went black, and for the first time I saw my own reflection. A pair of wide, misaligned yet innocent eyes stared back at me. I tilted my head from side to side, as a curious dog would. It followed. I closed the laptop. A note much larger than the rest sat dead center on the corkboard. February 2nd, 2026. Fatal crash on I-95. Father sole survivor. It showed the wreckage of a car. 2 small pictures of a woman and boy were underneath it. I recognized their faces. Elias is his name. I wonder when Elias is coming back. I've booted up the laptop again to ask you all. Does anyone know where they take them? People that scream a lot? I want to say sorry. Maybe Elias will come back. I need him back. I can't remember feeling hungry before he left. Do you remember how old you were when the sun went out? This is a question I'm often asked by the children in our little colony. I have to answer sincerely because I was only a child when it happened. 12 years if I'm correct. The scientists were screaming into the void while our brilliant, fearless leaders were busy conducting wars for profit and stroking their egos. This went on for months until sometime during the middle of the day. Things just went unexpectedly dark, like turning off a great light switch. I was thankfully inside my home when this happened, but those who were out and about, enjoying their summer afternoons, were quickly killed. The extreme change in temperatures delivered a cruel shock to the body. Billions dead, out in this new, frozen frontier, which was now our reality. The sky above was starless, save for a red circle, the black hole in which our sun used to sit. Most scientists believe that the sun would extinguish itself quietly by expanding, and then burning out into a dwarf star. Others believe that maybe a supernova would wipe us all out in one fell swoop. A big bang. Just like how it was in the beginning. Instead, we were given the scientifically impossible third option. And now we're stuck here in the dark waiting for the black hole to swallow us. No names were given to the black hole's creation, but some have dubbed it the Darkening, or the Great Blackout. Governments tried and failed to contain the public outrage over the events. When people learned that the scientists weren't faking it or part of a hoax, they turned on the very people who fed them lies. Podcasters, celebrities, congressmen, and presidents were all treated alike. Rather than waste materials on them, they stripped them of their clothes and sent them to walk into the freezing dark until they couldn't anymore. Humanity tried for a brief moment to try and combat the black hole, but it was an almost scientific impossibility. In the wake of the events, tribes were established. Another thing that scientists weren't counting on was all of the leftovers here on Earth. When they hypothesized about the sun's extinction, many believed that all of humanity would be wiped out instantly. Yet, defying all odds, we still stand here alone at the edge of the universe. I wish I could tell you that we all came together in one big humanitarian force, but we had far too many differences to live amongst each other. Our group lived by a great river, surrounded by trees. I wish I could tell you where exactly, but maps are useless in the dark. We're Americans, or we're people who live in what used to be the United States. Now we're Prometheans, named after the defiant god who gifted fire to mortals. The name fits since we trade in firewood and other tools that keep people warm. We're surrounded by many different tribes, but we stay vigilant. We've built a large fortress of wood. You never know how large it truly is until you leave the settlement for yourself and look back at it. When the torchlight illuminates it, it's like a castle. Prometheus is a grand fortress, and many of the guards pull their weight in order to ensure everyone's safety. The woodworkers wear their layers, and head out to hack away at the wood surrounding us. Meanwhile, the scavengers branch out, and travel light to try to find whatever might be left behind in the dark. However, there are those of us who stay behind to feed the fires, treat the sick, feed the hungry, and educate the young. I'm a chronicler, trying to write down what was and what is. I work under a candle, writing in my books for hours, and then putting them into the great library for those to read. I write fiction and non-fiction, both a combination of world history that I've gathered from old books, films, and memories. They're nothing more than imitations, but they're written thoroughly enough. I'm old now. I've not kept track, but my hair has gone gray, and wrinkles have appeared on my face. The average day involves me waking up, going to the communal kitchen, grabbing breakfast, going to my study, and writing in my journals until my hand begins to seize and cramp. Yet these past few weeks have been marked by the strangest and most terrifying moments I've experienced since the sun winked out of our lives. It began with a raid. There were 3 loud bangs from across the river, and out into the sky we saw these massive flares burning bright. The younger ones were in awe of it. They'd never seen anything burn so brightly in their lives. Below the glow, the guards spotted dozens of armed men and women storming the fort. Some had guns, most had arrows. The alarm bell was rung. It was the first time in years it had been rung, and this time it was an all-hands-on-deck situation. I was fortified along with the elderly and the children, deemed too weak to fight. I scoffed at it. I still had fight in me, but I didn't speak against the word of the council. From within the locked doors we heard shouts, screams, and for many of the young children, their virgin ears heard the sudden, foreign loudness of gunfire. It went on for hours, but we finally heard the sound of a knock from the outside. 5 sharp knocks were the signal that all was clear. I opened the door to see Henry, a scar cut from the top lip all the way up to his temple. He slurred his speech due to the injury, but he was lucid. "Battle's over. We won. 17 of us are dead." We emerged and saw that some managed to get in. One of them somehow managed to ram the front gate down. The torchlight, as well as the great fire in the center of Prometheus, showed us the flickers of the aftermath. Bodies bloodied, mangled, and our ordinary little community was thrown into disarray. The council members, the ones that were left, were judging the prisoners of war. One by one, they were stripped of their layers and sent out into the dark, their teeth chattering, their bodies seizing up from the cold, and all of them were weary, slender, and tired. In another life, we would have taken them in and broken bread, yet they spilled blood, and we responded in kind. Cruelty begets cruelty. This is the way of the Great Blackout. As they marched out into the dead, frozen earth, I caught a glimpse of the black hole illuminating the blackened sky. I wondered how long it'd be before it swallowed us up. What would it feel like? Would we notice? Would we even care? Their naked bodies disappeared into the void of the dark as they left Prometheus. Certain, painful, and sudden. Or so we thought. I was taking a break from the studies in the courtyard, next to the fire and drinking hot coffee. A delicacy in these times, but as the sole chronicler, I had privileges. Besides, my home was the smallest of Prometheus after all. I was there sipping away as I thought about what my next book should be. Momentarily, I gave thought to retell mankind's foray into space travel with NASA's trip to the moon. Yet how would this be received by a generation that's never even seen the moon in the sky? To them, it's as made up as the fairy tales I've written down. So I pivoted and instead changed the subject to fiction. In my years as a scribe, I've written down the works of Tolkien, Howard, Sanderson, and Lewis. But there was something that always recurred to my mind. A story called The Buried Giant. But when I read it as a boy, most of Ishiguro's work flew past my mind. However, long after reading it, it kept returning to my mind. I sipped at the coffee and grunted in agreement to myself. I decided that it would be my next story to retell. I just hoped I could remember it all. As I was returning to my study, my arm was caught by Reginald, a guard of great height and member of the council. I greeted him, but when he didn't greet me back, I knew something terrible had happened. I questioned him. "What is this about, Reginald?" "Reggie, please, but I need your help." "With what?" "We need you to write down something that our men and women have seen beyond the gates over the past few days." I did not disagree or fight back. It was my job to take down history and such. I followed Reginald to the barracks, which were lit with torches, their orange glow illuminating the room with dancing flames. Before me I saw the troop. Their expressions were hollow and haunted. Guards, woodsmen, and scavengers alike were all distinctly void of humanity. Reginald patted my back and cleared his throat to get the attention of the men and women. He gestured to me and said, "The chronicler will see you now." Reginald set up a table and 2 chairs opposite each other. He even fetched me fresh pages and pencils to write with. The first guard to speak was a woman named Hannah, who was in her 30s or so, with long blonde hair tied into a bun, so tight that it stretched her forehead. Her knee bounced rapidly as I was sharpening the pencil, and when I reassured her that there was nothing to worry about, she gave me a look that still haunts me to this day. I told her to begin. "I'm Hannah. I'm one of the woodsmen, and..." She stopped, wafting away tears in her eyes, and continued, "I've seen things I can't explain." "It's okay," I reassured her. "You're amongst friends and allies now." Okay. I was holding the lamplight to make sure that we were striking true against this tree we'd found. A large oak. It was easy to cut into it. I knocked my fist against it and it was hollow. Easy cut and perfect for burning. I told Alec to start cutting by hacking away at it with an axe. The 2-handed saw would come later. That's when I heard something behind me. Something was running in the woods, in the dark. I turned with my lantern in hand, and I saw something ducking behind one of the trees far, far away. I could barely see it because the lamplight can only stretch so far, but... She paused and looked to Reginald. "Could I have some water?" He obliged and returned with a glass. She downed it in one go and returned to the story. At first I saw 2 eyes, reflective, like an animal, But when I got closer, I saw that it wasn't an animal at all. I saw a man, crouched like a wounded animal. He was shaking and he was naked. Naked? Yes, no clothes on him, bare as the day he was born. And he was moving and breathing. It's like the cold didn't even bother him. What did you do next? I shouted at him, asked if he was all right. I thought maybe raiders stripped him, and he was wandering the woods, but the more I looked at him, the more I knew he wasn't right. I inched closer with the lantern. I told Alec to join me, and he did. He had an axe in hand in case anything happened, so we kept going and going until the man was clearer in view. When we were finally on him, he looked wrong. So wrong. His skin was white. We expected that. Look at us, aren't we pale too? But the rest of him, his fingers were black. So were his toes and his genitals. We thought of frostbite, but not so. He glared at us, and then we caught a true glimpse of his face. The eyes were black save for a reddish-yellow circle at the center of both. The lips were gone, and the teeth that were on display were bent, cracked, and yellowed. There was no nose. Only 2 vacant holes where the nostrils were. I tried to talk to him, but he withdrew, like a scolded child, and then he galloped away. As he did, I could have sworn it was laughing. I thanked Hannah for her time and sent her on her way. She told me that she just needed to be with family for a few days. I said that I didn't blame her. The next person up was a man named Zachary, one of our scavengers. He was short, scrawny, and nimble, a perfect thief. His short black hair was greasy and stuck to his brow. He couldn't look at me when I was ready to begin. I lightly knocked on the table and he jolted awake. He trembled but a moment and then gave a nervous laugh. Sorry, just jumpy. My apologies. No, it's okay. He began his tale. I'm Zach, and I'm a scavenger. As you know, we don't necessarily travel in groups, which is fine by me. I like to keep to myself. I was out there for days until I came across the remnants of what used to be some sort of market. Did it have a name out front? I held my flashlight up to it, but it seemed like gibberish. Something called a Walmart? I chuckled at this, and everyone looked at me with confusion. Sometimes I forget my age. I told them it was a famous chain of stores that people traded filthy paper and coins for. They were so used to bartering here in Prometheus that my explanation seemed so strange. Zachary continued. When I arrived, I had my crossbow out, ready for anything. I had my flashlight strapped to it, and I wasn't afraid to fight. In fact, I sometimes itch for it. Is that a bad thing? Anyway, so here I was in this massive market, and most of the hallways had been pillaged. But it doesn't mean that there wasn't anything in there. I got a lot of canned food. Big cans, and there was a bunch of candy too. There were spare clothes that were tattered up and on the ground, but I figured that they'd be good enough for kindling. When I was in there, I actually thought of you, Chronicler. You did? I said with amusement. He smiled. He had his backpack beside him as he zipped it open and retrieved a handful of old books. They were weathered, and the pages yellowed, but all were intact. I looked through them and saw that he'd collected The Stand, the Holy Bible, Books of Blood, and the Odyssey. I marveled at them and thanked him profusely. Zachary smiled, but then soured as he continued his tale. It doesn't take a lot to scare me. I was jumped one run, and I didn't even flinch. I knew what to expect out there. People's desperation makes them dangerous. I should know. I've seen cannibals feasting on a fresh kill, and I've seen dead families on the side of the roads. But nothing like this. Nothing ever like this. I heard someone whispering. It was far away from where I was, but I knew the sound. It was like someone whispering too loudly. I put a bolt in the crossbow and tried to hone in on it. Try to get the jump on it before it got the jump on me, you understand, right? Of course you do. I turned off my flashlight and kept my hand against one of the shelves to figure out where I was headed. I followed it until the whispering got so loud that I could actually make out what it was saying.
He stopped and rubbed his eyes, maybe wiping any tears that were about to form. He exhaled with a shaky breath, and when Reginald asked if he wanted anything to drink or to calm him down, he refused. He just sat there, lost in thought, thinking that maybe our little interview was over, but I pestered him. "What did she say, Zachary?" He sniffled and cleared his throat.
They said, "Do they know that they'll be dead?" over and over again. When I put my flashlight on it, it was a woman, or what I thought was a woman, holding a child. She was naked, and her lips were gone, and... hell, you heard Hannah talk about it. Even the baby she held looked like it, all white and shriveled with black extremities.
"And what did you do then?"
I ran. I didn't even shoot the thing, I was so scared. Does that make me a coward, chronicler? I mean, is that how you're going to write me down as?
I calmly reassured him that this little instinctive action of his simply made him human. He wasn't no coward. He was scared and wanted to be as far away from this creature as possible. I told Reginald that I wanted a short break so I could thoroughly write down everything I've learned so far. I gathered down the accounts to the last detail and fleshed them out as best I could into something that resembles a historical account. But I had no idea how to properly describe these ghouls, these almost zombie-like beings that were described by both Hannah and Zachary. When I talked to them, they were terrified, and 100% certain of what they were telling me. I had no reason at all to doubt them. What use is there in lying in a world like this one? What would they gain? Perhaps they should stay nameless. These things, whatever they are. I returned to the room and took my place at the table. A guard was next to give his tale. A stout man by the name of Nicholas. His beard was wild, his hair unkempt, and unlike the others, he stared at me with confidence. He scratched his beard and asked me, "Will this take long? I've got to be getting to my post soon." Reginald told him, "The others have you covered, Nick. You can talk as long as you like." "Is that right?" "Yes." "Huh, how about that?" His posture relaxed as he slouched in his chair, and then propped his elbows up over the table. Without giving me a moment to sharpen my pencil again, he began. "You remember that raid a few days ago? The people with the flares and all that? Well, this happened 2 days after that. We stripped them for materials. You know how we do, right, chronicler? Well, the other guards were taking a brief break to eat, and I decided to just stay out there. I wasn't hungry. I stood on the wall and stood next to one of the torches. It felt good out in the cold. I looked up at the black hole, its little reddish ring glowing against the black sky. Hard to imagine a sky that was blue. Anyway, I just kept looking out at the threshold of where the light would end and the darkness began. I was out there, my eyes glazing over and yawning beneath my layered ski masks. The corpses of the raid were too many to move in just one weekend, so there were plenty still scattered across the ground down there. I was in the middle of rubbing my eyes when I saw something odd. All of the bodies were gone, and standing at the threshold of light, as you might expect, he gestured towards Hannah and Zachary behind him, was one of those things, white, naked, blackened fingers, feet, dick, and balls. It came closer and its face came into the light. This one didn't have hair, just a crackly, bald scalp. The eyes, man, they freaked me out. I shouted down at it, aimed my bow instead of my rifle, but it didn't make sense shooting at someone who didn't have any armor on it. I gave him a warning and shouted it real loud, too. I was hoping that some of the folks inside would have heard me so that they'd rush out to their post. He stirred in his seat, irritable. His mask of confidence was slipping as I saw something deeply troubling him. He began to bite his fingernails. I saw his other hand and saw that they were nibbled down to nothing. He nervously chuckled and sighed with a trembling voice. He continued, "So I fired the arrow, and I don't want to boast, but I'm the best marksman in Prometheus. So when I tell you that when I saw him still standing after I fired, I thought that maybe something was wrong with me.
Maybe a cold chill made me lose focus or something like that. So I drew the arrow back again and fired. This time I fired at something wider, his chest. Nothing. It kept walking, and I knew that I had shot it square in the chest. As it got closer, I noticed that my arrows were sticking out of the ground, right behind where he had been walking. I hit my mark. The quivers were sticking out of his right eye and one of his nipples. The rest of the arrows were sticking out of his back, slick with blood, you know? He kept on until we were staring directly at each other. I shot him one more time, point blank. It just went through him. The black eye with the little red circle within it stared up at me with indifference, and it spoke to me one-on-one. "What did it say?" I asked him. It said to me in the calmest voice, "Will you be ready?" And then it took off back into the darkness, and I could hear it snickering as it went. Nick stood up and gave me a firm handshake. I thanked him for his account, but he didn't say a word back to me. He turned to Reginald and asked, "Can I go home now? I want to be with my wife." Reginald let him go. I was sitting there grappling with what I'd just heard. Their appearances, their cryptic speak, and now they seemed to be impervious to pain. What were they? Phantom, zombies, demons? I put such strangeness out of my mind, and I chalked it up to hallucination on Nick's part. He was tired and lingered behind on the gate while the others took their breaks. Yet, if he was hallucinating, how could he have come up with the same exact description as Hannah and Zachary? The day was long as I kept listening for multiple testimonies from multiple positions. All of them encountered similar, strange accounts of these creatures walking amongst them. Evidently, they all said something to them, all calm and hushed. These were the phrases that were spoken or overheard. "They don't know yet. Not ready, no, not ready. They seemed scared." We concluded the interviews, and when the troop of troubled individuals left, Reginald pulled me aside and asked me, "What do you think of it, old-timer?" "I don't know." "What do you mean? Has nothing ever happened like this when the sun was still around?" "I hate to disappoint you, but I've never encountered anything like this. I don't think anyone in human history has encountered anything like this." "What?" "I need some time to process this." "Listen here, we're facing something we don't understand, and you're telling me that you don't know? You think I'm the first to encounter something like this? Go to the library sometime, learn about Chernobyl, the atomic bomb, or Black Plague. You think we're unique for encountering something for the first time? Think again." I grabbed my things and returned to my study to compile them all together into a coherent turn of events. The chronology was all over the place, but their stories were all so vivid and rich in detail. I wrote for hours until my hand seized up on me. I turned in for the night. I was tired and my hand was in pain. My bed embraced me like the sweetest lover, and when I dreamed I saw these creatures. I could see their eyes, solid black with a red circle within, but as I looked closer, the eyes began to take a familiar shape. It was something we'd seen every day since the Great Blackout. In their eyes was the image of the black hole. A knock jostled me from sleep. I put on some more suitable clothing and went to answer it. At the door was Henry. His scar had healed, but his speech was still struggling. He grunted. "Reggie wants you. We found something." "I'll be right down." I headed down to the courtyard and wondered what time of day it would have been if the sun had still been around. Was it dawn, dusk, night? There's no telling anymore. There's simply being awake and being asleep. I was rubbing the crust from my eyes as I was descending into the courtyard. There were people going out and about doing their business, but there weren't many. I came to a building that housed most of the equipment, tools, and weapons for the folks of Prometheus. However, there were 2 guards stationed outside of it, and in front of them were Reginald and another member of the council named Emma. "Glad you're here, Chronicler," said Reginald. "We need you for this," Emma added. "But keep what you hear and see to yourself. This only concerns the guard and the council, understand?" I gave the two a glance and saw that there was something wrong. I told them, I understand. The guards opened the door and all three of us entered. I heard the sound of meat getting stuck with deep, heavy thuds. I saw the scene before me. A large guard was shirtless and wailing into someone who was tied up in a chair. He was glistening with sweat and panting heavily. He'd been doing this for a while. "Take 5, George," Reginald said. He turned to me and said, "We found this one outside the gate. He was trying to pry it open with his bare hands." George took a rag and wiped his face, and then draped his clothes back over his body. He moved to reveal the thing in the chair. I looked at his hands and his feet, both black as coal. The bag was draped over his face. Reginald motioned for one of the guards in the room to remove the bag. His face was a horror. Not even the stories I'd heard could have prepared me for what I saw. The lipless maw gnashed silently at the air. The teeth clicked together. Reginald turned to me and said, "Write down everything." He approached the tied-up ghoul with a large knife. He pressed the tip against his forehead. It dug into the white flesh and a small trickle of blood flowed down his nose. The ghoul did not flinch. He did not cry. He didn't even wince. Reginald spoke to him in a stern voice. "Are you ready to talk yet? What are you? How many others are there?" Its eyes looked around the room with fascination, and then it spotted me writing in my notebook. Its eyes grew bigger, and it turned to face me. Reginald slapped him and said, "This ain't about him. This is about you and me." The thing turned to face him, complying with his rules, but his gaze never left me. "What are you?" "I was human once." "What do you mean?" "Look at my body, my throat." Sure enough, there was a scar there, impossibly deep but somehow completely healed. "You mean you're reanimated? That you're some sort of undead thing?" "Death does not take your kind anymore. Your bodies belong to him." "Him who?" He pointed up to the sky. "You call him a black hole, but he's so much more." "Please elaborate." "He is everywhere. When a sun dies, it spreads us to planets like yours." "Sure." Reginald takes the knife and plunges it into his thigh. Blackened blood spurted from the wound and splattered onto the wooden floor. No reaction from the man. He kept speaking. "Before devouring a galaxy, you must first conquer it." "Shut up. Tell me how many of you there are." "How many have died on this planet in the days of the dead sun? For they shall inherit the living world before he decides to take it for himself. Are you getting every word, scribe?" My pencil stopped and my blood froze. I glanced up from my paper and looked the thing in the eyes. My dreams were correct. It had the image of the black hole within each of its pupils. The lipless mouth spoke to me. "Make sure to prepare them for the new world. Prepare the way for the void." Reginald had had enough and slashed the thing's throat. Black slime oozed over the chest. It finally made eye contact with him and spoke with blood choking its speech. It gargled. "The others will come for me. You cannot win." He took the knife and dug into the neck, hacking at it with repetitive slashes until the head was severed. The eyes were still glowing, the flaming red circle of the black hole still there within each eye. It irritated him, so he dug them out and stomped them into a slimy paste. Emma was mortified. With what had transpired and told Reginald, "What are we going to say to them?" "We're not saying a thing." "You want to leave them in the dark?" "And do you want them to sit and wait in fear? If they hear this, they will be waiting for the end for the rest of their lives. Would you like to live the rest of your life knowing what's out there to get you?" "I don't like this, Reggie." "It's the right call. Like hell it is." "We'll vote on it tonight, and the rest of the council will hear both of our arguments." "What about him?" She pointed at me. Reginald answered. "He is to burn everything he's written here. Nothing leaves. We know everything we need to know." I personally objected. I told him that keeping secrets like this was the exact reason the old world fell. This insistence on keeping everyone in the dark was dangerous. He simply cleaned the knife, holstered it, and took the pages I'd written. He held them in his hand with a tight fist and growled at me. "You think that because you've seen the sun that you're special? That your age and your role in Prometheus give you domination over the council?" "Reggie, don't," Emma called. It was too late. He shredded it in my face and threw the remnants into the creature's blood. The black liquid soaked into the pages. The guards were dismissed, and Emma and Reginald stormed out, shouting at each other. I sat there transfixed by what had just happened. I felt sick, like I'd seen history repeat itself once again. I went to the mess hall and asked for an extravagant meal. I had canned rice and chicken, and I asked the chef specifically for one of the signature brownies he had made for special occasions. He asked me what the occasion was. I didn't have the heart to share what I knew, and simply shrugged. I told him. I just really needed something sweet. I enjoyed the meal, the savoriness of the canned rice and chicken, and the sweetness of the brownie. I topped off with some coffee and decided that I'd turn in for the night. I was emotionally exhausted, and I went to bed that night praying that the council would let everyone know about the threat that was at our door. The alarm woke me. The bells were ringing and the sound of gunfire and cracking in the freezing air. I exited my room and saw the citizens of Prometheus in frantic race to get to shelter. I looked to the gate, seeing the soldiers in a frantic fight for survival as they fired flares into the air to illuminate the battlefield. And it was the only time I'd ever seen Prometheus resort to using explosives. This was only ever used in case of emergencies, and it seemed that today is one of those days. The booms echoed in the silent world, and the gunshots kept on. I ran to my study and scrounged up all of the remaining works that were unfinished and tried desperately to make my way to the shelter. Through the deafening noise of battle and the rumble of explosions beneath my feet, I finally reached the door, only to find that it had been locked. I gave the signal of the 5 sharp knocks only to be met with nothing. I tried again, and I even announced who I was, but I was met with the voice of one of the children inside yelling at me. "Go away, Chronicler. Please, this is an emergency. I'm sorry, but we're already full enough." I wanted to pound on the door and scream at them, but I knew it would all be in vain. I just slid my work underneath the door. "Please save my work. That's all I ask." The battle continued behind me as I heard screams and gunfire. When faced with certain death, you're faced with different ways to take it. You either panic, or you come to the reality of your situation with peace. I chose the latter. I went to a place where I'd face the end with dignity. Our library. I entered and saw that the fireplace was still burning bright. I scanned the shelves for something to enjoy before the end comes. I ended up taking with me something simple. The Hobbit. It was read to me by my mother, the first book I had ever been introduced to in my life. It made sense that it should be here for the end. I inched closer to the fire, hoping the crackling of the wood and the roar of the flame could drown out the sounds of battle. But it did not. I finished the short novel, content with it being the last story I read, but I decided that I had a little bit more left in me to write. This is my last journal, the last semblance of any humanity left in this part of the world. At the end of my life, I'd finally found a name for them, these devourers of cultures and society, these undead ghouls that are born of a great celestial hunger. They are the Black Hole Suns. They are here waiting in the dark, and they will devour civilization, and then their god will devour the stars. David, the Chronicler.
We're here in the studio, sitting in the small but sleek rented office for Parafindings LLC. It's a two-person company that my boss set up to run the YouTube channel, podcast, and other creations coming out of the Parafindings brand. Most of the ideas and creative work come from Kyle. He's the genius behind it all. I'm only on board because of my AV experience and fast video editing. That's what I'm trying to do now, sorta. I have about 8 hours of audio and video to make sense of. Luckily, all the action happens in the first 90 minutes. The rest is mostly candlelights flickering. I click back to the beginning and think of what started this all. A digital suggestion box entry telling us to go look for the Daylight Witch, along with an address to a home in Tigard, Oregon. Google Maps said it was 20 minutes from our office. Google Street View said it was a dilapidated 2-story home. Kyle decided it was a go. I pressed the play on the video. This was just supposed to be the B-roll and test footage, but it ended up being all we got. The first timestamp is from 10:04 p.m. last night when Kyle and I met up at the Daylight Witch house, captured by the clip camera mounted to my hat. The recording opens with us passing our flashlights over the boarded up front door and grated windows. My POV then shows me looking back to see if any neighbors would notice us snooping. But the house was far enough down its own driveway at the end of a tree-lined street. Privacy wouldn't be an issue. We pulled on the window grates to no avail and didn't even bother with the front door, which had so much wood nailed to it that it was basically a wall. "Let's see if our write-in was legit," Kyle said as he walked around back. He was referring to a line in the original email that mentioned we could get in from the back. He, or she, would turn out to be right. The back door had its own grated window that was reflecting some of the bright white moonlight. It didn't open easily as the wood had swelled into the frame around it, but with enough force, Kyle was able to fling it open. We entered and got to work. The plan would be for Kyle to spend 12 hours in this house beginning tomorrow night, 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. As Kyle understood it, the hook of the story would be that the fear starts after the darkness. At least that was his best guess given the name, Daylight Witch. So, to best prepare, we wanted to mount a couple of cameras now. In the morning, we'd review how the footage captured the sunrise hitting the back of the house, eventually illuminating the inside. If we needed to adjust for lighting, we'd do so before tomorrow night. "Looks like there's a nice view from this fireplace if you want to set one up here," Kyle said. I would ultimately suggest a slightly different position for the camera that still captures most of the living room and dining area, both in the front of the house, and a view into the kitchen, positioned in the back where we just came from. We then debated setting up a camera upstairs as well, but there were 3 different bedrooms, a bathroom, and a narrow hallway connecting it all. This meant there was no obvious spot for a camera. If Kyle wanted to film up there, he would have to use the hat cam. I set up the other camera at the other end of the front room, above the dining table, capturing a different angle of the front of the house with its own line of sight into the kitchen. An interesting thing about these placements that I didn't notice at the time, because they're both at an angle, neither view shows the back door into the kitchen that we used to enter the house. My video editor now shows 3 different feeds, soon to be just the 2 mounted views as Kyle asks me to toss him the hat cam. I'm gonna film some stuff at home, like packing food and a sleeping bag and stuff. That's where the hat cam feed ends. In both mounted camera views, I see myself taking it off and throwing it to him. "You ready?" Kyle asks. I tell him that he can go ahead, that I want to do a couple more test shots to see how well it handles different levels of light in the space. I ask him how the streams are looking on his phone, which he can pick up when in range. "Pretty crisp. Nice work. You don't have your phone to check." I didn't. I had left it in the car, parked just 15 feet from the other side of the boarded up front door. "Well, don't stay too late," Kyle says before turning around into the kitchen. Because of the camera angles, he disappears from frame before he actually would disappear from the house. From here, without my POV view, my memory takes over. I pick up my flashlight and turn it on. I pass the flashlight from floor to ceiling and end to end. Tomorrow I'll look to see how the video quality changes from the flashlight moving in and out of view. Next, I light some candles that we brought and place them on a few surfaces, praying that none of these candles tip over while we're gone. Finally, I look around the room for a light switch and quickly spot one by the front door. I flip the 2 switches on and off and nothing happens. Not surprising in a house like this. Who exactly would still be paying the electricity here? But if there's a chance these lights work, I'm gonna want to see how they affect the video. I try the light switch by the dining room table, possibly also affecting the stairwell light, but the house remained dim. Just to check every box, I walk into the kitchen and turn on the light, and it worked. Bright, blinding light floods my view, followed by my own high-pitched scream. In front of me, up against the back door, is a tall, gaunt man, now bathed in the yellow light of the kitchen overheads. His rotting face was its own shade of whitish yellow, framed by long gray hair that looked singed off in places. His eyeballs were stark white, no irises and only the tiniest black pupils, like lentils on a dinner plate. His lips were chapped to the point of blistering, with flaked skin threatening to pull away from his mouth. Out of instinct, I flick the kitchen light off, and just like that, the man is gone from view. I stand paralyzed in fear for what feels like 10 minutes. I've never been so scared and so sure I need to be anywhere but where I am in this very moment. I duck back into the front room and scan until I see my car keys on a tiny end table next to the fireplace. As I grab them, I hear a familiar click come from behind me. The radiating glow tells me instantly what I need to know. The kitchen light is back on. I call out hello to no response, which feels just as bad as if there was a response. Rather than re-enter the kitchen, I move to the closest window and look for a latch to open it, but it's been painted shut. As I trace the painted edges looking for a seam, I look beyond the glass of the window and onto the grating that's bolted onto the exterior wall. Painted seams or not, I wasn't getting out this way. The front door I don't even bother with, remembering how boarded up it was from the outside. With my back to the kitchen, I shimmy to the other end of the front room and up the stairs. However, despite being an entire floor off the ground, each window on the second story was just as reinforced as the first. The back door, I say to myself, it's the only way. I creep back downstairs and see the light spilling into the front room. I pep myself up with a few deep breaths, hoping that nothing is there when I pass into the brightly lit kitchen. But something is there. He is still there. Only this time he has one hand up in a crooked, flat-handed wave. His lips have opened into a smile showing fractured yellowed teeth. He's so frozen in this pose that the only movement comes from the slight rustling of the long black sheaths that cover his body. I turn the light off again, but this time I stay put, staring at the empty dark void that replaced the haunting pale man. I take a step towards the back door and in an instant, the light pops back on. This time his chapped lips are closed but tilted upward in a smirk, as his pale fingers hold up a pair of car keys. My car keys. I feel around for them in my pocket but come up empty. I back up into the front room and crouch into the darkness by the fireplace. In the midst of my own terror, I ask myself if a man can be a witch, but soon realize it doesn't matter. Witch, warlock, ghost, zombie, demon. These words are the best we can come up with to define things we aren't even sure exist. Whoever is in that kitchen exists outside of any human label I could ascribe to him. I take a deep breath and think. He wants the light. That's when he shows up. A plan crystallizes as I notice a set of fireplace tools to my right. I grab the stoker and back up to the wall next to the opening that connects to the kitchen. One last deep breath. I rush around the corner, squinting my eyes to hide the horrible figure that remains by the door. A few steps into the center of the kitchen, I swing the stoker up in the air until I hear the sounds of glass shattering, blessing the room with darkness. I'm alone again. I can feel it. It worked. Or did it? Until I hear the click of my flashlight. I turn and see the daylight witch holding my lit flashlight pointing upward, illuminating his face like a camp counselor telling a scary story around a campfire. His tiny pupils look even smaller but stare into me with even more intensity. Like before, he's unmoving. Seeing his wide eyes stare without the relief of a blink makes my own eyes water, matched only by the discomfort of my lips as I see him streaked with tiny strips of blood that fill the cracks of his lips. If I'm not getting out of here through a door or window, my only way out is through. I charge towards the back door, unsure if I will phase through him like a ghost or crash into a physical body. But just a couple feet from the door, something in me changes, and all goes quiet. Somewhere in between a dream and a memory, the story unfurls. It's patchy and fluid, drifting from one scene to the next. A girl, lying on dry earth with a leg bent in the wrong direction. Her skin is sunburnt and blistered, infected with hours of unadulterated sunlight. She's found moments too late by her twin sister, who years later sets fire to herself to be free of the guilt. Farther in time, a child begins to complain of a bitter and burnt smell that fills his room every day when the sun comes up. He makes it to 18 and joins the army, where his troop would soon recount in horror how they saw him walk into the flashes of gunfire in the night, arms wide open. Years later in Oregon, a veteran confesses to his wife that he's still haunted by someone from his army days, and she suggests he talks to the local chaplain. While waiting for his appointment, the former army man finds himself bathing in the light passing through a stained glass window. He enjoys the feeling so much that he throws his body through it and into the ground one story below. The chaplain would live the rest of his years, wishing he had been fast enough to do something. Instead, he began to push his family away, never letting anyone in his home and barely leaving it himself. The chaplain's hair grew long and his teeth decayed. One day, after a pleading phone call from his daughter, he notices the warm glow of the oven and sticks his head in to enjoy the... "Dave, what the..." Kyle says, standing at the back door. It takes me a minute, but I ask what time it is. "Are you drunk, dude? I never heard from you and saw your phone's location was still at this place." I ignore his question and ask again what time it is. "Like 6 a.m., almost sunrise. I was worried about you, dude. I threw myself out of bed to get here." Almost sunrise. Not yet. It's not yet daylight. There might still be time. I pick myself up and reach for the car keys beside Kyle's feet. As I walk to my car, I hear Kyle ask if anything happened in the house, but I don't answer. I run. We're here in the studio. I continue to crawl through the video recordings for any evidence of what happened, but I'm not finding any. The angle of the two mounted cameras don't catch where he was standing. I watched the footage from beginning to end 2 more times. Upon starting it the 3rd time, I finally see something I missed before. It's from my hat cam footage, when we first walked up to the back of the house. I thought it was the reflection of the moon lighting up the door window, but it's more than that. It looks like the outline of a face looking through the glass. I stare at the paused clip on my laptop until my phone vibrates next to me. It's Kyle. "Where are you, dude? I'm worried about you." I type out a text. "I'm at the studio," but it's not the full truth. We are at the studio. In the full brightness of the day, the daylight witch watches me work. I haven't left my house in a few years. I have lost count of how many exactly, to be honest.
After the first few months, it kind of stopped bothering me as well. I didn't really feel the need to be outside. What is it good for? Here I'm well fed, comfortable, entertained, and safe. A combination of things I would never have if I stepped out. I have felt kind of strange lately, however. I can feel some kind of weirdness when I'm close to anything leading out, like windows or doors. It's hard to describe. You know that feeling when you know you are being watched so intently that it's as if your clothes didn't exist and your thoughts were written on your forehead? It's like that in a sense, but increasing the closer I am to even be looking out. At first I attributed it to my anxiousness, stepping up after not even seeing the sun for so long. Maybe my mental was just messed up. Problem is, I don't think I even see sunlight coming from the windows anymore. The tape, of course, doesn't help, but you would imagine at least some light coming from between it or piercing it, right? Then comes the thing that maybe sounds weird to you all, but that at the time made no difference for me. The topic of food. How do I get groceries? That type of stuff. Well, I don't know. I remember vividly I ordered most of my food at the beginning, as well as me having the money to always afford it, somehow. At some point my orders stopped going through, but food kept showing up inside the house. You would think this is a real red flag, right? Well, this didn't bother me too much. In fact, I was excited. Who wouldn't be happy to get free food? That thought process was so liberating, right until the feeling I mentioned started. The food started showing up less often, and when it does, even touching it feels dirty. The consistency is fine, but there's this prickling in the back of my head, as if I was going through radioactive waste. I started to notice how different I look when the pain from hunger started. I can feel my bare bones in every touch. My sunken cheeks are so sunken I probably look like a blinking corpse, as I barely have energy to do anything else most of the time. It has been 3 days since the last time I received any food, and hunger slapped me out of the stupor. I've tried to look up multiple times if there is something going on in my city or the world, but there are no related news, as if everything is normal outside. But how does this make any sense? I feel the dread from every opening in my house increasing every single day, and may even be hallucinating from hunger, as I can see shadows and curious-looking figures from the corners of my eyes, every single time I turn my head. So, I decided to remove the tape, and finally look outside of my windows. There is no window behind the tape. It is a wall. They are all walls behind the tape. I don't think there is any point in discussing this. I don't think I have the time to figure out any other solutions before hunger makes me unable to even act on any plan. I know the door is not a wall, as I have already felt its texture many times since this situation began. So, I will open the door today. I decided to write this in case hunger takes me, or if the outside takes that first. If I survive, I will get back to you all. Farewell.
Before I start, barn cats are known to stray from farmsteads in the summer months. Alright, let's get on to the story. Cornfields are ridiculously terrifying, and I don't care what else you have to say about it. Picture this. SoCal kid graduates UC Berkeley with master's degree in fine arts. I'm an oil painter, and doesn't know what to do with his life, can't afford to live in LA, so goes off to live with his aunt and uncle for a while. Cute story, right? Well, that aunt and uncle happen to live on a farm in southern Minnesota, also known as Hell on Earth. I thought Minnesota had big cities and deep forests, but this part of the state was flatter than a McDonald's cheeseburger. I knew I'd be living in a farmhouse, but I thought we'd be closer to civilization than we really are. The only bright side was that I arrived there in June, so at least there wasn't any snow. The corn was up to my shins when I walked past the field for the first time. Aunt May, real name by the way, came down the farmhouse steps to meet me and give me a big hug before I could get my bags out of my rotting Toyota. Uncle Bill slowly descended the steps with a smile on his face and a limp in his right leg. He hobbled over to join us while May gushed about how good it was to see me again, and inquired exhaustingly about my travels. Uncle Bill offered a massive paw and shook my hand like a dog flogging its limp chew toy, a genuine smile on his face all the while. "Good to see you, bud," was all he offered before May's doting drowned him out. "We've got the guest room all set up for you. Come on inside. You haven't been here since you were real little. Do you remember last time you were here?" she asked, grabbing my bags and heading off towards the house without me. I was barely a year old last time I was here, so no, I did not remember. Well, May trotted off to the house, still asking questions over her shoulder. Uncle Bill patted me on my own shoulder, and we followed her at his pace. "It's good to have you with us," Bill said. He was resting his hand on my shoulder, and when he took a step, would use me as a makeshift crutch to help him along. But he did so gently rather than using his full weight, which I greatly appreciated. It's going to be a busy year. Not much rain so far, so I'll need to make sure the fields are irrigated. You don't have to help. You're not here to work. But if you don't see much of me, that's why. But if you need anything, seriously, need anything, I'll always make time, alright? "Thanks, Uncle Bill," I answered. I detected no hint of Bill or May putting up fronts or facades. They seemed genuinely happy to see me, even though I'd be of absolutely no use to them in their farming endeavors. That evening, as we settled down to supper, chatty May and quiet Bill exhibited a surprising intellectual acumen as we talked about the last few years of my life since I had last seen them. My mom, Bill's sister, had been the artsy child of the family. She moved to California with a boyfriend, my father, who subsequently dumped her to escape the backwardness of flyover country. While I had spoken to my extended family on the occasional holiday, I had always imagined them to be simple, eking out a wretched existence beyond the bounds of civilized society. Uncle Bill, however, guarded a sharp mind behind that round bearded face and small, bright eyes, and asked probing, meaningful questions in the course of our conversation. Aunt May, perhaps not so forwardly intellectual, listened with enthusiasm to everything I had to say about my art and the dreams I hoped would carry me far away. The anxiety of meeting my aunt and uncle again for the first time relaxed, and I felt like I was home. I had to piss that night, but entering the bathroom revealed a toilet on its side with an array of plumbing utensils scattered around the floor. Uncle Bill informed me that the guest toilet had broken the week before, and he wasn't able to fix it in time, but I was welcome to use the master bathroom downstairs. However, as it was 2 a.m, I wasn't about to disturb a farmer and his wife to use the toilet. Instead, I crept down the staircase and slipped out the back door. Despite summer being in full swing, the June night was cool thanks to the breeze that blew from the west. I approached the cornfield. My only light, the orange sodium lamp that illuminated the driveway from a telephone pole, and prepared to water the crops when I was seized by the sudden, cold grip of an ancient fear. I could see, silhouetted against the half-moon, the whole landscape spread out in every direction like a scroll unrolled across the earth. The horizon surrounded me, darkness beneath distant stars. Anything could be out here with me. The hairs on my neck prickled as a primeval fear from my pre-human ancestors informed me that I was not alone. And that fear spoke true. A pair of eyes in the shin-high corn, then another pair, and another. I froze, my heart pounding as a cocktail of cortisol and adrenaline gave form to the creature in the crop. I had no idea what lived out here. Were there wolves in Minnesota? I think so. Bears? No. The eyes are too low to the ground. Mountain lions? Are there mountains in Minnesota? A trembling hand pulled my phone from my pocket and shook it, igniting the flashlight to reveal the monster of my dreams. A stout raccoon and her posse of babies, blinking sleepily at the sharp, white light. The critter made no noise but seemed annoyed by the artificial sun blinding her children, so I held it off to the side. The raccoons trundled sleepily onward, completely unflinching at the human presence which the farmstead had accustomed them to over the course of generations, and continued on their nocturnal business. The next morning, looking out over the endless landscape stretching the horizon, I was at once awed by the sheer scale of it all, and also embarrassed at how fearful I had been 10 hours before. The corn concealed no secrets. The farmhouse stood as the only object of note in a sprawling sea of emptiness. So no wonder my mind, so accustomed to bustling cities filled with people and buildings and meaning, had found the need to fill the void with something else besides with monsters from the periphery of the map. But it was, after all, only us. Uncle Bill worked the fields that summer while I helped Aunt May around the house for half the day, and painted in the yard for the other half. I painted the great expanse of nothing that we were marooned in. I painted my uncle's shiny new tractors and his crappy old tractors, and machines that I could not recognize. I painted the grizzled, tabby barn cat, Kaiser, who refused to let me close but watched his new visitor with keen and guarded intent from the cover of the many barns and machine sheds that dotted the farmstead grounds. Kaiser was not a trusting creature, though he let May pet him, and I once saw Bill pick him up dotingly. I swear I heard the critter purr when he did so. As a rule, however, Kaiser never left the farmstead. He preferred to lurk in the sheds or under the house, and he never, ever trespassed close to the cornfields, which grew taller and taller every passing week in spite of the oppression of the sun. One day, when the sun was beginning its descent, I stood at the boundary of the knee-high corn. Knee-high by the 4th of July was an expectation my uncle's crops had failed to meet, and I heard the unusual sound of the habitually silent Kaiser squawking at me. I searched in vain for the critter until I saw him poking his head out the door of a nearby barn. He ceased his caterwauling when I noticed him. His eyes seemed to look past me into the fields, scanning left to right. I had seen him pose like this before when he hunted, but his ears were pinned back to his head, and his back was arched. Kaiser was not the hunter this evening. "It's all right, buddy," I offered, leaving the field to approach the petite groundskeeper. But the moment I stepped toward him, he retreated into the barn and disappeared. I can't remember seeing Kaiser again after that night. The summer likewise disappeared, sweeping by faster than I had anticipated, and my plans to relax and evaluate my future slipped away with it. I was no closer to solving the future than I had been when I first arrived, and I cursed myself for my ineptitude. When August arrived, my indecision was keeping me up at night, and all the short-form content in the world couldn't still the little voice in my head that kept prodding me to get my act together. On one such August night, I sighed exasperately and tossed my phone to the side when social media lent me no solace from myself. With another groan, I heaved myself out of bed and slunk down the farmhouse stairs to piss in the field again. The August nights were far hotter than June had been. The cool western breeze blew instead warm air against my face, and the smell of dusty earth along with it. The corn, burnished bronze against the warm sodium light, was taller than me now. The sea had risen to choke out sight of the horizon like the floodwaters of Noah rising against the ark. Stepping beyond the threshold of the farmhouse, that ancient fear fermented again within my bowels, gripping my heart and squeezing it faster, 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 as ice water flushed my veins. I hesitated before taking another step down the farmhouse stairs, but reminded myself of just how alone we were out here. I approached the wall of green, which threatened to choke out the stars, and prepared to lend them water to ward off the heat of summer, when my heart suddenly palpitated. Eyes between the stalks, shin high, looking at me. After the first moment of ancient panic, I laughed with relief, remembering the night in June and many others since that I had seen the little raccoons lazing through the fields about their business. In the 2 months since that day, I had not seen another critter, except for Kaiser and the occasional rodent that the cat's aging frame had spared from extinction. An increasingly frequent phenomena as Kaiser's absence grew louder in the closed ecosystem of the farmstead. I squatted down to get closer to the raccoon's height, and made that sound people use to attract animals that sounds like kissing and spitting at the same time, offering an empty hand to the eyes. The eyes looked up at me, but their host did not move to approach. It struck me as odd, then, that only one of the eyes stared back from the void. Had the mama's babies grown up and moved along to their own field somewhere? Or maybe this was not a raccoon at all, but our long-lost groundskeeper. I reached for my phone, but remembered that it still lay cozy in bed where I should be right now. "Kaiser," I whisper-shouted to the critter, making the sound again. "Come here, buddy." Kaiser was not my buddy, but he was familiar. The eyes refused to move or blink. A burst of warm wind swept over the corn and painted the air with the smell of dust and heat and death. The stench hit me like a slap in the face. I sputtered in surprise at the reek of rotting flesh, like the exhale of a dog that just finished eating a slab of meat, or an unfortunate squirrel which trespassed in its yard. Warm and wet and hot and dead. The eyes did move. They moved up. They moved slowly upward through the corn, up until they were level with my squatting frame, then to standing height, then to the top of the corn, then higher still until it looked down on me from over the 8-foot stalks of green. Where were the stars? Primordial fear animated the rational animal that had squatted in the grass with a visitor I did not know. It propelled me back through the yard, back into the farmhouse, back up the stairs to my second-floor bedroom, back under the covers, back into an ancient past when monsters still lived beyond the walls of civilization, and children knew well not to venture into the wild at night. I'm writing this maybe half an hour after these events took place. My heart finally stopped pounding. My limbs finally stopped shaking. I do not know what the hell is out there, but tomorrow I'm done. I'm going to say goodbye to Aunt May and Uncle Bill, and I'm getting on the road as soon as possible. There are eyes at the window. I shouldn't have been driving that night. The snowstorm had gotten so bad that I could barely see past my windshield, but I kept telling myself I was close to home. Just a few more kilometers. That's all I needed. The roads were empty. No headlights, no houses, just endless snow and the sound of the wind hitting my car hard enough to shake it. Then my tires lost grip. Everything happened too fast. The car spun. The headlights flashed across the trees, and then I slammed straight into a ditch on the side of the road. For a few seconds, I just sat there in silence, trying to process what had happened. My airbags had gone off. My nose was bleeding. The engine was dead. I grabbed my phone. No signal. Of course. Outside, the storm kept getting worse. Snow was already piling against the doors of the car. Staying there meant freezing to death, so I got out. The cold hit me instantly. My shoes sank into the snow with every step as I started walking down the road. hoping to find literally anything. After what felt like forever, I finally saw a light in the distance. A house. Old, isolated, 2 stories tall with warm yellow lights glowing through the windows. I almost cried from relief. I knocked on the door so hard my hands hurt. A few seconds later, an old woman opened it. She looked to be in her late 60s, maybe older, gray hair tied back neatly, soft smile, warm eyes. "Oh my God," she said immediately. "Come inside before you freeze." The heat inside the house felt unreal. She sat me down near the fireplace, wrapped a blanket around my shoulders, and made me tea while apologizing over and over for the storm, like she somehow controlled it. Something about her was strange, though. Not creepy at first, just too friendly, too caring, like she was overly happy that someone had showed up at her house. "You can stay the night," she told me. "My son's old room is still upstairs." I thanked her at least 10 times before going upstairs. Honestly, I was exhausted enough that I probably would have slept anywhere. The room looked untouched. A perfectly made bed, shelves full of old books, clothes hanging neatly inside the closet. It didn't feel like a guest room. It felt like someone still lived there. I sat down on the bed and noticed a folded piece of paper sticking halfway out from beneath a dresser. At first, I ignored it. Then curiosity got the better of me. I pulled it out. It was an old psychiatric evaluation report. The name matched the woman downstairs. I remember my stomach tightening as I read parts of it. Paranoia, violent episodes, psychotic delusions involving her son. One sentence stood out more than the others. Patient refuses to accept that her son died several years ago. I stared at the paper for a long time. The wind outside howled against the windows. Suddenly, the entire house didn't feel warm anymore. I looked around the room again. The clothes, the books, the perfectly made bed. She hadn't preserved this room out of grief. She genuinely believed her son was still alive. I wanted to leave right then, but outside was a blizzard. My car was wrecked somewhere down the road and I had no signal, so I convinced myself I was overreacting. I locked the bedroom door and tried to sleep. I must have drifted off eventually because the next thing I remember was waking up to a deafening crash downstairs. It sounded like furniture being thrown over. I checked my phone. 3:07 a.m. At first I thought maybe the old woman had fallen. I slowly opened the bedroom door and stepped into the hallway. The house was dark now except for the faint orange glow coming from downstairs. Then I heard a man's voice, calm, talking softly. I froze. There wasn't supposed to be anyone else in the house. I moved closer to the staircase and looked down into the living room, and that's when I saw her. The old woman was lying on the floor at the bottom of the stairs. Dead. Her neck bent at an angle that made my stomach twist. Blood had spread across the wooden floor beneath her head, and standing over her was a man, tall, thin, covered in snow. He was talking to her body like she was still alive. "You shouldn't have let him stay here," he whispered. "You know what happens now." I nearly made a sound right there. Instead, I backed away from the stairs as quietly as I could and locked myself inside a small storage closet down the hallway. I covered my mouth with both hands, trying not to breathe too loudly while I listened to him moving around downstairs. Floorboards creaked, cabinets opened, then silence. Complete silence. I grabbed my phone again. Still no signal. My heart sank. Then for 1 second, one tiny second, a single bar appeared. I immediately called the police. The dispatcher answered almost instantly. I whispered everything as quietly as I could. The crash, the dead woman, the man downstairs, the isolated house in the middle of nowhere. The dispatcher suddenly went quiet after I gave him the address. Way too quiet. Then he asked, "Are you inside the Miller house?" Something about the way he said it made my blood run cold. "Yes," I whispered. Another long silence. Then he said something I still can't stop thinking about. "Listen to me carefully. Hide. Do not leave your hiding spot, and do not ask any more questions." I remember whispering, "What do you mean?" But he ignored me. "I'm sending someone now. Stay quiet." Then he hung up. That's when I heard footsteps downstairs again. Slow, heavy, coming toward the staircase. The closet I was hiding in suddenly didn't feel safe anymore, because I realized something horrifying. To call the police, I'd had to leave the closet and go into the old woman's bedroom upstairs where the signal was stronger. If he had seen the light from my phone under the door, then he already knew exactly where I was. And now I can hear him walking through the hallway outside. I remember that night. It was a little chilly indoors. Snow was falling outside. You'd have thought with the amount of money that hospitals bring in, they could at least afford a quality heating system. There was a strange scent, not unlike the scent of underbathed patients. But this was different. You ever stood in a cadaver theater? You know, the kind where the body is out to display the various hidden viscera. Strange place. If the world decided to hide away the macabre beneath a layer of flesh, I'd be all the happier with keeping it there. Though the creeping mystery of what lies beneath always got to me. Guess you could say that it was that night. The one I discovered what really happens to bodies. A patient came in, obtunded, no signs of breathing. Pulse was weak and thready. An obvious emergency. Within the next few minutes, they became the star of the show. Resuscitation efforts lasted an hour. You could see the draining hope on the faces of my coworkers as the realization of this man's death was sealed before he was brought in. The doctor ordered one last round of epinephrine, and with the final pulse check, he said his verdict. Time of death, 02:47. The few nurses looked at each other with knowing. Charge quickly whisked away from the room like a well-oiled machine. The various staff cleaned and prepared the body. No signs of identification. Invasive efforts left in place, disconnecting the various monitors, pumps, and shutting off the Zoll. Despite his tragic demise, our staff was taught to handle bodies with care. Humanity was something that never left a patient, even after death. The warmth drains from their body, skin pales, muscles relax, brain slows to a halt. Nothing in this person would suggest life, and yet he never cooled, never paled. 10 minutes had passed. I chose to remain with the patient. This late at night was usually the time that newcomers would ebb out. Couldn't have a complaint if you're asleep, right? Well, this patient would be the last of the night. I looked to the primary nurse. She had decided to take lead on preparing post-mortem care. She was diligent in her work. I was only able to follow so briefly behind her. See, I wasn't much for that stuff. I enjoyed the fast-paced, express care. Nose swab, drop a pipe, give fluids, and send home. The simple stuff. I was good at it. But when it came to complex issues, ethical matters, I would fall so far behind. The room was just 3 of us. She broached the idea. He hasn't cooled off yet. Can you grab a temperature? I obliged, scoffing at the notion. Sure enough, though, he was running hot. Puzzled, she called in the doctor. He had already spent the last half hour contacting family and writing his notes on the patient. He entered the room, half disgusted, half tired from the long shift. We approached him with the news and his eyes widened. He left the room in a hurry. Safe to say that the whole situation kept us puzzled. What was happening with this patient? What did the doctor know? Before I could finish any meaningful theory, he came back to the room with an ultrasound cart.
He stared daggers into the primary nurse and I. "Expose the patient. I need to see something." We pulled away the patient's gown. I started with exasperation. "What are you on about?" The provider didn't acknowledge me. He was too invested with the patient. As he sprayed the jelly along the patient's chest, a subtle cracking arose from him, like his skin was cracking from the jelly. He then applied the probe to the patient, refusing to touch the body with anything but the probe. What he found beneath was a shimmering, pulsating mass. Nondescript. Only so much an ultrasound can see. The primary nurse looked on in terror. "What is that?" The provider removed the probe and spoke in a hushed tone. "The patient isn't dead. It hasn't been born yet." The primary nurse looked on, expressionless, disbelief slowly painting her face as the silent moments grew on. I looked between her and the doctor, and the only idea I could muster slipped from my lips. "Are you suggesting we perform a C-section?" The provider nodded. He turned to us and with urgency and ushered us into action. "We have 5 minutes to deliver. Contact birthplace. Let them know we are getting a new admit." What happened next was a flurry of bodies. All walks of medical experience came in and out of that room, yet none could define this experience with any reasonable certainty that what we were trying to save was a neonate. Monitors were attached to the deceased patient. I had taken to establishing a sterile field with the provider. Within minutes we started the procedure, an emergency and arguably dirty cesarean section of a deceased male patient's chest. I was awestruck when we finally delivered it. A small, placenta-wrapped neonate, rustling beneath its amniotic sac. To this day, I cannot explain how this happened. On February 17th of 2022, we delivered a healthy baby girl named Cindy. She was placed under state protection. Our social workers continued to provide any outside resources and get in contact with extended family, but it appears as though she was the last of her line. Last week I brought her home. I applied for adoption and was approved within short order. I was worried at first. Her checkups came back normal. She was a pediatrician, and my work is offering me maternity leave so we could get settled. It's 9:46 p.m. of February 26th. I can't find her, and I'm starting to feel an intense, writhing pressure within my chest.
It all happened when we were 8 years old. It started when my friends told me about a strange thing they saw while exploring the woods behind the school. "We call it the hands," Craig said. "It's so freaky." "You're gonna freak when you see it. It's so awesome," Miranda, Craig's sister, said. At recess, they led me into the woods. We walked on the dirt path for 5 minutes until we came to a large, distinctive tree stump. From there, we took a left, off the path, and continued into the forest. The way was marked sporadically by arrows carved on the trees. That's how Craig and Miranda had found it in the first place, following the arrows. After another 5 minutes, we came to a tall wooden fence, a square about 50 feet away. The old fence splintered and decayed. Remnants of white paint spelled DGRKPUT. We slipped through the gap left by a fallen picket. My eyes widened in disbelief at what I saw there. There were dozens of hands reaching out of the ground. One day we counted them and found there were exactly 37. They seemed to grow from the forest floor like toadstools. They sat at all different heights. One stood almost a foot in the air, a whole forearm exposed. One was just a few fingertips, barely peeking out from the dirt. The rest were in between. They were scattered, seemingly random. but they were mostly about 6 inches to a foot away from each other. There were all sorts of hands. Big hands, small hands, wrinkled hands, smooth hands. One had a shiny bracelet. Another had long pink nails with hot pink polish. "Watch this," Craig said as he grabbed a stick off the ground and poked a large hairy hand in its palm. The hand snapped shut, grabbing the other end of the stick. "Holy," I blurted out. "Do they all do that?" "Yeah," Craig answered, grinning. "But some are faster than the other ones," Miranda added. She pointed to a muscular hand attached to a thick wrist. "That one can even catch stuff if you throw at it." "But you can only touch them with a stick or something," Craig said. "You can't touch it directly." "What happens if you touch one?" I asked. "It gets you," Miranda said. "Duh." We visited the hands many times after that. They were a fascinating curiosity. One time Craig was looking at a particular hand and he called me over. "Whoa," Craig said. "This one has a birthmark just like yours." I cringed. At that age, I was still pretty self-conscious about the very noticeable purple birthmark in the approximate shape of New Jersey on the back of my hand. The hand Craig pointed to was that of an old man, pale and wrinkled. When I leaned in to see his hand, I had to admit the similarity was striking. "Maybe it's your twin," Craig said. "How could it be my twin? It's like 100, I replied. "I don't know." He shrugged. Another time we were watching the hands and a squirrel came along. This was unusual since animals usually avoided the hands. But this time one of them was holding a plump black walnut between its thumb and pointer finger. After much trepidation, the squirrel stood up, climbing into the hand to snatch the treat. The squirrel was quick, but the hand was quicker. It grabbed the squirrel and began squeezing. The hand's knuckles turned white as the squirrel thrashed in its grip. We watched silently in a mix of horror and morbid fascination as the hand fought what we now realized was its prey. After about a minute, the squirrel stopped its thrashing. It made a few more futile spasms, then twitched, then went limp. The next time we returned to the hands, the squirrel was gone. The last time we spent at the hands together, we were hanging out after spring break. Miranda told us that she had come up with a new idea for a game we could play. Over break, Miranda and Craig had gone to visit their grandma who lived up by the beach. On the way there, Craig was showing off the shark tooth necklace and the mood ring he'd bought at an aquarium gift shop over break. He explained what all the colors on the ring meant, and how his dad told him the ring was made by scientists at NASA. Miranda showed off the henna tattoos on her cheek and the back of her hand. Emily, their cousin, did it for me. She's a real tattoo artist and stuff, she bragged. "Looks like butts," Craig chortled. "They're hearts," Miranda said, stomping a foot on the ground. "Miranda has butt tattoos," Craig said in a sing-songy voice. "Whatever," Miranda said. The argument stopped as we arrived at the hands. "So here's the game," Miranda said. "You have to be super brave." With that, Miranda hopscotched between the hands. She took jump after jump, threading the needle between them until she got to the other side of the clearing, about 40 feet away from us. "Come on," Miranda called over to us. "It's easy." Me and Craig both hesitated. After a long, heavy pause, Craig spoke up. "I don't know if that's a good idea," he said. "'Cause you're scared," Miranda teased. "I can tell 'cause your ring's black. That means scared. I can see it from here." "Nuh-uh, it's not black, it's blue," he said, raising his hand. "See?" Craig took a deep breath, puffed his chest, and jumped through the hands. Well, he did so less gracefully than Miranda. He made it through to stand next to her. "Now you have to try," Craig said, pointing at me. "I don't want to," I said. "What if I accidentally touch one?" "Chicken," Miranda teased. She and Craig made squawking sounds at me while folding their arms like chicken wings. You're being dumb, I argued, my cheeks feeling hot. I took a hesitant step in between two of the hands. Then I took a hop deeper into the field. On my third hop, I almost lost my balance. For a split second, I was sure I was going to fall into the grip of the bed of hands. However, I quickly regained my balance. Scared, I hopped back out to safety. Lame, Craig teased. You barely got in at all. My heart was still pounding from almost falling. My cheeks started burning and I felt my eyes begin to well up. This is a dumb game, I yelled. I don't want to play anymore. With that, I stormed off. Craig and Miranda called after me, but I didn't listen. To this day, I wonder if things would have gone differently if I hadn't stormed off in my little temper tantrum. That night there was a ring at my door. It was Craig and Miranda's parents. They hadn't come home that night. My parents asked me where I last saw them. Craig, Miranda, and I had a sort of unspoken understanding that the hands were a secret. We hadn't told anyone else about them as they seemed the kind of things parents may not approve of. But now I was worried. We went out into the night, flashlights in hand, and I showed them to the area. They looked at the scene with awe and disbelief, scanning it with the flashlights. A few seconds of looking later, Miranda's mother screamed. After another second, their father started screaming too. Their flashlights were fixed on two hands jutting out from the ground, right next to each other. These hands hadn't been there before. They were the tallest there, as nearly their whole arms protruded from the ground. When I looked at them closely, my heart sank. They were small hands. A black mood ring on one. A heart-shaped henna tattoo on the other.
I'm scared of water. I know what you're probably thinking. You're scared of water, but you swam in the lake at your summer camp. I can assure you I wasn't always afraid to go into the water. My fear stems from my childhood, from a traumatic incident that I've done my best to bury as the years have gone by. But no amount of therapy, self-medication, or soul-searching can erase or make sense of what I experienced. So this is my attempt at making peace with everything. Whether or not you choose to believe me is up to your discretion, but before you draw your own conclusions about me, about everything, please read to the end. I was 12 years old when I went to spend the summer at Camp Moonflower. It was something that I hadn't done before, but my parents insisted that I spend a few months outdoors with kids my age, instead of staying holed up in my room and playing video games. That's how I ended up on a campground surrounded by a bunch of energetic, loud-mouthed kids. Kids that made me feel comfortable with being a wallflower. Those first few days and nights at camp were unexpectedly fun. I did the activities, lip-synced the camp sing-alongs, and acquired a few nasty sunburns along the way. But just as I was truly getting into the spirit of camp, I overheard some of the older kids at lunch one afternoon talking about Camp Moonflower's Lake. I don't remember the exact words verbatim, but here's my best attempt at recalling what I had heard that day. Moonflower Lake. Are you high, John? We're not supposed to go there. John smiled mischievously. Not if anybody finds out we're going there, Billy. Come on, it'll be fun. We'll be out of there before anyone notices. I think he's got a point. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Mikey, don't be such a baby. John scoffed. You don't believe in that curse crap, do ya? I watched their eyes dart between one another nervously as John took a monstrous bite of his peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Oh, I see. I'm surrounded by wusses. You can't believe everything you hear. But the kids. Mikey looked over his shoulder to make sure no counselors were nearby before continuing. They drowned. Their bodies were never found either. That's what my brother told me, at least. Yeah, it's a bunch of baloney. You can't take your brother's word for everything. John dismissed, wiping the crumbs and remnants of jelly from the corners of his mouth. That lake ain't bottomless. I'm going to prove it to you. Billy gulped. How? Let's go to the lake tonight and see who can get closest to the bottom. Unless all of you are chickens, John teased before drinking the rest of his chocolate milk. What followed next was a fit of arguing and laughter from the group of older kids as I sat nearby, pondering what I had just heard. Was I scared? A little. Did I believe what I had heard? Not entirely. There had to be some explanation as to why those kids were never found. After all, a lake couldn't be bottomless, right? Even at a young age, I knew that their little scheme wasn't a good idea, but I wasn't going to be the one to snitch. The last thing I needed was to be labeled as a buzzkill, or a tattletale, because I stopped kids from being kids. I decided to hold my tongue, and told myself that I'd only tag along and watch from afar. Perhaps I could join in on the shenanigans, and make a few friends as well. The idea comforted me, and I thought about it the rest of the day with a soft smile. When the sky became alight with stars and everyone had retired for the evening, I snuck out of my cabin quieter than a church mouse. Masked by nightfall, I hurried towards the tree line. I felt like a ninja as I snuck across the spongy grass and damp vegetation on my way towards the lake. The group of older kids were already there by the time I arrived, and they were hyping themselves up on the dock. Come on, chickens, let's go. John was the first one to dive into the water. When he came back up, the others followed suit. One by one they dove into the water, sloshing and splashing about as they had their fun. They took turns going under the water for extended periods of time, trying to outdo one another in an attempt to reach the bottom. However, their efforts proved futile. None of them stayed under very long. Every time they resurfaced, they laughed and admitted they still hadn't reached the bottom. Right as I thought about diving into the lake and joining them, Billy and Mikey got out of the water and began drying themselves off. I was disappointed in my own hesitation. I could have potentially made some new friends, had it not been for my perpetual cold feet. But before John could get out of the lake to dry off, he went back under the water. Thinking that he was messing with me, Billy called out from the dock, "Really funny, John. Quit yanking our chain and let's get out of here before we get in trouble." Even from where I was positioned, I could sense that something was off. A few seconds became a few minutes, and there was still no sign of John. I could see Billy and Mikey growing more and more pale with every second that ticked by. Without warning, a body breached the surface and thrashed about frantically in the water. "Help, something's got me!" The shrill shriek was the last thing we heard before John was dragged under. Terrified splashing had now become quiet. Pulsing ripples in the lake's water as it reflected the moon like glass. "What do we do?" Mikey's voice cracked as he looked at Billy for an answer. Billy looked whiter than a bedsheet as he stammered a solution he couldn't get out. I... They gawked at the now still water, hesitant to jump in. Neither of them were doing anything to help John, but I could do something. It was at that moment I made a decision that would change all of our lives forever. I sprinted toward the dock with urgency, desperate to save John from whatever was in the water. My feet thudded against the wood of the dock, the sound alerting Billy and Mikey of my presence. "Hey kid, what are you?" I never heard the rest of Billy's question as I closed my eyes, took a deep breath and leapt from the dock. Goosebumps prickled up my arms and legs as I felt the ice-cold water envelop me. The force of crashing into the water nearly knocked the breath out of me, but I opened my eyes against the sting of the water. I couldn't see John. I couldn't see my hands. I couldn't see anything in the dark. With the pressure building in my ears, I swam downwards. Despite my best efforts to navigate the waters, I couldn't tell if I was actually making any progress. It felt like I was swimming in place, a sensation that filled me with dread. The water remained uncomfortably still as I pushed forward. Aside from the throbbing in my ears, the only other sound was the distant echo of joyous laughter. I couldn't pinpoint where exactly it was coming from. I nearly stopped swimming. but forced myself to continue. My heart pounded like thunder in my chest, and against my better judgment, I ignored what I heard and kept swimming. The further I went down, the more disoriented I felt. I couldn't tell which way was up or down. At one point, I thought I saw stars beneath me as I searched for John in the vast, black water. Slimy strands of seaweed brushed against my skin as I paddled my feet. My lungs were begging for air. I needed to go back to the surface, but I couldn't leave without him. I'd be letting everyone down. Unfortunately, I didn't have a choice in the matter. As I started swimming back up, I felt something brush against my ankle. I thought it was a fish that had bumped into me, but then I became stuck in place. I kicked my foot several times, trying desperately to move from whatever was keeping me trapped. Had I gotten stuck on a log or something? My own question was answered when I was pulled down abruptly with incredible force. A blistering sensation crept across the inside of my chest as bubbles erupted from my throat in shaky columns. With every desperate movement I made to wiggle free, my air supply continued to dwindle. I knew better than to scream, but when I saw what was underneath me, I nearly let one out. I saw children. 12 of them, all clutching my legs and pulling me down into the murky depths with the giddiness of someone winning a prize. Their translucent skin rippled with the water, and their delighted milk-white eyes gazed into mine as I struggled like a wild bird tangled in a net. No matter how hard I tugged, no matter how hard I kicked, no matter how hard I tried to swim, I couldn't move anywhere but down. Their excited giggling swelled around me the closer I drifted toward their playful smiles. What little adrenaline I had left slowly dissipated, and my surroundings began to spin. My body felt as heavy as an anchor as I descended deeper into the underbelly of the lake. Suddenly, one of the children drifted closer than the others, until his face was mere inches from mine. The moment I recognized him, every remaining shred of hope inside of me died. It was John. His soaked hair floated weightlessly around his pale face as a terrible excitement glistened in his eyes. The children gathered around me in a curious circle, their laughter echoing through the water like a playground during recess. From the looks on their faces, they appeared to be thrilled to finally see me up close. A new friend. The words extinguished every thought in my mind. I couldn't breathe. Tiny, pellucid hands tightened their grip around my legs and dragged me deeper into the endless cold void below. I hadn't thought about death before that night, but the further I sank, the more I dwelled on it. Would it be as dark and cold as the water I was trapped in? Would I see God? Would I see anybody? What was waiting for me? The questions spiraling through my mind were underscored by my slowing heartbeat. The lake around me distorted into bleary shapes and broken prisms of light. Somewhere beneath all my fear, a small but traitorous part of me stopped resisting. Maybe dying wouldn't be the worst outcome, if it meant I wouldn't be alone down here. Before I could accept my fate as nothing more than a submerged memory, a powerful force suddenly wrapped itself around my waist and yanked me upward. I don't remember the journey up from the depths. The next thing that I remember happening was coughing and sputtering on the dock. A counselor pressed against my chest in rhythmic pushes, causing my body to spasmodically heave with every burst of water that came up from my throat. The night air grazed my soaked skin. The sensation made me feel like I was at the center of a blizzard. I gasped desperately for breath, while my entire body trembled uncontrollably. Above me, red and blue lights danced intermittently across the surroundings as counselors and campgoers alike observed in panicked confusion. Billy was crying nearby, and Mikey was shaking his head, refusing to acknowledge what happened as reality. I tried to sit up, but the moment I did, I nearly vomited. I lay on the deck, clutching my head as my ears rang from the sustained pressure I had endured underwater. After I had somewhat returned to feeling like I could breathe properly again, the police began questioning everyone separately. Counselors wrapped towels around my shoulders and commended me for my bravery. Their words did little to provide me peace or calm, and the line of questioning from the police wasn't helping anything either. I refrained from telling them the truth about what had actually happened to John, not because I didn't want to, but because I knew deep down in my heart that they wouldn't have believed me even if I had told them. That's something I've held on to all these years, and I feel so guilty for not giving anyone answers. A thorough search of the lake was conducted by the police, but news outlets reported that John's body was never found. Since I was the last person to have presumably seen him alive, I was blamed for his death, but no charges were ever filed against me due to a lack of evidence, and the summer camp was closed for good shortly thereafter. And that leads me to the present day. I rarely sleep, and my bedside drawer is overflowing with medication I can't recite or pronounce properly. I can't get the image of John and those children out of my head. The memory of it all still feels excruciatingly real. I've kept in touch with Billy and Mikey since then in some capacity. The last time I spoke to Billy was a couple days ago. He's doing well for himself and providing for his family by being an airplane mechanic somewhere in the Midwest. Mikey has been harder to get a hold of, though. He's been busy keeping his multiple businesses afloat in addition to being a father of 4. Sometimes we talk about that night, but I have never gone into detail with them about what I had seen. They still view me as a hero, but I have never felt deserving of that title. I can't help but wonder what would have happened had I been successfully pulled under. Even after writing this down, I don't exactly feel any better, but I at least hope that this provides some closure for John's family, and for those who witnessed such a horrific tragedy that night. I'm sorry, John. I wish they would have taken me instead.